businesses in retail would immediately cut their ad spending in order to hit their promise of earnings to their CEO. So if that's not happening, that's a good sign that the enterprise isn't slowing their ad budgets and that consumers haven't stopped buying goods.
I keep listening to reports on Google, reports on Alphabet, and usually in the second half of the discussion, they talk about a breakup. But it's shocking to me because if you're talking about the potential breakup, you know, I grew up during the breakup of Ma Bell. I would think that takes the lead. Why is this so variable?
So, for one thing, they didn't talk about it on the call. None of the two lawsuits they've lost got discussed on the call, and no analyst asked about it. So, I think a reasonable question to this management team would have been, look, if they force you to spin off the ad tech business.
Du fikk bekreftet på Telegram hva han har gjort, ikke sant?
I think that's a reasonable question. Nobody brought it up. The other thing I'd say is all of our work shows stock would rise 20%.
Alt var bare løgn I går. Jeg har ikke noen dialog med Kina I det hele tatt.
Nei, jeg sa jo det. Ingen grunn for Kina til at de går ut med en melding på det der. Hvis at det dem som lyger. De holder kjeft.
Ja, kineserne gikk jo ut I dag tidlig og bare sa nå driver administrasjonen og fører alle bak lyset.
Ja, riktig.
Og da kom det jo rett ned.
Ja, nei, men det jo bra. Har flyttet litt på seg, så det ser bedre ut.
Ja, men jeg merker jeg blir sånn her, det nesten ikke noe vits å drive oss og trade når han holder på sånn. Du kan jo ikke gjøre det. Tenk deg på alle de som tappte I går, da. Ikke lett meg, bare hva skjer for noe? Kommer det 4 kontrameldinger I går, liksom?
Ja,
så jævlig.
Jeg har hørt opp ganske kraftig, jeg har sett.
In my opinion.
All right, Laura, really interesting note to end on. Hope to
Det ser bra ut nå.
Nei, jeg har ikke tatt ut alt, nei.
Nei, men nå har jo Intel jo kraftig ned her, og sammen med T-Mobile dekte jo 2% av Nasdaq. Apple bra ned, alt bra ned nå.
Jeg har underkikket det for litt siden.
Men jeg tør ikke sette noe short ennå før vi bryter på nedes her, altså. Jeg må ha noen
Nei.
Jeg sitter på helt rolig enn så lenge.
Ja, det tror jeg kan være greit.
Jumpstart your trading day on Bloomberg Open Interest.
2 hours of single stock stories that are driving the opening bell action.
We'll take you to Wall Street, Main Street, the C-suite, and beyond.
These are companies that are growing their market.
The great companies in the U.S. are the companies hitting the cutting edge. That's a different story.
Get the inside track on what's buzzing in markets.
With the players who are shaping the narrative.
If you have bad earnings reports, you're going to get punished.
They're not buying what the industry is selling. Join us on Bloomberg Open Interest. Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
What is the issue between the type of information that's being collected by investors and the marking issue that you're describing?
What mark-to-market assets do is it forces honesty into the situation. We're talking right after the DeepSeek model surprised everybody in its efficiency. It took hundreds of billions off of market caps because it legitimately raised concerns that maybe the future of AI was different. I guarantee you that if you look at other portfolios that aren't marked, they didn't move. If private assets are going to eat the world, as they say, with the equity market halving in the number of names, you come to a world that is increasingly an echo chamber. Imagine you have a firm that has some public assets and some private assets. If you see your public assets in AI going down by 20%, you're going to be thinking very, very deeply about what your private assets are worth differently than someone who just has the latter.
Bringing you the latest in tech and AI news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Tom McKenzie in Paris, and this is Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
Det litt bra på, hvis du går på frontburger på screen her på frontburger, så kan du se pre-market på alle aksjene.
Let's get to high interest now. Making headlines around the world. First off, a Bloomberg scoop. It's a deal that would rank among the biggest buyouts ever. Toyota Motor Chairman Akio Toyoda is proposing to buy out Toyota Industries, and the move would consolidate the chairman's grip on Japan's biggest business empire. Toyota Industries famously makes textile looms, as well as parts for Toyota's cars, and discussions are ongoing. Foreign investors have sold $63 billion of U.S. equities since the start of March, according to a Goldman Sachs estimate. The data from high-frequency fund flows shows that European investors have been driving the selling. Goldman notes that since 1980, there have been 10 other instances of substantial foreign investor selling. And it's been quite a week here in the U.S. The S&P 500 has risen more than 1.5% on the last 3 consecutive days. This is an uncommon event that usually precedes bull runs. The question is, what happens on the 4th day? And according to our London-based charts producer Dan Curtis, who incidentally is an Olympics-level rower, equities fall over 60% of the time on the 4th day. So don't hold your breath today. And by the way, speaking of silly technical indicators, I am super pumped on the Schweig breadth thrust. This means that if you see positive breadth going from 40% to 62% over a 10-day period on the NYSE, 6 months out, you get a gain, a double-digit gain. 12 months out, an even bigger double-digit gain. I think the average is 24%. And we've only listed a few of the occasions here. This signal has been triggered 19 times since World War II, and the market is up 6 months out and 12 months out. Each of those 19 times. So, Katie, it's 100% the Schweig breadth thrust.
Incredible setup, Matt Miller. Let's discuss this with Research Affiliates Chairman and Founder Rob Arnott. Rob, it's great to see you on this Friday.
Ja, jeg har jo begynt å trade litt på egen hånd og begynt å se meg ut prop firms og i det hele tatt.
To my desk at 8:47, basically.
Gidder jeg ikke sitte på hjelmen.
So tell me how you're taking in some of these signals. There's a lot of people also on social media and in notes this morning who are jazzed about it.
Driver og leker litt med litt
technical indicators such as that one.
Litt penger som sto inne på kontoen der nå. Ikke noe store greier. Ja, det er det jeg handler med nå. Nå er jeg på en kontrakt som er 0,03, men allikevel nå er jeg på gull. Så det er ikke veldig mange pips nedover, og allikevel $20 opp. Da.
I will just note that last time you were here, we talked about dead cats and then bouncing. Now we're talking about torturing data, so it's always...
Men nå etter at markedet åpnet New York, så tror jeg det bare vil gå nedover.
Periods of high volatility, you see investors shifting into lower risk stocks, diversifying their portfolios, and looking for value stocks. How's the best way to define that? Is it value by PE? Is it value by price to book? Is there any kind of consistency measure? How do you define that?
Well, firstly, we like to use multiple measures. We like to look at relative earnings, price to cash flow, price to book, price to sales, price to dividends plus buybacks. And using multiple measures is a much richer picture. But
blended,
right? But the relatively simple ways that Russell, for instance, bifurcates between growth and value are perfectly adequate. So what we find is that periods of turbulence lead to a flight to safety. Periods of elevated inflation lead to a flight to safety. And we're in a very special environment in which value is extraordinarily cheap relative to growth, fueled in part by the surge of money into indexation, which pushes the expensive up and the cheap down. But you have value extraordinarily cheap.
Der ser du, jeg satt på delskjerm nå. Det går an å gjøre lommepenger på liten konto da. Giring.
Well, just meditating on that a little bit, what you're saying that you look at value, it's historically cheap to growth. I feel like you could have said that Oh, it looks like we are actually going to hear from the president.
President Trump is talking. We have to listen. Let's tune in.
Trump prater. Jeg visste det.
It's going to be very interesting. We're going to meet with a lot of the foreign
Hva er det du
leaders
ser
that
på nå?
we'll meet. Trade deals are going very well. I think Russia and Ukraine, I think they're coming along, we hope. Very fragile. And Iran, I think, is going very well. We'll see what happens. We're working on plenty of things that shouldn't be worked on because none of this stuff should have happened.
Gikk hun bare ut på plenen og begynte å skravle nå, eller?
It should have been fixed by Biden.
Det ser jo nesten sånn ut.
Nor can you come close to doing. So, anyway, we're going to Rome to pay our respects, and we'll be leaving that same day. We'll be coming back home tomorrow night. And I'll see some of you over there. Otherwise, I'll see you on television.
How was the Witkoff meeting this morning? You said you spoke with President Xi. Have you spoken to him since the tariffs? When did you last speak?
I don't want to comment on that, but I've spoken to him many times. Yeah.
Han løy igjen. Jeg har snakket med han etter tariffen.
I'm getting along very well with Japan.
Jeg har snakket med han mange ganger.
We're very close to a deal.
Så jeg får Nasdaq opp når han prater.
I'll be meeting with the Italian. Yes. Your Prime Minister? Oh, it's possible.
How would you the First Lady remember Pope Francis, sir? How would you the First
Very well. Good man. He loved the world, actually. And he was a good man. I met him.
Jeg får gå ut og skal tenne på meg en røyk, for nå koker jeg.
I'll let you know at the appropriate time. Let's see if we can make a deal.
The Witkoff meeting. Any updates on the Witkoff meeting, sir? The meeting right now. What do you hope?
Nå har gull presset under $3,300 da, som litt sånn der magisk dumme. Det blir spennende å se om de closer den timen her closer under det, fordi det kan være farlig.
And that's what my aim is. I want to save 5,000 young men. They happen to be mostly Ukrainian, Russian. 5,000
Har du noen posisjoner å åpne nå, du, Robert?
That's a big honor if I can do it. I think we're pretty close. No deadline. I just want to do it as fast as possible. What?
12 states have sued over your tariff plan. What do you say to those who voted for you?
I think the tariff plan is doing very well. We're resetting the table. We're going to make our country very rich, very, very rich. It's already happening. Thank you very much.
And that was playback of President Donald Trump speaking to reporters moments ago. Let's bring back in Rob Arnott. So, Rob, we play this because this is what markets are moving on, trying to basically divine what is going to happen with our trade relationships with the rest of the world. And it almost feels impossible to try to model out what the impact will be on earnings, on businesses, on the economy. And I wonder, as an investor, how are you approaching the whiplash when it comes to the state of negotiations with China, with Japan?
George Box famously said that all models are wrong, some models are useful. I find it hilarious that Wall Street keeps trying to model tariff impacts on inflation, on GDP, on interest rates, when the tariffs change every single day. Relatively easy to model volatility. What's going to happen on the trade
Har du noen posisjoner å åpne nå, du?
Har han en hel pluss
it's a game of high stakes chicken. And so the way this plays out with relatively high confidence, we can see it plays out in a context of elevated volatility. Well, what happens when you have elevated volatility? The natural level of markets goes down because of risk. The relative performance of growth tends to get hit harder because people are seeking the safety of basically a margin of safety.
Litt tynt da på Nasdaqen, for den kan jo gå så mye.
Margin of safety, risk-off assets tend to do reasonably well. And value tends to do well relative to growth. You also have disruptions that take reasonably priced markets cheaper. Small cap value has gone from cheap to a little cheaper. Well, that's a buying opportunity. And human nature conditions us to say, get me out of here when something is disappointing. the correct response is, has anything changed on the fundamentals? If not, take advantage of the bargain.
Interesting. Well, that's where I want to go. I mean, small cap value, that is not for the faint of heart.
No.
And as you point out in your notes, it's been hit really hard over the past couple of weeks.
Doble en,
So the fundamentals haven't changed.
er på vei til å doble en konto med 500 spenn på gull hittil I dag.
Brave enough to step in?
The catalyst often is that it's already made a move.
Bare sitte I sånn der miniskap, $1 og $1 og $2 og $2 og sånt, og hele morgenen, vet du. Sånn der 0,01 lott og sånt.
Jeg hadde besøk av en I går, jeg som holdt på samme viset.
Det gøy å gjøre sånn innimellom også.
Han har aldri penger da.
Nei, altså I lengden så tjener du ikke på å sitte og trade sånn.
Nei, sikkert ikke.
Det nok ikke en bærekraftig strategi akkurat. Men
du kan jo gjøre en kule, vet du.
Ja, så var det sånn han satt av en store 500 eller $50 inne på den kontoen, og så var det sånn, klarer jeg å doble det I dag, si?
Det ikke sant.
In March of 2000.
Men det klart at du dobler en sånn konto om ikke fortere inn I dobler på 50 000 eller 100 000.
Ja, hvis du ikke har baller av stål, da. Og sitter der med marginen, sitter der og nærmer deg marginen din, liksom. På hver konto, liksom.
Ja, men det stor forskjell på det med 500 kroner.
Det det.
Actually left you 3 times as wealthy as a NASDAQ investor in just 2 years.
There you go.
That is a
good place to put a pin in this conversation. Rob, you're sticking with us through the opening bell. Coming up in just a couple of minutes, and here is your setup.
Jeg har ikke tradet ordentlig på flere år nå.
Pretty much unchanged. We're coming off of a couple days.
Godt å komme I gang.
Sizable gains as Matt led us through a couple minutes ago.
Driver jo, jeg sitter jo backtesta litt. Jeg trader jo, eller kan jo Forex fra før av. Så jeg jo
much of a bid into the NASDAQ overall and those small caps as we were just talking about.
Men jeg har jo
overall as measured by the Russell 2000 right now, Matt, down about 0.8%. We will bring you all of the opening action.
Did you notice the Dow?
Tell me about the Dow.
Back up through 40,000. You didn't get that memo yesterday? The Dow Jones Industrial Average, the index that probably most living people recognize more than any other.
We're going to talk about the Dow, the S&P 500, the Nasdaq 100.
Misforstå meg rett, jeg sikkert den mest uerfarne traderen som sitter I kanalen her akkurat nå.
Jeg tror det bra, god blanding.
Ja.
Det nok. Vi snakker også alt om copy-trading.
Her ja, Trumperen fikk effekt. Trumperen pratet og det gikk opp.
Ja, det går det gitt.
Det veldig vanskelig å forholde seg til dette her nå, altså.
Ja, det kommer til å gå litt til også nå. Jeg tror den går litt til også nå,
facility, which is part of your $2 billion investment in the last 2 years. It's
Ja,
a
litt
massive
grann.
amount.
Yes, because we focused a lot on automation and upgrading our quality standards so that we can adhere to the US FDA and European standards, because some of our vaccines now are going even to the West, which is a fundamental shift in our strategy, from back in the day when my father started the business where we were predominantly in India and the developing
India-centric, now you're more global.
Yes.
So you're about 8,000 strong in this
Yes.
facility? All Indian nationals?
Mostly Indian, yes. I would say 99% of talent that we've trained overseas and in India. We have our own internal skill building center where we train on site.
Serum started with just producing vaccine for tetanus, but it's producing a lot more vaccines now. What is the next big thing you think?
A global pandemic flu vaccine is something that we're working on, and I think the world will need that. Not only for the annual flu cases, but God forbid there's a flu pandemic. I think we are very well poised to make 1.5, 2 billion doses and roll it out very quickly to protect the world. And we have, of course, the other vaccines, as we talked about, HPV and malaria, that we've just launched, and we're going to scale that up as well.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on
52% i kjøp i dag, og 48 salg, og posisjonsverdiene 59-41 i kjøp.
Moments away from the start of trading, this is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller. We have had 3 consecutive days of whopping gains, adding more than 300 points to the S&P 500. Maybe today is time for a breather. You can see the S&P 500 is unchanged even after good earnings from Google. In fact, most of the earnings that we've seen yesterday and this morning have beaten, certainly on the EPS, on the bottom line, if not on sales. Okay, we're flipping up to slightly positive there, but this is still futures. Let's take a look at the bell. First of all, it's the Arbor Day Foundation ringing the bell at the New York Stock Exchange, which is great because the whole thing started around a buttonwood tree in 1792, right? So going back to their roots, so to speak, pun intended. Down in the NASDAQ, you have Marex ringing the opening bell. Their stock has more than doubled over the past 5 years, so they have good reason to be happy. And maybe everyone's psyched because the SWAG breadth thrust indicator has been triggered, Katie, and you know 19 out of 19 times since 1943. That means gains 6 to 12 months out.
I will note that the yield curve had a great recession track record, and it worked until it didn't. But
and the SOM rule.
We'll continue to talk about that, but let's take a look at the stocks that are making the biggest moves at the opening bell. We start, of course, with Alphabet. As Matt mentioned, it topped earnings estimates. It was driven by strength in the Google search business. Shares up about 3%, so a needed dose of good news here for this stock. I will note that Alphabet was down nearly 16% year-to-date through yesterday's close, Matt.
All right, so we see the moves there in Google. I want to point out also Intel moves to the downside 9% after the CEO announced job cuts. Bloomberg's been reporting for a week or so, but job cuts and a shakeup of the company's culture. He struck a very somber tone about what's going on at Intel. And as a result, the stock has pretty much been decimated today in the early minutes of trading. We are back with Research Affiliates Chairman and Founder Rob Arnott. And Rob, I'm so fascinated by this, not just the value play that you recommend, but also the small cap value. And I wonder, because I think of small caps as not profitable. I mean, a huge part, right, of the Russell 2000 is not profitable. And I guess you have to be a value stock, you have to have an E, right? If you're measuring PE.
If you're going to survive, it's useful to have an E.
Is there any way, do you measure consistency when looking at value stocks? I mean,
I tend to look at them in aggregate, but I also like to use quality filters. Look at the profitability, look at the debt equity ratio, look at the debt coverage ratios, filter out the possible value traps. We have quality filters that I like to joke eliminate 10 out of every 3 value traps. For every 3 that go bust, you're filtering out 10. But it winds up being a very useful way to make sure that the value investments that you're buying aren't merely looking cheap on their way to zero.
Your thesis makes total sense to me, that in times of trouble, people gravitate towards something that's safer, that's more, that's less risky. But on the other hand, you also point out that those frothy stocks, you know, airy frothy, get sold off. And I was just wondering, do you prefer long investing versus short because your losses could be capped? Is it also inherently less risky?
I'm okay with long-short, where you're long some stocks and short others, but shorting a bubble is really dangerous. My favorite example is the Zimbabwe stock market in 2008. They had hyperinflation underway. At the start of the summer, the currency was in free fall. Somebody could have looked at that and said, this country's in trouble. I want to short the stock market. Well, the stock market in the first 8 weeks of summer went up 500-fold in Zimbabwe dollar terms.
Ouch.
The currency fell 10-fold, so in US dollar terms it was up 50-fold. If you had a 2% short position, you just got wiped out. The next 6 weeks, the currency fell another 100-fold in 6 weeks, and the stock market cratered and stopped trading. And so you would have been right, but bankrupt. Minor problem.
Right, but bankrupt. I would rather be wrong and rich. But let's talk about international a little bit more. Maybe not Zimbabwe, some painful history lessons there, but when it comes to this international theme that's really percolating around markets, you have a lot of folks talking about selling American assets and just going international. Where do you fall on that narrative?
I think non-US markets are cheap. You look at the US, we came into the year at a Shiller PE ratio of 37, we're still at 34. We had Shiller PE ratio is price relative to 10-year average earnings. It takes out the effects of economic peaks and troughs. And Europe was 18 times, emerging markets was 15 times. These are cheap. And of course, Europe has soundly outpaced the US year to date. So what's cheap gives you that margin of safety, even if it doesn't feel like it.
So if international markets are cheap overall, I have to imagine that small cap international is pretty cheap as well.
Small cap international is cheap, small cap and emerging markets not so much. And value international is historically cheap. Value in emerging markets is near record cheapness. US value relative to growth is near record cheapness. Small cap relative to large cap in the US is near record cheapness. These are cheap markets. 2 years after the dot-com bubble burst, an investment in Russell 2000 value left you 3 times as rich as an investment in NASDAQ. I wouldn't be shocked if, at least directionally, we find a similar thing play out in the coming couple of years. I don't think it'll be a 3x multiple, but who knows?
All right, we'll have to check in with you on that. I've restrained myself long enough. I really want to talk about ETFs. I was explaining to Matt this morning at 6 in the morning that you recently have made some hay by shorting triple leveraged ETFs, both on the long and the inverse side, because if you hold these products for long enough, because of the volatility drag, because of the financing costs, they
akkurat sånn som dritten starta I går, det gitt.
And it's interesting, since I wrote that article about you and that trade, you saw
samme
Defiance, an ETF issuer, come out and file for a double short MicroStrategy ETF. It would hold a leveraged MicroStrategy ETF, but shorted. And Rob, I'm so curious to hear your thoughts on whether this trade can still work if you put it in the ETF wrapper.
By the way, I love this.
Yeah.
When Katie explained this to me, like a light bulb went off. And
Yeah.
I absolutely adore the idea because these are products that are meant to be used for a few hours or a few days at most. The idea that you short them over time, I think is fascinating.
There's so much interesting about these triple leveraged and double leveraged ETFs. Firstly, put it in an ETF wrapper. Sure, why not? The issue is capacity. I'm doing this on a $5 million scale, and the borrowing cost to borrow ETFs, triple leveraged ETFs, is astonishing. Typically, you're looking at 10 to 20% borrowing costs per annum.
Yeah.
Silver is a 3x levered silver ETF, long and short. You short both. Very cool. And you capture the volatility drag. But to short the short ETF, your borrowing cost is 7,000 basis points a year.
Ouch. So
now, I was shocked. I did that one on a very small scale, and I was shocked I made money net of the 7,000 basis point cost. But that's a daunting cost. Now, put this into an ETF, and kudos to the folks launching the ETF. It's a clever idea. On paper, it'll work beautifully. I worry. I'm doing it on a $5 million scale. and the costs are insane.
Yeah.
Try it. Let's say that 50 million flows into the fund. Just 50 million. I think you'd swamp the market.
Yeah.
Imagine $250 million flows into the fund. You'd demolish the market.
Yeah, and that's not out of the realm of possibility because we've seen so much investor appetite for these leveraged products. So just to tie a bow on this point, so basically if these get any sort of meaningful scale, the trade ceases to work because the borrowing costs are going to skyrocket.
Correct. There's another fascinating nuance of triple leveraged ETFs, and that is if the market goes up, they have to buy in huge in huge quantity, the asset that they are shorting or going long leverage. And the reason behind that is if you're triple leveraged long and it's up, you're now under levered and you have to buy more. If you're triple leveraged short, you're now over levered and you have to buy. So if the market that you're shorting or going long 3x levered goes up 10%, the combination of the two ETFs has to buy over 100%, over 100% of their total AUM on that day.
You got to stop telling people about this stuff, Rob, because then Katie writes about it and she blows up your spot. Hey, your $5 million trade gets ruined by somebody coming in the market.
You know, it's a game, and the game is coming to an end.
It was fun while it lasted, though.
But you know, somebody's launching an ETF, so it's out there.
Rob, awesome to have you spend some time with us. Thank you so much for coming in. Research Affiliates Chairman and Founder Rob Arnott. Let's talk about some of the movers on our radar today. Skechers is a shoemaker. You may know the brand. And it is the latest to pull its annual guidance. So Skechers down 3.4%. It is a kind of a down-ish
They have the light-up sneakers
right now. So. We have T-Mobile missing on subscriber additions. As we know, some have missed, some have hit in terms of the big two. T-Mobile in the former category. And then Colgate cuts sales and profit view on a $200 million tariff hit. I understand the sales, but in profit, I mean, do you have any choice but to buy toothpaste?
That's the thing. You would imagine that they have some pricing power when it comes to their very staple-like products, but it'll be interesting to see how that story develops. Meanwhile, coming up, Morgan Stanley's Jitanya Kandari on the Sell America trade. We'll discuss next. This is Open Interest.
Let's cut right to it. This is Bloomberg's new show, Primer. Technology is a $1 trillion game. Won, lost, won again, just by backing the right science at precisely the right moment.
My life has been focused on how can you elicit intelligence from brain cells in a dish.
This is the fundamental building block of our fusion technology.
We're doing things that have never been done by anybody, ever.
Everyone is selling the future. If you want to understand what's coming, you'll want to watch Primer, because details matter.
Lasers on?
So do lasers.
There we go.
Oh, and it's on all these lovely channels. Hope you're jotting this down.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up to the minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in Luanda, Angola, and this is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg brings you breaking news 24 hours a day. Powered by more than 3,000 journalists and analysts in more than 100 bureaus across the globe. Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Listen carefully. Can you hear the rhythm in the markets? Not just in the syncopations triggered by inflation, but in the preludes leading to global elections, in the dissonance that moves the Nikkei, and the rising course conducted by AI. There's music in the markets, and if you want to learn to listen for it, we'll show you how.
Short gull, Dennis, har du ikke det?
Jeg sitter short, ja. Jeg har flyttet stopplåsen nå til 0. Får man bare se.
It's in good shape to weather the tariff increases. Shares up about 0.8%. Next up, we have Lowe's getting upgraded over at KeyBank, along with its peers Williams Sonoma and La-Z-Boy. The analyst says that the recent pullback creates opportunities, pulling back a little bit more today. And finally, we have UBS upgrading Philip Morris to neutral as it sees strength in the tobacco company's smoke-free gross margins. Shares pretty much unchanged. Speaking of unchanged, let's take a look at the stock market right now. The S&P 500 almost perfectly even on the day. Now, there you can see it, even if this holds, even if the S&P 500 doesn't do anything today, it's still higher by about 3.8% on a weekly basis. A lot of people will take that in this market. Similar story if you take a look at the NASDAQ 100, unchanged despite a beat on Alphabet, but the small caps really taking a beating right now. Matt Miller down about 0.7%.
I'm kind of bummed out right now. No. My bubble has been burst because Simon White from the Markets Live team at Bloomberg in London has told me the SWAG breadth thrust indicator was triggered in August of 2008. And that means its perfect record is ruined. 6 months out, it was down big. 12 months out, it was still down.
19 out of 20 isn't bad, Matt.
True, 19 out of 20. Let's talk about these crazy markets with Jitanya Kandari. She's the Deputy CIO of Solutions and Multi-Asset at Morgan Stanley Investment Management. Jitanya, thank you so much for coming in and joining us here on set. We've had a string of up days, 3 in a row, and that only happens like once every 5 years. We have a chart. We have a chart of this, and you'll see how rare it is.
We'll show it in about a minute.
Was that a head fake? I mean, or have we put in a bottom in this market?
$1 million question. I think we really have to see how the trade negotiations pan out. I was in DC recently, and it seems like we are at peak trade uncertainty. So from here, I think the marginal incremental news gets slightly positive. Section 232, which is pharmaceuticals and minerals, are still being contemplated and thought about. But I think if there are some bilateral deals struck, the ones that look obvious are Korea and India, maybe UK. There may be some respite in the market, but I think the longer-term issues of where the earnings and margins settle is still a question.
And there we have the chart. As you can see, pretty rare to see these types of gains, but it's interesting to hear what you're saying, you know, that any sort of incremental positive news will probably send this market higher. Talk to us a little bit more, though, about the mood music at these IMF meetings. I mean, what did the conversations on the ground actually sound like?
Too much consensus, which is interesting. Worries about U.S. growth, worries about U.S. earnings, worries about the dollar, and diversification into gold and cash. So I think consensus has really swung to that direction. So it's important to keep in mind, even some of our dollar charts are indicating positioning in the yen has reached pretty extreme levels. So I think you could expect a bounce back, especially if there is some positive announcement. But I think over the longer term, I would question the margin sustainability in the market, because a lot of that margin improvement that has happened in the US markets has been on account of globalization, which is now turning. So I would be worried from a longer term perspective on where those earnings are and what market multiples are assigned to that earnings. So I think longer term, there is still some room to expect more correction.
Are we at the point yet, Jitanya, where everything we've learned about finance, economics, and markets is now meaningless? Like, is this an absolute sea change in global trade? Will the dollar remain the world reserve currency? Do you still buy treasuries in times of fear?
Yeah, I think there's one thing where there's a sea change. The dollar, which is the reserve currency of the world, gives it distinct advantages. But with those advantages, it gives it a responsibility to act and preserve economic resilience and trust in the international community. And that is being questioned with the interference in central bank, with the interference in institutions, and that's what the US stood for. So I think economics is working, right? Fiscal monetary policy in the US is constrained, and that's going to also have an impact on growth. Fiscal and monetary policy in the rest of the world is much better, and that's why the markets are pricing in better outcomes in other pockets of the world. So I think economics is working. There's a regime change in the credibility of the dollar and what that means for institutional trust and stability. And I think that is something that is important to keep in mind, because it's reflecting in the term premium in treasuries. So we are watching that. My hope is that, you know, we've reached like the peak fear situation, but something to really keep a close eye on.
We have 30 seconds left, but that's a really big point, so I want to just meditate on it for a minute here. Is that investable yet? You said you're keeping an eye on it, the dollar's credibility as the reserve currency. Can you invest in that yet?
I think diversification, you cannot get out of the dollar because it's still a large part of the financial system in terms of reserves, in terms of debt, in terms of transactions. But I think diversifying out of the US is making much more sense because, as I mentioned, the monetary policy, fiscal policy is better in different pockets of the world. ECB cut, India cut, Philippines cut. That's one. And I think the currency valuations for the rest of the world, it's very heterogeneous, so you really have to be active, can be a very strong component of total returns for international markets. I've always said that currencies can contribute to a third of returns. And that's an important tailwind for international.
All right, Jitanya, have to leave it there. Hope to have you back soon. That is Morgan Stanley Investment Management's Jitanya Kandari on a potential sea change. Now, coming up, we'll dig into those Alphabet results a little bit more in open interest. This is Bloomberg.
Du tar ut på litt volum også, så spør vi seg om vi kan bryte den her da. Jeg vil jo tro det med Intel-tallene i år. Det skal ha en direkte effekt på Microsoft og Nvidia. Egentlig. Bør falle mye på det. Hvis ikke han Gullroten sier det blant på nytt.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Good morning. good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacqua.
Hvordan tror du gullet beveger seg I forhold til Nasdaq nå?
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at the Forbidden City in Beijing, and this is Bloomberg.
Ja.
Welcome back to Open Interest. Check on Alphabet higher this morning on strong ad revenue. For more on Alphabet and all things tech, I'm pleased to say we're joined by Mandeep Singh of Bloomberg Intelligence. So Mandeep, when we spoke to you yesterday about Alphabet for a preview, you said that you were still a little bit worried about the fundamentals here. Give us an update now that you've had time to digest from what we heard last night.
Yeah, I mean, look, for a company like Alphabet, they can pull a lot of margin levers, and that's exactly what they showed last night. You know, the search margins grew even though the top line didn't grow that much. And what it shows is the search franchise is still intact. Look, their Gen AI results may not be superior to ChatGPT right now, but they still are adequate for a lot of the search users, which is pretty much the entire planet, you know, when it comes to the traditional search. So net, look, they have diversified their business, cloud, YouTube, Waymo, but the search franchise, I think, is intact, and that's what they comforted the investors last night.
Mandeep, I keep seeing in Google stories on like page 4 that they may be broken up by the U.S. government. Why isn't that the lead?
Well, I mean, there
Det som
are
litt annerledes nå fra I 2024 at de største selskapene har levert svakere renter og guider dårligere. I fjor så hadde du jo rekordinntjening på de fleste selskapene, I hvert fall alle de store AI-selskapene. Men nå har de faktisk levert dårligere rentet seneste år, så du har makroen rundt det som dårligere. Men I fjor så var det selskapsspesifikke nyheter som
can show across the apps. But overall, I think they are showing that, you know, diversification is helping their business. The cloud side will be a driver in the second half, regardless of what happens with the de minimis change, which will be a headwind. I mean, they called out softer 2Q and the fact that Chinese advertisers are pulling back. So I think they have multiple levers. Even if something were to happen on the regulatory side, it should be fine.
All right, Mandeep, thanks very much. Mandeep Singh there of Bloomberg Intelligence. Coming up in the next hour, Citi's Kate Moore joins us at the desk. Plus, we speak with the CEO of Major Food Group and Ducati North America.
Bør vi komme ned bare på det også. Men du har Trump da, som driver og spyr ut løgner hele tiden. Jeg likte han der, da. Snakket også om det akkurat på Bloomberg nå. Du har disse ETF-ene, de futurene og de derivaterne da. ETF og CFD som jeg handler her. De må kjøpe det motsatte av deg I markedet. Så hvis mange tror det skal falle, så må de fysiske markedet også kjøpe mot deg. Long. Så det veldig spesielt akkurat nå. De må kjøpe dobbelt så mye som deg for å hedge deg I boka. Så hvis markedet skal ned nå, og du short på plattformen, så må plattformene, eller de meglerhusene som har ETF-er og sånn, de må kjøpe I markedet. De gjør det motsatt av deg. Hvis folk tror du skal ned, så kjøper de for å hedge deg. Hvis du tror du skal opp, så selger de for å hedge seg mot deg.
We'll have to see over the next 3, 6, 9 months how the tariff discussions play out and what does it mean.
I do factor in some effects of tariffs now on inflation, on prices.
I like the idea of the 10% tariff across the board.
I spent my entire career focused on fiscal discipline. I don't think these people have the foggiest notion what they're doing. And I think DOGE is doing tremendous damage to government.
Elon Musk is probably the inventor of our age, but who understands that we're in the midst of the most profound convergence among technologies.
We are facing a once-in-a-generation technological disruption.
We cannot close this retirement gap without private-public partnership. We have to have good policy.
Do you think, Dawn, that the market is correct to be, as of now, pricing in 3 rate cuts in 2025?
I would take the other side of that bet.
Hører veldig dårlig.
Hæ?
Ja, hører veldig dårlig for Mikkel er så langt unna.
Åh, for faen. Jeg må sitte og høre opp. Du, vannet er kaldt. Vannet er blitt kaldt, det var varmt i går, og kaldt nå. Det kan være.
To be the consequence for U.S. markets. We're basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
It's a
multi-billion-dollar
industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ only on Bloomberg.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. President Trump says Crimea will stay with Russia. In an interview with Time magazine, he discusses an endgame to the war and says Ukrainian President Zelensky understands that Crimea was seized by Russia in 2014. For now, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov tells CBS's Face the Nation.
Negotiations continue, and until the end of the negotiations, we cannot disclose what it is about.
Russia says a criminal investigation is underway into today's death of a top general. He was killed by a car bomb near Moscow. CBS's Holly Williams.
Russian officials say that Lieutenant General Yaroslav Moskalik was killed by an explosive device rigged with shrapnel and placed inside a car just outside of Moscow this morning. Moskalik was a senior figure in the general staff of Russia's military.
Sentencing begins this hour for former Long Island Congressman George Santos. He tells CBS News he's resigned to the fact the judge could impose a stiff sentence for fraud. Santos faces a maximum of more than 7 years. Loyola Law's Lori Levinson.
If we recall, this was a crime that was so bold. He basically took political donations and used them for his own personal casino holidays and designer clothes and even Botox treatments.
The public viewing for Pope Francis will wrap up today at St. Peter's Basilica, where the Vatican says about 150,000 people have now filed past his coffin. A funeral is tomorrow. Papal contributor Delia Gallagher.
One of the things the Vatican is doing is setting up here in St. Peter's Square for the massive protocol that's going to be required. 50 heads of state, 130 delegations, monarchs coming in.
Dignitaries will include President Trump, who's now on his way to Rome, marking the first international trip of his second term. Lawmakers in New York want to crack down on tour helicopters after a deadly crash.
The City Council approved a bill that would ban helicopters that exceed FAA noise standards from using the city's heliports. Council Majority Leader Amanda Farias.
Many of us are also looking at how do we regulate the safety measures that have to be put in place.
The bill's passage comes 2 weeks after a helicopter crashed in the Hudson River, killing a family of 5 from Spain and the pilot. It's not clear if Mayor Eric Adams will sign the bill. He's long defended the tour helicopter industry. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Scientists say they've pinpointed exactly when a rough-and-tumble lifestyle catches up with you. A Finnish study finds smoking, heavy drinking, lack of exercise start taking a noticeable toll on the body as early as age 36, with increased risks of health issues and depression. This is CBS News.
Otto Stein som spør, når begynner du å skifte bias? Kan du ikke håpe på at det går ned hele veien opp? Det et nivå du skifter bias på?
Hvorfor faen skal jeg skifte når jeg vet hva som skjer? Det her bare støy. Jeg bryr meg ikke. Jeg ikke skifte før det kommer bra nyheter. Når du har de major største selskapene i verden som leverer dårlig guiding og dårligere tall, så går ikke jeg long når det bare går opp på det. Det da jeg går stikk motsatt vei. Jeg ikke gjøre noen ting annerledes. Det eneste jeg kommer til å gjøre at jeg kommer til å kjøre litt hedge mot hvis jeg går videre oppover. Jeg kommer ikke til å gå long bare for å gå opp. Det jo bare piss. Det kan du gjøre når du skal trade på MoFo. Jeg vet hva som skjer på markedet nå. Det kommer til å være full press på rentene. Det kommer til å være nedleggelse av masse fabrikker både på Intel og på Procter & Gamble, og det kommer til å være dårlig inntjening på alle sammen. Det kommer til å påvirke både chipene på Nvidia, det kommer til å påvirke Microsoft, det kommer til å påvirke alle sammen. Da går ikke jeg long, bare for at folk ikke skjønner nyheter. Da sitter jeg sånn som jeg gjør nå. Nå var det ekstremt i går. Da sitter jeg til jeg ser at det kommer bra nyheter, og da kan det komme noe bra nyheter. Det blir til og med nedgjøret hele verden. Det går ikke langt på nedgjøring av verden. Jeg gir fullt faen om det går opp eller ned. Jeg der hvor det skal være. Jeg bryr meg ikke. Jeg ser på nivåene, og så kan jeg gå litt hedge litt mot hvis det går opp, men det liksom... Jeg vet hva som skjer, så jeg bryr meg ikke. Jeg sitter jo og ser akkurat på samme nivåene også, men jeg gidder ikke skifte synet for det går opp. Da skal du drive med noe annet, tror jeg. Da kan du bare kjøre på breakouts og ikke ha noe mening og bare kjøre teknisk. Det kan du gjøre da. Det gjør ikke jeg.
Peter King, CBS News Orlando.
Mener du at securities long nå som markedene rød? Det like...
Hva mener du?
Gull og sånt for eksempel. Mener du at det long med tanke på at markedene på vei nedover? Eller det...
Det har ikke brutt nedover da, og så har jo Trump sagt det han har sagt, men de kommer til å longe alt av edle metaller. Det her ikke over det hele tatt. Vi har altså litt produksjon av at det ikke over det hele tatt. Det så vidt begynt. De tallene som vi ser nå fra Intel og fra Meta og fra Apple og fra de tallene som har kommet nå, viser at det slowdown i økonomien. Markedet har gått opp i forkant på å øke inntekter og økte guidinger. Nå går det omvendt. Da skal det ikke opp. Da skal det ned. Hadde ikke Trump sagt det han sa i går og foregår så holdt oss med narp, så hadde det trynet til helvete. Vi var nede på 18.500 bare i går. Alt hadde falt hvis ikke han hadde snakket i går. Det sånn du må se på markedet. Du kan ikke se på markedet at og nå må jeg gå long, for det kanskje Donald Trump sier noe. Det ikke sånn du tjener penger. Du kan kjøre en trade på det kanskje. Du kan ikke basere inntekten på å gå long, for en fyr sier noe. Det funker jo ikke. Du må ha litt sånn langsiktige briller på, så kan du trade kortsiktig, men ingenting har forandret seg. Dette her tror jeg skal ned. Ikke noe forandret seg det hele tatt. Om jeg sitter feil vei en dag, det spiller ingen rolle. I det hele tatt. Med mindre det kommer nyheter som dritbra da, som bekrefter at vi skal videre oppover. Det har det ikke kommet. Det har kommet til stikk motsatte.
Rentekutt til Norges Bank.
Det skjer ikke akkurat nå, tror jeg.
Nei, det tror jeg ikke jeg snakker om med det første. Med markedssituasjonen.
Det samme prepien, jeg tror folk ikke helt skjønner at dette fungerer. Når Trump prater, skal det gå alle veier. Forrige uken han pratet, så gikk det rett ned. For da var han steinhard mot Kina. Da ramlet vi jo med 10% på en dag. I går så sa han det stikk motsatte, så gikk vi rett opp. Sånn det.
Well, things came in a little bit better than what we might have expected based on what we saw 2 weeks ago.
Ja,
It's still a pretty negative read altogether. Consumers are not feeling confident at all about labor markets.
Nei, men jeg har masse strategier. Jeg har ikke en strategi. Jeg kan fint gå på en long run oppe hvis jeg føler for det, men jeg gidder ikke. Jeg skal se litt først. Når vi var oppe En halvtime.
Why, though? Like, what are the biggest reasons for that? And even though it's still a not great reading, it's still a little bit better. So what accounts for that?
The number one thing on people's minds when it comes to the economy is tariffs. So consumers did see a little bit of relief after April 9th when a lot of the reciprocal tariff announcements
Hadde Intel levert knalltall og sagt at her det Happy Days og Meta og Apple alle sammen og bare da skal vi opp. Men det stikk motsatt. De sier at det går til helvete.
They're expecting business conditions to weaken. And most critically, they have downgraded their own income growth. Again, this is in large part because of the volatility in tariff policy. Consumers seem pretty convinced they're going to be high, but on top of that, they see policy going left and right, and they're aware that businesses will struggle to plan, and so will consumers.
Og Trump gjør dette her 100% med vilje. Han gjorde det akkurat før rally for 2 uker siden. Kjøp aksjer nå, det kan være smart sånn å sikte opp.
And buying conditions for big ticket items are really poor. It's sort of a combination, though, of people who believe that if you were to buy something literally right now, you might be able to avoid the price hike that comes from tariffs, along with people who realize that it takes more than one day to make these big ticket purchases, and they're really concerned it's too late.
On the flip side, before I let you go, the inflation expectation numbers, though, came down. I appreciate they're still elevated, but at least with the 5 to 10 year, that stayed steady. How sticky do you think that inflation worry is?
I think as long as tariff policies remains unresolved, things
will Tesla opp 3%. Det det som fueler her nå.
Inflation expectations. Consumers are attuned and are highly.
Og Tesla leverte 20% dårligere guiding, revenue her for 3 dager siden. Den var opp med nesten 15% siden det kom med ræva tall for
things that we clearly saw people reacting to in the data.
All right, Joanne, thanks so much. We really appreciate the instant breakdown and instant analysis on the data.
Joanne
Chu joining us, University of Michigan Surveys of
Consumers Director.
All right, taking a look at where we are in the markets. Want to get a reset here and update you on where we're trading. It's been a bit mixed on the day.
Det går kun opp når han prater. Med mindre han sier noe gærent da. Trenger ikke ha noe til å si noen ting, så vil dette ha
fall. Big advisor impact. Go to commonwealth.com to learn about their consultative support and technology. So yeah, it was a pretty solid week on Wall Street, ending kind of a softer tone. A big part of it, conflicting signals on trade talks, mixed tech earnings. Well, that didn't help either. Talking about Alphabet and Intel. So we'll start there. Alphabet shares right now they're up about 3%. Google parent reported a beat on first quarter revenue and profit. That was thanks to strength in its search advertising business. Sources also saying Alphabet's profit boosted by $8 billion from an investment in Elon Musk's SpaceX. We go to Intel, the flip side, shares down 8%, weaker than expected outlook. Its new CEO said job cuts are on the way, and those who stay, well, they're going to be forced to come back to the office. We go to the Nasdaq, up 0.5%, 87 points. The S&P 500 up 0.1%, 10 points. The Dow down 0.2%, 114 points. The 2-year yield 3.81%, little change than the yield on the 10-year 4.29%. That's down 2 basis points. We have the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index up about 0.2%. One final stock to watch, that would be T-Mobile. Its shares down 9%, reported fewer new mobile phone subscribers than expected. For on-demand
Dow Jones tryner.
Subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Lisa Mateo. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Alex.
All right, very nice. We appreciate that, Lisa Mateo. We have Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We are streaming live on YouTube as well. You can head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Podcast, and that's where you will find us. As Lisa was just reporting, kind of got red and green on the screen. No real direction. But let's take a look at some stocks on the move. Today, we're joined by Bloomberg's Christine Aquino. Christine, what are you looking at here this morning?
Well, I'm also looking at Alphabet, Paul. I mean, Lisa mentioned shares in the green there, but very interestingly, you know, that sales and profit beat expectations that we got from the results yesterday, that was really driven by advertising, which isn't the most exciting part of their business, shall we say, right? And even the cloud business operating profit, more than $2 billion, that beat estimates too, but it wasn't exactly the headline driver. And so, you know, my colleague Sebastian Boyd over at Markets Live pointing out out that what we really want to know is whether the trade war is driving up costs in the chip supply chain, right? As it relates to Google's affected businesses or Alphabet's affected businesses, and to what extent those capacity constraints in the data centers are limiting expansion. We didn't really get a lot of steer from Alphabet on that.
Yeah, interesting, because Alphabet doesn't, I'm like, Alphabet.
Sett en ny shorter oppe. Jeg hadde ikke gjort noen ting. Jeg hadde ventet til de begynner å falle. Jeg hadde ikke gjort noen ting. Sitter helt rolig. Jeg hadde ikke satt en ny short igjen. Jeg hadde bare tatt det helt pent.
The ad revenue, I mean, YouTube had $8.92 billion in revenue. That missed slightly, but that's a monster.
Jeg hadde ventet på bekreftelse på nedsiden, så hadde jeg shortet mer. Jeg hadde ikke shortet her nå. Jeg hadde ventet.
Spotify and Apple, when it comes to people that are listening, like this is like a monster beast on that.
At some point, I mean, if I were back in my banking days, I'd be there every quarter pitching spin-off. Spin-off, yeah. Yep, let's get some value there. I'm looking at BNP Paribas, Exane. The note just hit my inbox. The analyst there maintained an outperformance on...
Vi må ha noe 19.100-ish for at det skal falle videre.
$208 on higher EPS estimates. It looks like the street likes it as well. What else, Christine?
Mulig å ta feil, da. Ja, det mulig.
You know, we did get a little bit of weakness there, but it's up now, just 0.2%
Da får vi se da om jeg tar feil.
And that is because we did get news earlier that Apple is seeking to import most of its iPhones that it sells in the US from India, which really accelerates its shift beyond China. And they're aiming to do that by the end of next year, according to sources telling Bloomberg.
What's so interesting is that, go ahead.
I just didn't think that was possible.
Yeah.
So that's positive, surprising news to me, because I didn't think they could shift that much production from China to India.
I also wonder, though, if they're going to hit the Nike problem, which is Nike did that, and then all of a sudden there are tariffs on the places where they went to go build new factories, and there will be tariffs on India as well. So they're still not building it in the U.S. at the end of the day, Christine.
Yeah, absolutely. So they are still absolutely going to be exposed to all those trade tensions that are brewing at the moment. But, you know, it does seem like perhaps maybe Apple is banking on better relations between the U.S. and India as opposed to the U.S. and China. Though, you know, Paul, to your point, that shift actually began years ago because during the COVID lockdowns, obviously, Apple production of iPhones really was hampered by what was going on in China. And so they probably took a look at their supply chain and think maybe we should start diversifying. So what we're seeing now is just an acceleration of that.
Yeah, interesting. All right, let's wrap it up here with Skechers. That stock is down almost 3%. What happened?
Yeah, well, speaking of companies that are very exposed to trade tensions, it is definitely very much related to what we're seeing at the moment. Skechers, again, say that it missed its estimates for the first quarter in terms of sales.
Skechers bomma på earningsene sine også, så til dere som lurer på hva som skjer. Skechers leverer dårlig ventet. IBM leverer dårlig ventet. Procter & Gamble leverer dårlig ventet. Intel leverer dårlig ventet. Apple sliter med kostnadene sine i Asia. Meta må ta ned avdelingen for VR. Ja, i det hele tatt.
Person per se.
Yes, of course.
I'm more of a Nike person, but that I don't care where you
get your alle kommer med dårlige nyheter og vi fortsetter opp.
Yeah.
Ja.
I don't wear sneakers, so that's probably
What?
It's a whole foot thing. I can't wear flat
Sure,
shoes. That's why I have on my 5-inch
Det
platform.
har vært sånn før også.
You can sort that out. This is important.
The 5-inch platforms somehow on our YouTube feed.
It's definitely a thing. All right, Christine, thanks a lot. Really appreciate Christina Aquino joining us. She heads up M-Live, our team over here at Bloomberg. So speaking of Apple and diversifying supply chains, here's something really interesting, Paul, and we're going to play some of this sound later, but Harold Hamm, obviously legendary investor.
Da var man redd for at man skulle... Man var ikke redd for aksjemarkedet, man var redd for hjemmene sine i 2008. Og da husker jeg at for hver jævla dårlig nyhet som kom, så feiret vi på møglebordet, for da ventet vi på et rentekutt. Og da gikk markedet opp. Og jo verre nyhetene var, jo bedre var det for aksjemarkedet. For da fikk vi rentekutt. Vi fikk jo sånn rentekutt at den satte renta til omtrent 0. Så det har skjedd før.
And again, if you're a private company, you want flexibility with which to do that. But I felt it was interesting. It was also interesting that the supply chain shifted without them knowing that happened. So anyway.
And if you're a public company, I mean,
det som nytt at du har en president som ljuger en del. Det litt nytt.
Yeah, that's a tough pill to swallow.
Så det vanskelig å forholde seg til hva han sier.
Want to bring some of that manufacture back, but we'll see. And I'm sure that'll be industry by industry, company by company, public versus private. They'll figure out what's best for their business. And as Tom Keene likes to say,
det litt samme feeling som I går, Robert.
Companies will adapt, but it is a margin story.
Yes.
Gina Martin Adams had a great piece out looking at margins for the S&P and how that margin growth really.
Se på Tesla. Tesla går I tak her opp 4,4% nå.
Not that great.
Yep.
So you can imagine what happens after that. Anyway, much more coming up. We're going to talk more about the companies on the move today. Plus, we'll hit trade again. Sean Donnan, Bloomberg News senior economics writer, will be joining us on.
Har Tesla hatt noen nyheter I dag? Eller det bare...
Det bare at Elon Musk sa for 2 dager siden, når de kom med de verste tallene på over et år. Og de bomma med 20% på inntjeningen sin. Helt katastrofetall. Så sier Elon Musk, fortvil ikke, når jeg ferdig med å jobbe med Donald Trump, så skal jeg satse på Tesla. Og da gikk Tesla opp. Har gått opp hver dag på det. Og de har problemer med produsenter og produksjon av råvarer fra Kina I tillegg, så det er jo helt krisegreiene der. Men da har det gått opp på hva Elon sa da. Det har ikke kommet noen meldinger på det.
Nei.
GT Zon, du hadde hatt 100 poeng på Nasdaq, nå det samme som 10 poeng på et normalmarked. Nasdaq går opp og ned med 500 poeng hver dag. Du kan ikke sammenligne det. Må du holde deg til dagens marked. Før så hadde du sving på aksjemarkedet som var sånn opp og ned med 50-150 poeng. Det ingenting nå. Det derfor jeg handler så jævla små posisjoner. Jeg har veldig små posisjoner. Jeg tør ikke handle med større posisjoner nå, for jeg tar det veldig forsiktig. Det en grunn til at jeg gjør det. Det fordi vi svinger mye mer nå enn noensinne. Det var ikke VIX-indeksen på nesten helt sprengt I går da. Hvis du skal trade sånn GT sånn, så må du kjøre breakout, så kan du ikke trade det helt tatt. Da må du bare kjøre breakout, så må du snipe markedet da. Det gjør jeg ved siden av. Jeg gjør ikke det nå. Du kan ikke kjøre breakouts på så små kontrakter og få ikke nødt til det. Og da det for mye risiko.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day.
Hva med netthuset faller kraftig med å bryte 19.100?
Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, I'm Lisa Mateo. Looks like the
Det litt sånn
stalling a bit with mixed tariff signals between the
16.000 next.
largest economies. We'll start with the Nasdaq up 0.2%,
Jeg vet ikke det helt.
40 points. The S&P 500 down to 10%.
Jeg har satt target på 17.216.
265 points. The two-year yield 3.78%.
Det, nå skal det litt voksenopplæring. Nå skal det litt voksenopplæring. Hvis markedet så positivt nå, hvorfor faller vi hver gang de ikke hører noe fra Donald Trump?
We go to
Så
oil,
kan dere tenke litt på det.
down about 0.4%,
Tenk om de som går
$66
opp
a barrel,
i tredje gjør det fordi de ikke kan det selv, og ikke tjene penger på at man har sagt seg fortsatt på at det er feil å bruke størrelsen på til stopp, og så gjør det man mange som har 90% skyldes det for at de ikke klarer å ta
Skechers this morning, they're down nearly 4%. The reason why? They withdrew its
Stemmer det.
full-year outlook due to global trade policy. Skechers actually makes a big
Vi
portion
får
of
se da
their
om
sales
jeg tar
in China and
feil.
Vietnam. We go to Colgate-Palmolive, down about 0.6%.
Vi
Cut
får
its
se.
growth and profit outlooks. Tariffs expected to
Jeg
add
tar feil, skal
$200
jeg sette en feit longen.
And finally, AbbVie, up about 0.5%. It raised its profit outlook for the year. Better than expected sales from newer autoimmune treatments. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg.
Vi må gjennom 19.100 her for at det skal være fall.
Business Flash, Paul and Alex.
Hvor fort tror du det kan falle til 17 når det først begynner å falle? Du kan stille spørsmålet her, hvor mye opp gikk vi i går? Så kan du ta det samme tallet, så kan du trekke det fra her med nå. Det går fortere når det faller.
Imports like medical equipment and industrial chemicals like ethane. So is this the first step towards actually coming up with some kind of deal? Sean Donnan,
Robert, vi var oppe det verste i går.
Joins us now. Sean, is it?
Nei, det husker
I think what we're seeing here is some of the same things that we've seen from the Trump
800 eller noe sånt, nei.
and that is
800 var vi oppe i år.
exceptions to the tariffs on imports for kind of key things that the economy needs, right? These are key inputs that Chinese people or Chinese companies rely on from overseas. I see this not so much as as an accommodation aimed at Trump or at the U.S. tariffs or at setting the stage for negotiations, more at kind of shoring up the domestic constituencies and kind of getting ready potentially for a more protracted trade war.
Sean, is this the type of news cycle we should get accustomed to, which is country by country by country, bilateral, back and forth, press conferences, tweets about what we might do, what we may not do? Is that how we're going to go? Or is there going to be something more, I don't know, unified, pronounced?
Look, I think for now we are really, in this kind of land of trying to figure out what's coming down the pike, right? And that is in terms of the impact of tariffs, and you see that in kind of corporate earnings, people talking about a future impact, right? As opposed to what has happened in quarters past. It's all about the outlook ahead. And I think the same applies to the economy now. We'll get next week the first take on U.S. GDP numbers. That'll give us some indication of what happened in the first quarter. But that really takes us, through the end of
Trump
March,
sees trade deals coming in 3 to 4 weeks.
That President Trump unveiled on April 2nd come into play, right? And we're only going to see those effects filtering through the economy in the months to come. So in the meantime, we get lots of kind of dueling narratives, if you will, on what's coming up and whether we're getting closer to a deal or not.
Here's a really basic question for you. Are China and U.S. administrators actually talking to each other about trade?
Well, look, I mean, that's the huge question, and we don't know the answer to that, right? Because it depends on which
Hører du hva han sier på nettet?
The US says they're talking, the Chinese say they're not. And meanwhile,
Han sier, snakker vi faktisk med Kina om tariff, så sier han, det er problemet. Trump sier at vi gjør det, men Kina sier at de ikke gjør det, så vi vet ikke. Det er helt barnslig. Jeg tror ikke de gjør det.
A deal with India was close this week. Well, what we got
Jeg tror Trump har tapt litt ansikt nå. Han har alt han kan for å late som at Kina bøyer seg.
For negotiations. I thought the most instructive comment of the week came from Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary at this closed-door J.P. Morgan meeting on Monday, which really caused the markets to pop when he started talking about the need for de-escalation. But the other thing he said was it's going to be a long slog to a deal. It could take 2 to 3 years to reach a deal with China.
All right, Sean, let's say I'm China or Japan or France or whomever, and I want to strike a deal. Who do I call? Do I call Howard Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce? Do I call Mr. Bessent? Do I call the president? Who do I call?
Look, I think at this point you try to call everyone, but maybe the answer is you don't call because you just wait. I think we've seen this week really how the markets are affecting the decision making in Washington and inside the Trump administration, and how the U.S. in some ways may be negotiating with itself before it really sits down and negotiates with the rest of the world.
All right, thanks so much, Sean. We really appreciate it, Sean Donnan. He covers trade and economics right here on Bloomberg Television. So let's get the market angle here. Stocks are turning a little bit negative, but honestly, it feels very calm in comparison to recent days. The S&P is down just 0.4%. The Nasdaq pretty much flat. We're looking for the S&P for the best second week of the year.
Okay.
Despite the fact that nothing has actually really materially changed. So what do? Marvin Lowe is joining us now. He is senior global macro strategist at State Street. All right, Marvin, what's it going to take for investors to buy and hold at this point?
You know what? I think we need clarity, and unfortunately, we're in a situation where we're unlikely to get clarity, and any tweak can upset the apple cart again, if you will. What we're seeing is that this real money, the smart money part of the world and the investment community is taking this opportunity to continue to reallocate across some of the broader themes that have come into the market. And, an overall kind of trend is to get neutral. Certainly live to fight another day, but not necessarily turn overly aggressive on the market. But it's hard to be really optimistic given the fact that we still are in this very large information vacuum.
Marvin, we saw a lot of reporting in this first quarter of 2025 about capital leaving the U.S., going to international markets, selling maybe U.S. dollars, selling maybe U.S. treasuries, going to international markets. Did you see that? Because, you're at State Street. You see everything. And is that a trade? Is that a longer-term investment theory?
We did see rebalancing. Certainly, dollar assets and the exposure to the U.S. got to extremes, no matter how you measure it. So there's a certain unwinding, a certain more reallocation to kind of get closer to longer-term benchmarks. One of the interesting things that we observed is that it was the fixed income asset class, treasuries in particular, if we're kind of worried about some of the price action, that saw a little bit more of that reallocation going back to these home markets where the debt markets themselves are looking at increasing their exposure and the amount of debt that might be coming out of those markets. So there are alternatives across a lot of these asset classes. And I think that during this period where we're really thinking about where we want to put our eggs in what basket, we take the approach of which assets are actually going to outperform from a U.S. exceptionalism perspective the way they had in the past.
Ooh. I thought the whole U.S. exceptionalism theme had a big question mark next to it.
Yeah, certainly broadly saying that every asset in the U.S. is going to outperform everything else has been rocked to a certain degree, but you've still got some of the best companies, doing the best technology that will provide really the earnings growth and stability that you want as a more long-term investor.
So is that just a big tech play, though?
Basically bare Tesla som holder seg oppe her. Til og med Alphabet på full fart ned her nå.
Valuations are always at the forefront of that discussion. But if you're really looking at stable cash flows that can be defended, tech does fit that world in a very, very nice manner.
Marvin, how much, we're kind of getting into the thick of earnings season right now here. Yeah. What's your view on kind of S&P earnings? They're still looking at the street, still kind of has kind of 8% growth. Yeah, that's down from 13 or 14%. But a lot of folks are saying there's scenarios where there's no growth in earnings, maybe even decline in earnings this year. How do you think about earnings for this marketplace?
Yeah, I mean, the markets, if you will, approach to overlooking what's
Vi må bryte ned her, så det fest.
Is correct. It's all about guidance. It's all about where we wind up and kind of the lack of clarity that a lot of these CFOs and corporate CEOs are dealing with. I do think that any story in terms of where the second half might be is one where you have to make an assumption that is fragile at best. And I think that ultimately is the challenge. First quarter so far, is fine, but we really hadn't seen the bulk of a lot of this tariff tension, a lot of these tariff discussions make their way into those numbers yet. So, second half of the year, which companies are more reliant on international trade and which companies have better moats that they could ultimately defend.
So to that point, how do you know if a company's earnings this quarter are good? I know that might seem like a super basic question, but they can beat all they want, right? But how do we know if that's going to be good enough going forward?
Yeah, I mean, you know, this is the blocking and tackling that you do when you do securities analysis. You're certainly
Dere som tror alt skal opp, kan kjøpe nå, for det nå teknisk kjøp hvis dere tror at alt skal opp. Så det nå dere skal kjøpe.
And you can make a variety of assumptions around that.
1950-ish.
That's not necessarily my life now. It was in the past.
Du skalpa så mye tøyene før, hva skjedde? Jeg gjør det på den andre kontoen, Arne, ikke på den her. Jeg tar det veldig rolig på den Copter-kontoen.
You're a senior global macro strategist for State Street. There in Boston, what's your best idea right these days?
You know what?
Jeg skal ha sånne crazy konto som jeg skal skalpe.
I do continue to have concerns with the treasury market. So from an asset allocation perspective, really looking at the amount of duration that you have in your portfolio and the correlations associated with the hedges that you get from fixed income really came to a forefront when treasury yields were going higher.
Ja, må bare bli godkjent først. Den kommer snart.
Or it really shouldn't exist in that market. So this is the time to really think through that. So I do like the middle of the curve. You know, the Fed can certainly become more aggressive, but longer term,
Tesla opp 5,4%
where
nå.
you're going to put that.
Det den eneste grunnen til at det ikke faller ordentlig hardt her nå.
How quickly, how quickly do you think the curve can continue to steepen then?
Yeah, you know what? Once we get this tariff discussion again, and I think that's something that we're not talking about.
5,7% på Tesla.
Probably
5,88% på Tesla.
Time in Washington is the deficit and the budget itself. So those budget discussions, as they come to the forefront in the next couple of months, is in my mind the catalyst to getting a steepening again. Once we realize, hey, there's a lot of debt that still needs to get purchased at a time when we're wondering who's going to buy that debt.
Yep, absolutely. We thought that was a never-ending open source of funding at that point, and now we don't know, I guess, is really the question. Yeah. Marvin, thank you so very much. Marvin Lowe, Senior Global Macro Strategist, joining us from State Street. All right, what do we have coming up? So we have a lot of earnings coming out. We'll talk to Dan Ives, Global Head of Technology Research at Wedbush Securities. We're going to recap some of the tech earnings, talk about Alphabet, what happened to Intel. I mean, obviously, it's a pretty bleak outlook, but are they doing enough to kind of help offset that at the end of the day? We'll break that down as well. And of course, he was one that called Tesla code red before earnings, so we'll see if he's reversed that. Now, this is Bloomberg Intelligence. Happy Friday.
Stemmeres. Tesla. Nå har Tesla falt mye da. Tesla er ned med 40% i år. Hadde den crazy konto på blåst noen 2 dager siden? Nei, for jeg tredde helt annerledes. Da tredde jeg kun på scalping. Ikke noe, da kan jeg ta masse små tap og masse forskjellig. Jeg kjører ikke masse tap på en sånn copy trading konto. Tredde helt annerledes da. Nå tredde jeg veldig små posisjoner, veldig forsiktig. Følger med hva som skjer, tar det helt rolig. Kommer til å begge rundene hver dag, eller bare? Nei, begge to. Hvis du skulle kjøpe noen norsk langsiktige aksjer, hadde du valgt å ikke få stor risiko gjerne å si om du ville kjøpe noe hver dag. Jeg hadde kjøpt noe hver dag. Jeg hadde kjøpt alt som heter Oil Service, olje, så hadde jeg kjøpt bankaksjer nå, seismikk, og så hadde jeg tatt frakt med en gang det roer seg med tariffen. Så det er ganske mye på Oslo Børs som jeg har kjøpt. Jeg sendte ut på den morgenrapporten. Begynte å kjøpe aksjer for 2 uker siden. Jeg tror opp ganske mye på den portføljen da. MPCC, ja, MPCC også. Men MPCC er jo berørt av tariffen, ikke sant? Så den kommer ikke til å røre på seg før det er i orden. MPCC kommer til å gå som av faen. Tesla opp 6% uten nyheter. Intel er ned 9%. T-Mobile, som er 15. største selskap i USA, er ned 10,9%. Det er sikkert derfor de kjører Tesla opp som av faen for å holde det oppe. For den vekter jo, det er 3. største selskapet, er det ikke det? Tesla? Eller falt den her nå? Kommer til å kjøre MPC?
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day.
Opp nesten 7% mot Tesla.
Television and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, I'm Lisa Mateo. We've got the Dow leading the losses on Wall Street right now. The Dow down about 0.6%, 274 points. The S&P 500 down 0.1%, 8 points. We have the Nasdaq up 0.2%, 37 points. The 2-year yield 3.78%. That's up down 1 basis point. The yield on the 10-year 4.27%. That's down 4 basis points. To commodities.
Tesla vekter 2,6% av Nasdaq, så derfor vi ikke folder ordentlig.
$66 a barrel. We have WTI crude $62 a barrel. With the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index up about 0.1%. A few companies making news this morning. Sources saying Apple plans to move beyond China, import most of the iPhones it sells in the U.S. from India by the end of next year. And Walmart, they unveiled a program to help Chinese exporters sell their goods at home. The AI race is heating up. Baidu upgraded its flagship AI models, slashed their prices. It's taken on rivals like Alibaba and DeepSeek. And finally, sources saying Meta laying off more than 100 workers in its Reality Labs division. For on-demand
Meta sier på 100 ansatte på VR-seksjonen.
Wherever you get your podcast, I'm Lisa Mateo. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Alex.
All right, thanks so much, Lisa. I forgot about that Reality Labs headline. That's quite interesting. All right, this is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We broadcasting to you live from our Interactive Broker Studio right here in Midtown Manhattan. And staying on big tech, take a look at Google. That stock is up by about 2.5% off the highs of the overall trading session if we count pre-market trading. But the net here is that first quarter results beat expectations. You had continued strength in that search advertising business, plus YouTube also continued to crush it, despite estimates a teeny tiny bit light there. Dan Ives, Global Head of Technology Research at Wedbush Securities, joins us now. Dan, broad stroke, rate the quarter for Alphabet?
I'd rate it an A-. I mean, especially in terms of CapEx, what you saw in terms of cloud spend, I think advertising, relative to the uncertainty, I mean, this was, I think, a robust quarter across the board. There's still obviously antitrust and concerns and obviously tariff uncertainty, but I think it's actually a good sort of sign going into the rest of big tech next week.
Dan, how do you think about the threat to Google's core search business from AI?
No, look, there's definitely a threat, and ironically, that threat actually is actually a support for almost an anti-monopoly, right, in terms of some of the antitrust. But to me, it's a threat, but look at the advertising. I mean, the reality is, like, I'm not saying it's not a long-term headwind, but they're also going to benefit when it comes to AI significantly on the cloud. Mm-hmm. And Google, as we've seen again and again, they're going to be able to pivot. And that's, I just don't view it as a massive threat like maybe some others would view it.
Well, let's go to the cloud then. So it's AWS, Microsoft, and then Google. How quickly is Google catching up?
They're narrowing the gap. I mean, look, Microsoft is their backyard, right? When it comes
Day low på Dow Jones.
Core enterprise, core cloud. So Microsoft continues to have just you've seen success from AWS, but look, Google, what Kurian's done there, it's been a massive success story in terms of as it's played out. And I think that's important because that, to me, is going to be a big part. When you think of some of the parts, I mean, that's how you get an increment. We have $200 price target.
Tesla på det har opp
$30-40
7%.
upside, I think more and more as the cloud story plays out.
Hey, Dan, we saw that President Trump, he's kind of made some comments about towards some of the European regulators about maybe stepping back some of the regulation of artificial intelligence, AI. How important is that?
Well, Paul, I mean, and we've talked about it before, right? I think it's all part of this broader negotiation because big tech has had a bullseye on their back from Brussels and EU for years, right? I mean, fines for big tech are almost like getting a cup of coffee when it comes to what's happened in Europe. But when it comes to AI, look, I mean, this is a hardline stance. And I think it's actually all part of even the broader tariff negotiations in terms of them softening the stance. And that's something big tech has obviously been a huge advocate for because essentially Europe's like almost off touch. Like you can't even go into that market right now.
Fair enough. Before we go to next week and what we're going to expect, let's just kiss on Tesla here. So your note earlier in the week before earnings, the code red note caused a flurry in selling in the stock. Do you still feel like it's a code red after earnings, or have you changed your color?
No, I mean, I think it was a code red because Musk had to make the choice. Clock struck midnight. Doge or Tesla? He chose Tesla. And I believe, despite I'll say 1-2 days a week, it's the beginning of the end for Musk at Doge, I think in the Trump White House, at such an important time for Tesla. In terms of autonomous, in terms of the lower cost vehicle, in terms of robotics, Tesla needs its leader back. And that's why I think it's going to be viewed historically as probably the most important conference call Musk has ever had.
Talk to us about Apple. We're going to hear from them in just a few days here, Dan.
That's going to be so fun.
That is. What's the call on Apple? What are you going to be looking for? What's the street looking for?
Look, I think the quarter itself almost takes a back seat because, that's everyone's focused on just given the uncertainty, like how is Apple going to navigate this? And to some extent, like I'd be surprised if they actually gave guidance, or maybe they'd give guidance with a huge caveat, because the reality is, especially when it comes to like the 232 tariffs, in terms of that needing to come out, they're basically going through logistics nightmare in terms of chaos. The demand story, the longer term demand story, the reason to own Apple, that doesn't change. But in terms of I think many on the street, they're basically going to toss out the June quarter. I mean, their focus is basically June's the mulligan.
Yeah.
And now you look to see what happens ultimately come out of the White House from a negotiation perspective.
So 2 questions on that. One, will we hear about shifting supply chains quickly? There was an article out today about getting a lot of sourcing from India. And 2, do we get any insight potentially into how much a new iPhone with tariffs will cost?
They're going to, this is going to be, they're going to keep that very, very close. And they're not going to discuss. Because the reality right now, they got to be careful, right? Because they are in the eye of the storm, just like Jensen and NVIDIA, and that's why they're ultimately beholden to what happens in negotiations. But it's why it's so important. And we've talked about, despite all the articles, and the reality is it would take them years to even move 10% of the supply chain. So that's the reality that Cook and Apple are seeing. But that's why this call is going to be important to kind of lay out the scenarios, at least how they're going through it.
In your broader world of technology, Dan, are there any areas that are safer havens to be at given all this global uncertainty?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it, in Note Yes. Like, I think like the safety blanket area is software, and that's why the hyperscalers. I think you saw from Google. I think that I say the same thing from Microsoft. You look at names like Oracle. I think IBM, despite that sell-off, is a safe haven. And names like Palantir, like AI-driven names, that's some of the high priority. And I tell you, probably for the first time in 3 weeks, some positive smart checks just showing like rock solid CapEx not moving. No one wants to lose their place in line.
Okay, but to the solid CapEx, is it shifting within that? So you don't want to lose your place in line. I get that, but at the margin, are we seeing any money flow from, say, enterprise to AI, or out of AI into enterprise, or some shifting on the margin there?
Yeah, I think you are. I mean, I think from a priority perspective, like within IT departments, there's so much kind of freezing uncertainty. If you're AI, you're with the cool kids. If you're not, it's tough to get things approved. So I think that's, if you're on an AI-focused project, that's a lot of the stuff that's getting greenlit, despite so much uncertainty.
Dan, thank you so much. Appreciate that. As always, Dan Ives. Oh, real quick, Dan. Good first round for your Penn State football players.
I'm wearing look, Abdul Carter. I think it's going to change the Giants along with Dart.
Tesla opp 7% nå.
A huge day for Giants and Penn Staters.
Yep, absolutely. So we appreciate that, Dan. Huge Penn State fan, a Penn State grad there. So I want to give the heads up again to Penn State football players taken in the first round of the draft. One to my New York Giants. So that's a good thing. Dan Ives, Global Head of Technology Research, Wedbush Securities. Let's be honest, he peaked at Penn State, but he's kind of doing the best he can.
He's doing all right. He's doing okay.
He's doing okay. S&P 500 absolutely unched on the day. I'll use that for Lisa Bromwich. She hates that term. The Dow's down 200 points. The Nasdaq's up 55 points. So not a lot of direction out there. This is Bloomberg.
Er Tesla eneste grunn ikke faller? Ja, akkurat nå er det det. Jo mer vi faller på indeksen, jo mer går Tesla opp. Så har du Alphabet også opp 2%, da. Men Alphabet har falt fra åpning og falt med 4% fra dag til. Så Tesla er den eneste grunn til at det ikke tryner nå. Apple er nesten på day low, Microsoft er på day low, Netflix er nesten på day low, Broadcom surrer omtrent til 0. Tesla går opp. Det går opp på at Elon Musk skal satse fullt på Tesla etter Doge. Det er den eneste grunnen at vi er her oppe nå. Tesla vekter 9%. Nei, den vekter 2,65%. Så det er ganske mye. Men Apple holder en del igjen da. Apple er den største her nå. Den vekter 8,9%, så er ned nå snart 1%. Og så har du T-Mobile som er ned 11,15% nå. Det er mye, ass. Den er nesten like stor som Tesla. Den er på 12. plass. Så, ja. Så er det Intel er ned 7%. Så du har Intel som er ned 7%, så har du T-Mobile som er ned 11%, så har du Apple som er ned frem og tilbake 0,5 til 1%. Så alle de store faller, så har du Tesla som er det eneste som går opp her da. Så får vi se hvordan det reagerer etterpå. Og Microsoft er pluss minus rød. Den rører ikke så mye på seg. Men det bør egentlig falle på den Intel-tallene går da, sånn egentlig. Det er jo veldig lite som skjer her. Det var mer fart på før åpning i dag. Dow Jones er ned med over 200 poeng.
You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Happy Friday, everybody, to a long week. I don't know, it felt like this was 17 weeks all rolled into one. I'm Alex Steele, alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. So the last 2 days, I got the pleasure of going to Oklahoma City. I love going to Oklahoma City, first of all, because the airport's like 15 minutes from the actual city. Nice. And also because you get a real read on a lot of industry folks. I attended the Powering AI Global Leadership Summit at the Ham Institute for American Energy at Oklahoma State University. There were leaders from government and from industry and tech all gathered together to talk through how we actually power the AI revolution, what needs to be done, very actionable. On the sidelines of that conference, I spoke with the Energy Secretary, Chris Wright. We discussed everything from oil to taxes to tariffs and coal.
Tesla bitte litt ned. 0,5 med underkant av 1% nå. Se på Nasdaq hvordan det reagerer.
So I was on the panel and I was asking AI hyperscalers, would they
Ganske stor utdeling på Nasdaq.
People were reticent to commit. And I'm wondering what your take is on that, because the administration seems very committed to revitalizing coal.
Coal has politically fallen out of favor. And again, to me, it's part of too much politics and energy. Coal has been the largest source of global electricity for 100 years, and it will be for decades more. That's just reality. In the United States, coal has been outcompeted by natural gas, and it went from over 50% of electricity. Today, it's in the teens. But that's market forces and competition. Coal is still critical to the American electricity grid. If you shut down all the coal plants today, electricity prices would skyrocket, our grid would destabilize. With modern technology, with scrubbers and pollution control devices, coal is a great source of electricity, and you store it on location. Security and energy requires diversity.
So do you think that coal in the teens right now, that could grow in terms of the energy mix in the U.S., or is it not going to go away?
It's probably not going to grow market share because the economics aren't there to build new coal plants. But the critical thing is to stop closing our existing coal plants. You said the hyperscalers, they weren't sure they wanted to power their things with coal. Everything they do today is powered by coal.
What about
coal's a sixth of our electricity grid. Every time you turn on your lights, you run your server, they run their businesses. They're powered by coal today.
But the new stuff will come from different things, like maybe nuclear or gas or wind and solar rather than coal.
The demand for the whole grid is, I think that's what the marketplace is telling us today. The fastest growing source of electricity in the United States by far has been natural gas. Natural gas was not a meaningful part of the electricity sector before. It's well over 40% of U.S. electricity.
Tesla dropper nå med 1%.
50% of U.S. electricity in the next bunch of years.
Og da kommer Nasdaq ned. Så det er basically Tesla som holder opp. Jeg må gå og pisse.
We're here at the Harold Hamm Institute to really get a sense of energy independence plus AI and how the power we have here can really power the evolution of AI. Do tariffs and uncertainty that we see on the macro sense mess that up?
I think what you're seeing, the uncertainty around tariffs, that's a short-term issue. President Trump's got two agendas. One is we've been very welcoming to imports. He wants to get all the other countries to be very welcoming to exports from the United States and imports to their country. So he's pushing to try to get trade more in balance. It had just gotten so far out of balance. And he wants to reindustrialize our country, bring these energy-intensive industries that left the United States and went overseas. He wants to bring those back. And with AI, of course, we don't want to lose it in the first place. We want to keep it here. AI is just like steel or petrochemicals. It's just a very energy-intensive manufacturing industry, and most of that we shipped abroad over the last 25 years. President Trump is keen to bring back those industries Tariffs will help with that, and fairer trade policies will help with that. And he wants to make sure AI stays here.
So you feel confident when talking to CEOs that they will continue their AI dominant search here versus elsewhere, despite the uncertainty?
The uncertainty is because we're in the middle of a negotiation. The uncertainty isn't going to last forever. That's a few more weeks.
Can I hold you to that, and then we get calm?
I think so. It won't be that long. It won't be that long.
The other part is parts of the IRA. Energy companies still want to hold on to because that does give them certainty, like the 45Q tax credit, for example, right? Can you tell CEOs today that carbon capture credits, tax credits will stay?
Oh, that's not up to me. That's up to the United States Congress. So you got to talk to the senators and congressmen.
But is the administration moving that to try and get it out or no?
I can only speak for myself in this. There's all different views, which is what's great about the Trump administration. Everybody's got a different position. We discuss them and we debate them and we make decisions. Myself, I think bringing politics and the hand of government into energy in general is a bad idea.
That was Energy Secretary Chris Wright speaking on the sidelines of the Empowering AI Global Leadership Summit at the Ham Institute for American Energy at Oklahoma State University. It was we talked for a lot longer, and it was a really interesting conversation. I pushed him harder on those tax credits. So they're carbon capture credits. If you store it in the ground, you get a certain kind of credit. If you reuse it for oil production, you get a certain kind of credit. And Vicki Hollop, who's the CEO of Oxy, is like, we need that. That needs to stay. And he didn't like it. He was like, I don't like anything that's going to get tax credits, so it's going to pick one technology or one form of energy over another. But he went on to also talk, the line was really, the uncertainty in the market was a negotiation tactic, and that it will be resolved within weeks. He also couched it with saying, well, maybe months, but like he really stand firm with weeks. So we will see if we do get that kind of calm and clarity.
Yeah, so but by and large, the energy industry still feels that Donald Trump and his administration would be positive for the U.S. energy industry?
Yes, the conversation is pivoting very quickly to deregulation.
Oh, okay.
And to using a lot of their product, and I mean product like energy product in general, not just like say ethane or something, but general product. Acknowledging that they don't like $62 oil. It's not great,
right?
But admitting that, you know what, we could see mid-70s and that'll be fine. And we'll hear from that later on in the show in the next hour from Harold Hamm. He's the founder of Continental Resources, one of the biggest voices in the energy industry. Also close relationship with President Trump. We will run that for you. Happy Friday. We made it. Equity is pretty mixed. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been in U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
These are two big-time blue-chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Happy Friday, everybody. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. I'm Alex Steele alongside Paul Sweeney. We bring you all the top news in business, economics, and finance, and we will do that over the next hour. Craig Trudell, I can talk today, Bloomberg Global Autos editor, will be joining us to recap BYD earnings. Huge EV player over in China. All right, Anurag Rana, Bloomberg Intelligence senior technology analyst, is joining us on Apple, maybe building some iPhones over in India. Plus, it's Friday, it's Munis. Woo! Munis in focus. Aaron Hudson will be joining us on the municipal bond market, and Michael McKee will be joining us from D.C. on the IMF meeting latest. And we'll wrap it up with Clark Gerneran, Chief Market Strategist at CalBay Investments. And I promised you Harold Hamm will also be playing some of my conversation with him on the sidelines of a summit that I attended yesterday. But let's get you all set up here with the Bloomberg Business Flash. And for that, we go to Charlie Pellet.
All right, thank you very much. And here's what's going on this Friday. We have got the Dow, the S&P. They are both lower. NASDAQ, though, holding on to a gain. Let's begin there, up 35 points right now, up by about 0.2%. Keeping it in context, we have got the S&P 500 index down by about 0.1%, while the Dow is down 233, drop there of 0.6%. We are on track for a winning week for the S&P 500 index. Stocks churning after one of the worst ever consumer sentiment readings. That's adding to anxiety about the repercussions of President Trump's trade war. The 10-year 10-year, 4.28%, with the 2-year right now, 3.78%. Spot gold down $71 the ounce, down 2.1%. Spot gold, $32.77 the ounce. Crude oil, topic we were just talking about, WTI now at down 0.6%, 62.41 a barrel. And Bitcoin up 2.2%, 95,550 right now on Bitcoin. Consumer sentiment fell to one of the lowest readings on record. Long-term inflation expectations climbed to the highest since 1991 on fears of the economic fallout from tariffs. Joanne Shu is Director of Surveys at the University of Michigan. She was interviewed this morning right here on Bloomberg Intelligence.
Well, things came in a little bit better than what we might have expected based on what we saw 2 weeks ago. It's still a pretty negative read altogether. Consumers are not feeling confident at all about labor markets, about business conditions, or their personal finances. And that's something that definitely does not bode well for their spending going forward.
Joanne Shu of the University of Michigan, interviewed right here on Bloomberg Intelligence. Earnings, and we'll have a whole lot more coming up in just a moment with our Nora Melinda, but Alphabet shares higher after earnings up now by 2%. Also reporting last night, Intel, that stock down now by about 6.2%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pelleton, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney, we're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City. And we are streaming live on YouTube, so head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Podcast. That's where you'll find us, as Charlie was just reporting. We've got red and green out there on the street. Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. For that, we're joined by Bloomberg's Norma Linda. Norma, what are you looking at?
Well, we do see the stock market that is really fluctuating back and forth. I've got a name in the green for you. Taking a look at Alphabet. Now, we see shares that are pairing their gains, but they earlier rose as much as 4%, and this is after it beat on estimates, and this is due to its Google search ad business. We are seeing Google Cloud. It brought in an operating profit of $2.18 billion. This beat estimates for Wall Street, and the company really remains heavily invested in AI. So this is some good news for the company, especially as we're thinking about a lot of these tech names. But in the broader scope, I am looking at shares of Alphabet that are down about 14% this year. But we do have Jefferies noting that this report came in better than feared.
Right. I feel like that's going to be a theme for some of these guys,
Better
right? We're
than feared.
expecting the worst, and it's not as bad, and therefore, there you go. But speaking of, T-Mobile was a bit of a surprise, because when Verizon disappointed, we were all like, ooh, maybe T-Mobile is stealing their customers, but maybe that's not true.
Exactly. I mean, that may not be the case. We are seeing T-Mobile being one of the worst performing. It is the worst performing stock right now in the S&P 500 by a percentage basis. Shares are down as much as 11% in trading. This is the worst intraday fall since the start of the pandemic. That was back in March 2020. Wow. So pretty brutal as we're looking at the pressure here that T-Mobile is seeing. But this is due to some rising competition. So their mobile phone subscribers fell short of expectations, and broker also are flagging that the customer turnover was higher than expected. Sure. And they're saying that this is likely as a result to T-Mobile's increased pricing. It's really interesting because I always wonder if people are, do they have a brand that they stick with? It doesn't matter if it's Verizon, you stick with Verizon, or when prices start going up, are you going to move?
Well, I'm a Verizon person. Haven't
Likewise.
moved since the beginning of the whole mobile thing back in the day.
Likewise.
Charlie Pellet sings the praises of T-Mobile.
I'm a T-Mus.
You're a T-Mus?
Mm-hmm.
Tom Keene is at AT&T. And have you changed?
I went from Verizon to T-Mus.
You did?
Okay. A few years ago. Hey, I got free Wi-Fi from T-Mus on American Airlines yesterday.
Okay.
And you guys have T-Mobile Tuesdays, where you can get all these free food. Download the app.
Huh? What?
I might be coming your way.
Okay.
All right, so there we go. So everybody's got their brand there, but it's a competitive marketplace. AT&T did well with their subscribers. Verizon and T-Mobile not so well. So who knows? What else you got?
I mean, another name that's not doing well, I'm looking at Intel, down as much as 10% today. And of course, people are really looking at this company to see whether or not they can have this turnaround story that this new CEO is really putting out there and saying that he wants to do. He's saying that the company needs a cultural shakeup, plans to cut jobs, remove layers of management, and require employees to work in person 4 days a week. But I mean, this company is really one of the worst performing stocks as well in the S&P 500 this morning. It's saying that it plans to reduce operating costs to $17 billion this year and $16 billion next year. But it's really this bleak outlook that they have given that's really making Wall Street a bit apprehensive.
All right, Nora, great stuff. Always appreciate having you here. Always appreciate the roundup that you give us. Norma Linda joining us from Bloomberg News equity reporter there. Okay, let's get more information here. Craig Trudell, Bloomberg Global Autos editor, is joining us to recap BYD earnings. First quarter profit soared here. What's really driving them, and how does that
En
then
videre opp
compare to Tesla?
1,66% Robert. I see.
Yeah, I think the knock against BYD a month ago when they reported that they had passed Tesla in terms of annual revenue was, oh yeah, but this company doesn't out-earn Tesla. I think this is, of course, just one quarter, but we saw in the first quarter that the company handily also out-earned, Tesla. BYD, is a company that has, really been more so
Tesla
in the
nesten
value
8%
space,
nå.
where if you want to buy an electric vehicle in China and you want to buy a cheap one, you turn to BYD. Tesla has much more gone for higher priced consumers or consumers willing to pay higher prices for vehicles. But BYD, I think, is not only continuing to grow at this extremely impressive pace, but it's also moving up market. So we saw this also at the Shanghai Auto Show this week. The company has a line of vehicles that used to be part of a venture with Mercedes-Benz, where that brand had a new sports car to show. You have a really high-priced SUV that the company has released within the past year roughly. So this is a company that no longer the knock against them is just that they make cheap cars. They are a much more complete company at this point.
Yeah, I'm looking at the shares that trade in Hong Kong, up 50% this year, up 95% over the trailing 12 months. So the market's certainly paying attention here. And, Craig, to me, as somebody who does not really follow the global auto business that closely, it just feels to me that BYD is going to take over the world in terms of electric vehicles.
Yeah.
And outside of the U.S., I mean, is there anything to stop these guys?
Tariffs.
I mean,
Good point.
Yeah, you took the word right out of my mouth. I mean, I do think that there is a lot of concern, over here in Europe and in Brussels, in Washington, of course. There's absolutely some walls being put up to try and slow this company's momentum, or at least insist that, if they're going to sell in these markets outside of China, build the vehicles they're going to sell in those markets. And the company, is doing that to some degree, but for the most part, it is, still predominantly based in China, selling in China. They are getting some momentum in certain places, outside of their home country, but until and unless they really are able to make more headway there, there is going to be at some point some ceiling for BYD of we can think about the Tesla effect, right? Where, once everyone on your block has the same car in the driveway, there tends to be a desire to want to sort of set yourself apart and look for something else.
How easy is it going to be to catch up to the cheapness of BYD's EVs?
I think, that's the key for me is that, there has not been any sort of, sign or indication that international car makers or even, battery companies outside of China have an answer for BYD or, in the batteries realm, CATL. You have just in the last few weeks, these companies, BYD and CATL, sort of, slugging it out over who can, bring a battery to market that charges in 5 minutes and just how much range they can get out of, just quick 5-minute charges. The rest of the industry, is nowhere near the capability that those two are bringing to the table. And, as long as that's the case where the technology is so much better and importantly, the price is so much more competitive, it's going to be really difficult for the rest of the world to keep up with these companies.
Craig, what's the feeling in the industry these days about ultimate demand for electric vehicles? I just bought a new car. I bought a...
Gratis, Peder.
It's kind of like a hybrid.
Was it a Honda?
På
Honda, but it was a hybrid.
It was a hybrid. It was a
yeah,
hybrid.
it's a hybrid. So that was pretty cool. So I'm getting there. But what's the overall call on demand out there for EVs these days, Craig?
I think a lot of consumers like you are opting for hybrids in the U.S. market. It's something that's more familiar. does get you in the direction of electrifying, saves you at the gas pump, but you're not concerned about being left in the lurch with a battery that is out of juice and desperately searching for a charging station where sometimes you may spend 30 minutes, an hour and a half either waiting for a charge or waiting for the charge to take place once you do find a plug available. And the infrastructure, I think there's been momentum. I think it's been overstated just how far along we still need to go. There's been I think real progress that should be acknowledged, but it's still not to where the experience of going to a gas pump, being able to spend just a few minutes and being on your merry way.
All right, well, we really appreciate it, Craig. Thank you so much, Craig Trudell, joining us, Bloomberg Global Autos editor. All right, let's get to another stock on the move, and that's Apple. The reporting is that potentially it's going to move some iPhone manufacturing to India. Anurag Rana, Bloomberg Intelligence, senior technology analyst, joins us now. How much stock should I put in this headline, Anurag?
I mean, it is a very big deal for them to double the production of Apple in India. This is mostly assembly, but frankly speaking, it's gone from nowhere to just about 20% by the end of this year. So, I mean, last year, it's just a big number, frankly, and it was surprising to us at this point.
I'll tell you what's surprising to me is you actually shaved. You found your razor, and he shaved off his beard. So I am all in favor of that.
Yeah, I was like, who's that guy?
Yeah. So, Anurag, so in reality, though, how do you and how does the street think about Apple's ability to, I don't know, reduce to some degree its kind of reliance on China as a end market, as a source in its supply chain? How does the street get comfortable with that?
See, on the other hand, I do want them to stay in China because that is their biggest growth market. That's the market where they have the most, phones out there right now. I don't think people understand that they have more iPhones as an install base in China than they have anywhere else in the world.
Really?
And yet their market share in that area is only 20%. So for me, that's a very important end market. Decoupling is not going to help Apple's growth story.
But does it help? Okay, it doesn't help its growth story, but does it help it manage tariff and margin pressures over the next, say, few decades, though?
Yes, it does. But at the same time, Apple is a company where it has navigated the Chinese politics very well, probably better than anybody else out there. Now, if they decide to say, okay, we're going to take a lot of this capacity and move it outside, I do not know what kind of backlash there's going to be by the Chinese government or the Chinese consumer. Now, we'll find out what that happens. But for me, it's an important piece of the growth story. Roughly 17 to 20% of their revenue comes from China. And as I said, it's a massively underpenetrated market for them. The US market, fairly saturated, frankly.
All right. So, Anurag, in a world that is kind of reeling from trade uncertainty, global trade uncertainty emanating from all the tariff talk, is there a place in technology to hide?
That's a very good question. When you look at the direct impact, Apple is the one with the highest direct impact. There are other companies that really have no major exposure to China. I'm going to bring up Microsoft as one of those names. And this is where I think they will show, I think, the street over the next 1 to 2 years that their growth rate will continue irrespective of what's happening to the macro because of all the investments that they are putting in Gen AI. I think that story is still not fully understood by the street just because all the investments they're making, people are only considering CapEx. But I think they're going to go ahead and take more market share in cloud just because of all these investments.
Before we let you go, we got Google this week, we got Texas Instruments. Next week, we do get Apple. What themes are emerging for you in some of these tech earnings?
I think the capital expenditure and what's going to happen in that is going to be one important thing. The second thing is, I think at least for now, things are not as bad as we expected them to be. When you look at results from SAP, ServiceNow, things are not that bad. But having said that, I think we have not seen the biggest brunt of the slowdown coming in. There probably more is a second half story. When Microsoft reports, the most important thing for us is what's going to happen to their capital expenditures. And I think that's the key.
All right, Anurag Rana, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Anurag Rana, he does the technology thing for Bloomberg Intelligence. He's based out there in Chicago, which most people don't know is a burgeoning tech hub, and Anurag's blazing the trail out there in Chicago, certainly. So anyway, we're going to hear from Apple next week. That's going to be fascinating because you think about it, of all the companies out there that have exposure one way or the other to China, the one that jumps out at me is always Apple, because 20% of their revenue comes from Apple, and as Anurag noted, it is the growth market or the leading growth market for Apple, or one of them, and it's just like integral part of their supply chain.
Yeah.
I mean, you think China and making stuff, you think the iPhone and Foxconn and all that kind of stuff.
Well, but also what Anurag is saying, it's not just about making it, it's about selling it.
Yep.
And that is a huge question mark there as well. All right, coming up, we're going to continue all of these conversations. It's Friday, so we're going to break down munis. Aaron Hudson, Bloomberg Municipal Bond Reporter, will be joining us on what's happening in the muni bond market. And Michael McKee, Bloomberg National Economics and Policy Correspondent, will be joining us. He and I had very different experiences over the last 48 hours. He's in D.C. for the IMF meeting, and I was in Oklahoma City with oil tycoons and government officials. So it'll be really interesting to also talk about that contrast as well. Equities continued mixed. This is Bloomberg.
Nei, Rusi.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day. At Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got the S&P 500 index back in the green and on track for a winning week. Right now, the S&P higher by 5. That is a gain of 0.1%. The Dow, though, lower by 169, down by about 0.4%. Nasdaq up 79, up 0.5%. Solid week on Wall Street, ending on a softer note. Stocks churning after one of the worst ever consumer sentiment readings, added to anxiety about the repercussions of President Trump's trade war. The 10-year now at 4.27%, with a 2-year 3.77%. Spot gold down $77 the ounce, $32.71, down 2.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude eking out a gain of 0.1%, little change, $62.84 a barrel. And Bitcoin is up 2.1%, $95,469 on Bitcoin. As we have been reporting, Apple is seeking to import most of the iPhones it sells in the U.S. from India by the end of next year, accelerating a shift beyond China to mitigate risks relating to tariffs and geopolitical tensions. Right now, we have got Apple shares. They are trading lower. Apple is down by just about 0.5%. Ben Baldanza, who helped pioneer discount air travel as head of Spirit Airlines and became a target of passenger irritation over no-frills flights, has died. Ben Baldanza was 62 years old. He had been diagnosed in 2022 with ALS, or Lou Gehrig's disease. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Now on Bloomberg Intelligence, Munis in Focus.
All right, folks, today's Focus on Munis is brought to you by BAM Mutual. Put America's strength to work in your portfolio with BAM insured municipal bonds. Protect your investments with an added layer of security and guaranteed income. Invest with strength. Build a stronger tomorrow with BAM Mutual. Let's talk about this municipal bond market. Lots of volatility out there in the marketplace. You look at the MOVE index, which is an indicator of volatility in the fixed income business. That has spiked, much like the equity of volatility. VIX is sitting here at 25. That's a little bit higher than people would like to see. So volatility is out there. But how's it impacting the municipal bond business? Aaron Hudson joins us here, municipal bond reporter for Bloomberg News, joining us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. Aaron, how's the municipal bond market been performing over the last several months? Again, a lot of volatility out there, a lot of uncertainty about economic conditions.
Yeah, for sure. It's been a bumpy few weeks for munis, particularly given the tariff-fueled sell-off a few weeks ago. So I think there's honestly still some adjustment going on, and still a lot happening.
This is a silly question, but the tariff fuel volatility just affects sentiment overall, but does it specifically affect states and counties and what they can issue against and stuff?
So yeah, depending who you ask, actually there's different answers to that question. In a big picture sense, in a way, no, because there would be longer term effects if tariffs do go into place around construction costs in particular. But in the immediate sense, it doesn't really call into question state and local governments' ability to really do anything short term. However, longer term, building new infrastructure, construction costs will go up. And that is actually something, it is popping up in some bond documents. So there were some deals we're starting to see that,
Ja, det er ganske sjukt der.
that a risk factor investors.
Den var helt nede og testa på 16.000, hva var det da? 16.001, tror jeg, hvis ikke jeg tar helt feil.
A new hotel that inspired The Shining by Stephen King. It does specifically signal that the cost of steel is a risk investors should consider because it's new construction. So any new tariffs would increase costs.
Where was that hotel, by the way?
That was in Colorado, tiny town outside Boulder.
I always thought it was like upstate New York or something, but that's kind of where I think the story is supposed to be set. But you actually went to. I see what you're saying. Okay, so what are we seeing in the new issue calendar? Is it slowing down, or is it because of some of the uncertainty out there, or is it still just cranking along?
So a lot of deals went. Some deals were pulled and then went day to day. during that sell-off earlier this month. So now, the calendar's sort of popping back up, and I think issuers are getting more comfortable coming back to the market. But for sure, a lot of it definitely paused. There were still deals that did come, so the market didn't break down by any means. But it definitely, people took a pause to see how things landed.
Talk to us about what's happening with universities, and as universities are dealing with funding, etc. What is their ability to tap the muni market?
It really depends on the university, because that space is so, investors think so differently about a very small liberal arts college versus something like Harvard. So when the huge sell-off began earlier this month, Harvard actually did come to the market with a deal. So it kind of just speaks to, I guess, the caliber of issuer. Investors are really selective when they're looking at that space.
So what's happening with the funds flows into the municipal bond market these days?
So yeah, that's an interesting question. I mean, when it comes to the volatility we saw, ETFs saw a huge amount of outflows, and that has really affected the market because the rise of ETFs, muni ETFs in the space, is starting to change how investors, position themselves.
Yep.
Because ETFs just bring a lot more volatility, and the muni market is not used to that speed of volatility.
Yeah, no,
a lot of people describe it as a sleepy market. And so that kind of speed means that everybody is having to react faster. And Baird, for instance, we wrote about this week, they're increasing their cash positions just so they can be more flexible.
All right, well, we appreciate it. Thank you very much, Aaron. Aaron Hudson, Bloomberg Municipal Bond Reporter, joining us on Munis. All right, let's go to D.C. right now. Michael McKee, International Economics and Policy Correspondent, is joining us on the latest out of the IMF. It's been a multi-day meeting. Mike, has there been a general takeaway among economists there, among politicians there out of these IMF meetings?
If I could use a horror movie analogy, it's don't open that door.
So
what's
like
behind
The Shining,
the closet is a little scary, exactly. No, I mean, there's a very deep sense of gloom and worry here among policymakers who are afraid of what tariffs are going to do to the global economy and what that means going forward for America's participation in the global economy. Nobody really knows how this is going to play out, but all the scenarios, even the minor tariffs, are considered bad. So there is much concern. Put it this way, instead of looking at solving problems on a here and there basis that the IMF does, in the bond market or things like that, they're all talking about how they're going to survive this.
So, I mean, is there a sense that working with the U.S. government is the way to go, negotiating is the way to go, sending somebody to Washington, D.C. to meet with the administration, or is it to lay low? Is it to retaliate? Is there any strategy that's, kind of emanating here?
Yeah. There's not a universal strategy. Different countries are adopting different methods. Obviously, the Chinese are just sitting back and letting Trump crawl to them because they won't engage. But then you've got the British, Rachel Reeves, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, yesterday at the British ambassador's residence, giving a speech that was aimed at one man. And it was all about how tariffs can be useful, and we do need to make sure we manufacture more things in our home countries, etc. So they're doing the flattering thing. Others are also flattering, but some are just saying we're available for talks. The Japanese, the South Koreans have come to town and sat down with members of the Trump administration. So there's no universal strategy, and we'll see which one, if any, produce results.
Mike, we also got some economic data out just to help set the stage from University of Michigan. I mean, it's the final read, so let's appreciate that point. It was less bad than expected, but the numbers are still pretty icky overall. And that sentiment across the board, independents, Democrats, and Republicans. What's the conversation on that feeding through to hard data at some point?
Well, that's the question. With these sentiment surveys, we don't always see consumers do what or reflect what their attitudes are. And that's what we're waiting to see. It'll take a month or so to see if consumers really pull back on
Apple lagde en ny lov.
The University of Michigan numbers do show people are
Netflix.
very down about
Tesla
the
gikk på ny
prospects
topp.
going forward.
Så for hver gang det kommer ned der, så
And
går
the
Tesla
question
opp.
is, do they then pull back? Because that creates a demand problem in the economy that slows growth, where the tariffs will create a supply problem. So you end up with both the inflation from a supply problem and the slowing economy from a demand problem. And that's what officials are keeping an eye on. But as Chris Waller said yesterday, it probably won't be until July that we start to get reliable hard data on all of this.
Do you think folks at the Fed, Mike, from your discussions, are they taking up their recession, I guess, probabilities as we've seen some on Wall Street?
Ja, ikke akkurat nå. Jeg prøver å følge med. Kan du rett på? Bare vente litt. Vi er akkurat på et nivå nå. Bare se hva som skjer
Predicting a
her.
recession isn't going to do us any good. We have to see what the actual path of the economy is, because it could be that we get a demand shock and the economy falls off some, but because it slows down, inflation doesn't go up as much as they thought it would. So there's not a clear-cut way of thinking about it. They just have to wait and see what the data will tell them.
Mike, what's the vibe there? So Mike and I were exchanging emails. I was in Oklahoma City. Mike was in DC. The vibes are very different. Despite the fact that oil is in, you know, the 60, 62 area, the vibe was just different. It was about deregulation. It was about more
Tesla
freedom
snart
to
opp
do
9%.
stuff rather than constraints, and that really affecting sentiment. And we were exchanging notes on how different our vibes were. What's the vibe down there?
The vibe is uncertainty and unhappiness, not just because of what tariffs might do, but the whole idea that the Trump administration has ripped up the playbook for the global economy of the last 80 years or so, and is no longer a reliable partner to work with, and no longer does the country with the world's reserve currency set a tone of free markets and free trade and helping other countries and having your back and all that sort of thing. So there's the foreboding about what the tariffs might do in the short run, and then a sort of sadness about what this might mean in the longer run for sort of Western liberalism.
Yeah, and I guess the question I have is that kind of where we want to be? I mean, I don't know. I kind of grew up in a world where globalization was kind of a positive thing and resulted in some pretty high standards of living and strong economic growth. But I know there's downsides to it, certainly, as well. So maybe we're just dealing with that. Michael McKee, thank you so much for joining us. Michael McKee is the International Economics and Policy Correspondent for Bloomberg News. And he will make the fateful travel decision to fly back to New York today, as opposed to take the Acela train back.
I know.
But
these are weird choices he makes.
These are the choices he makes. These are the choices he makes.
He's no longer even listening to us, so it doesn't really
No,
he
could kill us. He's talking.
All right, well, coming up, we're going to break down how to position with these markets, particularly as next week is the biggest earnings season Okay, I'm going to try that one more time. Next week is the busiest earnings week of this season. Boom, I got it.
Yep.
$20 trillion worth of market cap of kind of what do you do in that environment. Clark Jenneran is chief market strategist at CalBay Investments. We'll talk to him about it. This is Bloomberg.
Apple er nå på nesten day low. Apple burde falle egentlig mye mer. De skal flytte over all produksjonen sin fra Kina til India. Største kundemassen deres ligger i Kina. Så det vil jo gå rett på bunnen av deres. Det man snakker om er at det er bra for tariff. At det kanskje går vinning opp i spinninga. Men de mister jo største brukerne sine er jo i Kina. Det er sikkert derfor han faller nå. Dere som lurer, så er Apple verdens største selskap akkurat nå. Tror USA hadde fallet denne helgen. Vi hadde falt som av faenlaget hvis ikke det var for Tesla. Så kommer det helt an på hva Trump sier også. Han startet med å prate når vi åpnet på børsen, så det kommer litt an på hva Trump sier. Hvis vi ser på alt av makronyheter, så skal vi ned. Men nå snakker Trump hele tiden, da. Så får vi se. Alt tilsatt at vi skal kraftig ned. Guidingen til de store er jo helt bedritent. Se på Dow Jones nå, er ned 260 poeng på day low på Dow Jones. Eneste grunn til at ikke vi tryner nå er på grunn av Tesla opp 9% uten nyheter. Det er eneste grunn at det ikke faller ordentlig hardt nå. Og hvorfor går Tesla opp? For Elon Musk har sagt at han skal kutte ned på Doge 2 dager i uka fra 5 dager i uka, og han skal gå over fra neste måned fullinvestert i Tesla. Det er derfor Tesla går opp. Så se på hele totalmarkedet, så at alt er ganske på vei rødt nå. Så vi skal egentlig falle ganske hardt der, hvis ikke det hadde vært for Tesla. Så er det oppe nå på... Så ser jeg på... T-Mobile er ned 11%. Det er 12. største selskapet på Nasdaq. Det er ned 11%. Intel er ned 8%, 7,47%. Og nå er Apple på day low, Microsoft er på day low, Amazon går i rødt, Broadcom går i rødt, Netflix er på day low. Så alt faller, så egentlig skal vi falle mye nå. Tesla blir holdt oppe. Og nå har Tesla falt jævlig med forkant da. Tesla er ned med, eller var ned her for et par dager tilbake, ned med 40% for året. Så det har liksom halvert seg da. Men allikevel da. Så kommer Byd, kommer tall i sted som var grisebra. Som også bør egentlig være litt negativt for Tesla. De har klart å øke ladekapasiteten på bilene sine. Altså sånn hvor kjapt de lader. Jo mer vi faller nå på de store aksjene, jo mer opp går Tesla. Det er litt spesielt da.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, and this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by BAM Mutual. Put America's strength to work in your portfolio with BAM Insured Municipal Bonds. Protect your investments with an added layer of security and guaranteed income. Invest with strength. Build a strong tomorrow with BAM Mutual. The Dow lower now by 243 points. We have got the S&P 500 index a little change, but back in the red last.
Og Tesla leverte katastrofetall for 3 dager siden. Inntjeningen ned med 20%. Etter han har levert tall som var dårligere enn ever, så har han gått opp med nesten 20%.
The 10-year 4.27%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.78%. Spot gold down.
Så sånn basically da, så skal Tesla tryne til helvete her.
Down 2.2%, and West Texas
på tallene som går for 3 dager siden.
0.2%, 62.89 a barrel. Bitcoin, meanwhile, now up 1.7%, 95,000.
Men Tesla er mer som meme coin.
Economists are warning of rough seas for America's economy, slashing the outlook for 2025 and 2026. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny
American families are in the crosshairs. Forecasters for the White House trade wars sapping the Jones
economy
tror
and
nå
putting a
nesten
dent in
neste uke.
household
Det må
spending.
nesten etter en uke ikke
GDP is
henge
set
på
to
greip.
expand 1.4%
Ja, jeg er
this
jævla
year
usikker.
and 1.5%
All
next
makro
year,
tilsier at vi
based
skal
on a
ned
monthly
nå. Det er derfor
survey.
alt kommer
That's
ned.
a low
Det er jo bare et par aksjer som er oppe her nå.
Meantime, financial chiefs at the International
Dow Jones går
Monetary
rett
Fund
i
spring
bæsjen
meetings are
her.
downplaying
S&P
prospects
går
for a financial crisis,
ned
but
i
not
driteren
ruling it
her.
out. Uncertainty reigns.
Euro-dollar svekker seg.
Skechers USA shares
Så
lower
vi skal
by
egentlig
5%
ned, men det hjelper ikke når
after
den
the footwear company said it is not providing financial
største tullingen i
guidance
verden
and
snakker
withdrawing
opp
its
markedet hele
previous
tida, da.
annual
Så det blir
outlook
litt vanskelig,
due
da.
to macroeconomic uncertainty stemming from global trade policies. Again, Skechers now down by 5%. Consumer products maker Colgate-Palmolive is cutting its growth and profit outlooks as tariffs are expected to
Enda en av de store som kutter guidingen.
in costs this year.
Det er bare dritt overalt.
Trading higher now by 1.1%. Rival Procter & Gamble down 0.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hvis Tesla kommer litt ned nå fra den toppen her nå, så kommer det til dette. Det er den eneste aksjen som holder oppe. Nvidia er helt greit, men den liksom... Apple dekte mer nå, og du har... Alphabet er jo på day low nå. Var opp 6%, er nå opp 1,7%. Intel er nå ned 7%. Det er jo ingenting her som skal opp, egentlig. Hvis Tesla kommer litt ned nå, så kan det dra på hele markedet. Microsoft er nå på day low.
Our next guest might have some thoughts. Clark Garanin, he is the chief market strategist at Cal Bay Investments. I did a little Googling. Cal Bay Investments is in Danville, California, just a little bit east of Oakland.
Har du hørt noe om Dr. Crazy? Nei, jeg har ikke sett på Dagbladet. Jeg har bare prøvd å følge med på det som skjer her nå, for det er så... Vi hadde en ganske sjuk rar dag i går, så jeg har liksom ikke fått fulgt med så mye med på det. Jeg har bare sittet og lest alt på nyheter i dag for å se om jeg tolker det feil.
We really like the large cap tech space. After we saw the pullback so far this year, we are really looking at it as a great opportunity. We haven't seen valuations like this in years, so we're really telling our clients with any dry powder that they have, or potentially after a rebalance, that these are great names to look at as we're moving forward.
What are the worry parts, though? Like, they've re-rated for a reason, because they're exposed to tariffs, because they're worried about growth, etc., CapEx spend. So where does the discount actually
make sense? Dow Jones på ny day low.
So what we're thinking is a lot of these
tariffs
are going to be
alt går ned, og så har du den der som
the
går
administration promised 90 deals in 90 days. We haven't seen one happen, but we think right now that a lot of this is baked into the markets, and we are going to see this continue to move forward. I mean, we were at a 24 times multiple at the end of the year, which is what prompted us to do a rebalance, knowing that we were going to see some of this uncertainty moving forward. And I think we're in a good position right now to move forward into the tech.
You know, we had one of the bellwethers report earnings yesterday at Google. What did you take away from the Google earnings as it relates to maybe just tech spending in general, digital advertising in general?
So while I can't speak to an individual company, I will say that a lot of the CapEx numbers have stayed the same. That being said, we also see a lot of companies now coming out and not providing guidance for 2025.
Yeah.
And I think really they're in the same boat that we are, where they're just trying to under-promise and hopefully over-deliver based on the current environment. We don't know what's going to happen, but we're all hopeful that we will get some deals done over the next 90 days.
What would give you confidence in terms of market calm? Would it be an actual deal? Or would it just be like less negative headlines? What would sort of indicate that for you?
Sure. So although we don't like trading on tone, we have seen some positive data come out this week. Production numbers, manufacturing, and new home sales, which have all been a positive. So to the contrary of that, a lot of the soft data that we've been seeing, which has really been driving some of the fear and the tone in the markets, like consumer sentiment, that number improved today. And so we are liking to see that the soft data and the hard data are starting to move in the same direction.
What are the kind of conversations you're having with your clients here, Clark, over the last 2, 3, 4 months when the volatility has kind of spiked? We've gotten a lot of uncertainty now into the economic outlook as it relates to tariffs. What are the conversations that you're having most commonly with your clients?
So a lot of them are concerned. For instance, we have a 60
Nå faller vi mer på indeksen. Tesla går i ny topp, opp nå 9% på at alt annet faller.
And so for us, it's the best time to educate clients, reevaluate the risk that they're
Opp
taking,
9,05% nå, mens resten av hele USA faller.
Proceeds and try to put them into an opportunity, whether it be large cap tech or financials, which we're also bullish on.
And for financials, talk to me about that bullish thesis.
So what we've seen so far, our earnings have continued to be strong.
Det eneste grunnen til
And
det
the
ikke
other thing we
tryner.
look at is credit card delinquencies, which have also come out more positive than expected. And so we feel with the hard data that we're actually seeing from financials that moving forward, there's really a lot of upside because we have the possibility of more deregulation, corporate tax cuts for these companies, and we think that that'll lead to more deal making as well.
So, I mean, I guess what the administration is talking about a lot about their economic plans is maybe some near-term pain here as it relates to rejiggering trade policy, but again, with, as you mentioned, kind of maybe some deregulation, maybe some corporate tax cuts, maybe some longer-term gain. Is that kind of is that the backbone of kind of how you're framing it out?
That's exactly what we're hoping for. Really, we do need to see material progress, though, on the tariff policy in order to have a clear picture. Right now, we can't trade on the tone and we can't trade on leaked comments because we're investors, long-term investors, and we need to look for some actual hard data to come out and help support that.
All right, Clark, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Clark Garanon, he's a chief market strategist at Cal Bay Investments. I think got some offices all around kind of the Bay Area of San Francisco, Santa Clara as well. So a good part of the country out there. All right, Oklahoma. What was the vibe, just Oklahoma State University?
9,17%, 9,20% nå på Tesla. Jo mer vi faller på Nasdaq, jo høyere går Tesla. 9,23%, 9,...
I get one of the Ubers and the guy's wearing all orange, and he talks about OSU and being orange, and I'm like,
Jo mer vi faller, jo mer den er
very little to participate in that, but it's still definitely apparent.
And the energy, as you mentioned, I mean, notwithstanding the fact that WTI crude oil is at 62, they'd rather it at 76. Yes, I watch Landman, that's the number.
That's amazing. That was true.
Yeah,
75 maybe, but yeah.
Okay, so
the vibe again is turning more to deregulation, and we'll get to this more in a second with Harold Hamm. But looking on the bright side of life, very Life of Brian kind of situation. But the idea is that you're going to have deregulation. That's going to be huge, and that's going to be very helpful. It's also a factor of AI demand is going to be so prevalent that really is going to help support the sector. The problem is there's so many bottlenecks, from supply chain issues to permitting to part issues, that it's not an easy or quick line to fix.
But that's where perhaps this new administration, Trump administration, can help.
That is the hope, and that was the point of the
Intel er ned 7,5%, og Telemobile er ned 11%.
More on his take on the market coming up next. This is Bloomberg.
Det er bare Tesla som banker oppover her. Alphabet har falt med 4,5% siden åpning. Nå tror jeg nede på shoppen har satt. Jeg vet ikke, Jakob. Vi har bare vært feil vei en dag, da. Jeg vet ikke. Jeg trodde vi skulle falle mye mer nå, da, på de ræva tallene. Men Tesla bremser veldig her. Hadde det ikke vært for Tesla, så hadde det sikkert falt flere hundre poeng nå. Teknisk så tar vi mot her nå. Vi har stått stille siden åpning. Det har ikke skjedd noen ting siden åpning.
You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. As you know, Alex was in Oklahoma City over the past couple of days at a big industry conference for the energy folks. That's where you kind of, I just feel like you see some of these big energy wildcatters walking around and all that kind of stuff. One of them is Harold Hamm. I've heard the name many, many, many times. I don't really know a lot about him. I'm reading the Wikipedia page as we speak, doing the Tom Keene thing. But Alex, tell us who Harold Hamm is.
Definitely. So Harold Hamm is chairman and co-founder of Continental Resources. So Continental Resources is one of the companies that was credited with starting the shale revolution. Continental had a lot of rock in the Bakken, and Harold was one of the pioneers that said, let's keep drilling, let's try this new cool technology in order to do it. He's labeled as one of the original wildcatters in the industry. That's guys that take a lot of risk in oil, and in this case, it paid off. He also grew up as a super poor kid, didn't go to school. He was basically a land guy who would go and try and get royalties and stuff like that and turned it into a business and then turned it into Continental.
It's like a landman guy.
He's a super straight up landman kind of guy,
cool.
without the weird violence and things like that. And also, he has become a big advocate of American energy, a big force behind oil exports. He's also often called the Trump whisperer when it comes to energy policy. He's not in the Trump administration, but he definitely has a phone line at points and at times to the president. And he raised a lot of money for him. And he also started the Hamm Institute with Oklahoma State University, which is where this summit was held at. And it's basically a public institution that's trying to be a think tank for oil, and not just oil, I want to say broad energy policy and how to really help energy policy in the U.S. Take off. Did it help? Did that explaining help? You got it? It's the landman reference. Once you do that, you're good to go.
Yes.
So this particular conference, and there have been a lot, is bringing together leaders from tech, policy from DC, and energy folks to be like, AI tech companies like Meta, what do you need? What can this energy community provide for you? It was called Powering AI Global Leadership Summit. I actually led one of those panels with some tech guys from NVIDIA, as well as AWS, and it was and Anthropic, and it was super interesting. And the gap between the knowledge of tech and energy is still really wide, and how to bridge that. On the sidelines of this conference, I got the pleasure of sitting down with Harold Hamm, talk through many different things. One of them had to do with how he's thinking about trade and supply chains for Continental Resources.
We recently did a supply chain check to see how much, it would cost us as far as tariffs. The surprising thing was not the cost, but it's the amount of material that had been offshored over the last 15, 20 years. And it kind of gone on, maybe unawares. I think we keep up with their business pretty good, but we found out that a lot of the stuff that's pretty common in usage, like wellheads and valves and different things, and big items, tubers would pretty well control, but there's a lot of other items that pumping units and submersible pumps that had been made here in the U.S. forever and had been offshored. And
you didn't know it?
I didn't know. We wouldn't have, it shocked me when I found out that had been offshored as well. And so we came to the conclusion that, wow, this is not right. And so we're going to have a preference to buy American again. We've always had that, but somehow we lost it. And so we raised the flag and said, we've got a preference to bring it back, buy American. If you can't get it, we won't do it for a while, but we're very committed to make that happen. And we'll be the first company to stand up and saying, it's important to us. It's important to us to support Americans. We always have, buying vehicles and everything else. And so that's where we're at again. And we think it's the right thing to do.
Would you be willing to pay more for those things?
Yes, yes. If we have to, we will. I understand that what competition is, and that's probably what drove it over there. You know, the cheap, and I'm glad you brought that up, though. You know, to take advantage of cheaper labor. But when it's all said and done, when we assess the entire spectrum, it's not cheaper. We're paying just as much due to the transportation and everything else to get it back here to use it. And so it's not cheaper. So we might as well onshore it again, and that's what we're committed to do.
And if it was more expensive here or it took longer, that's okay. Like, you're gonna wait for it and you're gonna take the cause because you believe in that.
Whatever it takes.
Very interesting commentary there. Willing to pay more, willing to wait in order to buy American.
Okay.
And this is coming, I mean, it helps that Continental's private, as we spoke about before, but nonetheless, clearly, what was very interesting, though, as we continue the conversation, is the potential for American energy to help AI.
Får håpe Trump ikke sier noe dumt etterpå. Jeg kan garantere deg at hvis det faller etterpå, så kommer han til å si noe. Det har han gjort hver gang nå. Jeg kan garantere deg at han kommer til å si noe. Hvis det faller etterpå, så kommer han til å si et eller annet. 100% sikker.
And the changes that then can happen. All right, well, for our listeners in the U.S., here's a reminder. You can listen to us via satellite radio on SiriusXM, channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on SiriusXM, channel 121 is presented by Oracle. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. Balance of Power with Joe Matthew is up next after this global news update as we take a look at a very calm, eerily calm Friday market and a mixed market at that. The S&P is flat and the NASDAQ is up by about 0.4%. This is Bloomberg.
Skikk sånn gjerne med, Robert.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Steel.
I'm Peter King. The latest immigration enforcement arrests now include a judge in Wisconsin. Here's correspondent Michael Wallace.
FBI Director Casper posted on X that Hannah Dugan, a county judge in Milwaukee, is being charged of obstructing immigration enforcement. Dugan intentionally misdirected federal agents away from an undocumented immigrant who was going to be arrested in Dugan's courthouse. Agents stopped the man after a foot chase.
Expelled New York Congressman George Santos is in court and due to be sentenced momentarily after pleading guilty to wire fraud and aggravated identity theft. The man accused of killing United Healthcare
T-Mobile ned 11%, Intel Corp ned nesten 8%. Det her skulle falt som faen I dag. Hadde ikke vært for den der jævla Tesla.
We are expecting a not guilty plea today, very likely. This
Spørs
is
hva som skjer til kvelds nå.
the highest charge.
Ja, men det her, jeg bare merker Nå det sånn der, nå det litt sånn der, nå det litt sånn dumt, nå det litt sånn teit, liksom.
Men de holder på samme vis nå som Biden-administrasjonen holdt på før I valget. Da måtte jo kjøpe opp ett og ett selskap på indeksen. De gjorde det akkurat likens.
Just outside of Moscow this morning. Moskalik was a senior figure in the general staff of Russia's military. Russian media is reporting that the device was detonated remotely as he walked past.
Trump has been talking about a possible deal to
Nei, det mye styggere det Trump gjør, synes jeg. Altså, Biden så var jo hele tiden rentekutt, men da visste du når han skulle prate. Nå prater Trump igjen. We're going to make our country rich.
That was a couple of hours ago, and a Kremlin official just called today's talks constructive and says direct talks between Russia and Ukraine are a possibility. The president and first lady are on their way to Rome. Francis and they'll be near the front, but not in the front row tomorrow at the Vatican. Crux editor John Allen.
130 delegations from countries around the world are going to be represented here. We know that pride of place of the
Vi opp 10% på ingenting. Det kom ekstremt mye dårlig makro I går og I forgårs og I natt. Og det en aksje som går opp. Og han har lyvet med tariffen. Det ikke I orden. Kina har gått ut I dag og sagt at det ikke I orden. Så hvorfor I helvete skal du gidde å kjøpe noe av? Det smarteste nå bare ikke gjøre noe. Du kan hende at det ikke faller 1000 poeng, men 1000 poeng ingenting. Det opp med nesten, opp med nesten 3000 poeng nå. Opp med 3000 poeng på ræva nyheter. Og så har det gått opp på 2 dager på grunn av Trump har sagt at han I dialog med Kina, og så har Kina sagt at vi ikke I dialog med deg. Hæ?
Og det helt vanvittig, så.
Ja. Så du må følge med litt på makrobildet, Arne. Du kan ikke bare se på at det går opp, og derfor så tror du verden fin. Da får hun I trynet fortere enn du skjønner det. Du må vite hva som skjer. Hva det som skjer? Hvorfor tror jeg det skal ned? Jo, fordi de største selskapene gikk ut med omtrent profit warning I går. Hvorfor tror du... Se her da. Hvorfor tror du T-Mobile, det den 12. største aksjen på Nasdaq. Hvorfor tror du den ned 11%? Det har aldri skjedd før. Hvorfor tror du Intel, en av de største chip-produsentene på Nasdaq, ned 8%? Liksom. Tror du det fordi det går bra, eller tror du fordi at det går dårlig? Ikke sant? Det en sånn god greie på hvor markedet skal hen. Ikke sant? For vi har gått opp på veldig, veldig bra tall. AI har tjent penger som aldri før, nå I faen meg et år. De har bare levert og levert og levert og levert og levert og levert. Hypergrowth, hypergrowth, hypergrowth. Og så går USA I resesjon, mindre forbruk. Så går Europa I resesjon, mindre forbruk. Og så må de kutte stabben sin på Intel. Og så må de kutte stabben sin på Meta. Ikke sant? Det vil si masse årsverk som borte. Det var 100 stykker nå bare på Meta, på den der VR-greia. Og så har du nedgradering igjen av IMF, som sier at verden går dårligere enn ventet. Da skal du ikke kjøpe aksjer. Da mulig du gjør det at det går opp en dag eller 2. Men når selskaper tjener mindre, så skal du ikke kjøpe det. Da skal du selge det. Når selskaper leverer bra tall, da skal du kjøpe det. Om det går opp og ned med 500 poeng på Nasdaq, det en promp I havet, det ingenting. Den kan falle med 500 poeng I morgen, det kan gå opp med 500 poeng etterpå, den kan falle med 1000 poeng. Det liksom, det Nasdaq. I går så gikk den opp med 800 poeng på at Trump sa et eller annet. Det var ikke noen nyheter I den. Derfor så jeg fortsatt negativ, for det ikke noe nytt som har kommet så positivt. Ingenting. Og Tesla opp med 8,5% I dag. På hva da? Liksom. Ikke noe. Derfor så ikke jeg så jævla bekymret. Selv om det bare jævlig irriterende. Og jeg gir ikke kjøpe heller bare for å kjøpe, for at jeg ser det går opp. Det ikke nok for meg. Jeg må ha bekreftelse på hvorfor jeg kjøper, og da kan jeg bli riende den der stien. Jeg kan scalpe litt underveis, men jeg skal ikke kjøpe den bare fordi det går opp, på grunn av en aksje går opp. Jeg vet ikke om du husker det, men jeg spådde fallet også. Jeg sa nå skulle det tryne, og da trynte det. Vi falt jo med nesten 13%. Jeg var negativ I faen meg en uke før det ramlet. Da var jeg med på oppsiden også. Da var jeg med hele veien. Jeg var ikke med hele veien igjen. Jeg var med en del ned da. Det var akkurat samme greia der. Det ikke noe annerledes nå. Og med en gang jeg begynner å se at det begynner å komme positive tall og sentimentet endrer seg, da blir jeg positiv. Selv om det kanskje faller en dag. Det betyr ingenting. Du må trade aksjer in the long run. Så noen dager så går ting opp på grunn av noen sier et eller annet. Men hvis sentimentet negativt, så vil det falle den veien det skal falle. Det ren matematikk dette her. Tjener du penger, så skal du gå opp. Taper penger, så skal du gå ned. Og så har du støy imellom. Så må du finne ut av, ok, dette støy, eller det sant? Når Trump prater, så det støy. Det ikke noe mer enn støy. Tesla nå, det litt annerledes. For Tesla, de leverte rævatall for 4 dager siden. Revenue miss med 20%. Det helt sinnssykt ræva. Men så sier Elon Musk 2 timer pressemelding. Fortvil ikke. Jeg skal si opp jobben min I Dodge. Og jeg skal fokusere alt på Tesla. Det det han sa. Og da tenker investorer som har vært med, for Tesla har halvert seg. Da tenker de, nå må jeg kjøpe Tesla, for nå skal Elon Musk redde Tesla, nå skal Tesla bli verdens beste bilselskap, og så går det opp på det. Ikke sant? Jeg tenker bare sånn at vi sitter og feil ikke litt. Men da får du bare drite, Arne. Jeg blir bare irritert. Du kommer til å sitte feil hver mange ganger. Hvis du nervøs for å sitte feil, så bare drit og trade. Sånn det bare. Jeg bryr meg ikke om jeg sitter feil så lenge jeg har rett. Eller hvis jeg tar rett og har feil, det spiller ingen rolle. Hvis du redd for å sitte feil og være trening, så bare drite det. Se på den greia, jeg skal vise deg noe. Så her. Vi kan gå tilbake her da. Ta 13 minutter chart da. Så her. Opp og ned, opp og ned, opp og ned, opp og ned, opp og ned. Du kan se på dagschart, så kan du se hvordan denne fungerer. Månedchart. Det dagschart da. Så her. Det går ikke en vei opp. Det går ikke en vei ned. Det går opp, og det går ned. Det går opp, og det går ned. Og så gjelder det å finne ut av hvilken vei det skal. Jeg tror det skal ned. Jeg gir faen å gå opp en dag eller to. Så lenge jeg treffer på makroen og treffer på det jeg sier. Når jeg treffer på inntjektene deres, det dårlig. Traff på consumer confidence, det var ræva. Traff på nedskalering av Apple. De skal bytte til India fra Kina. Det traff jeg på. At da markedet går opp på grunn av han prater, det visste jeg ikke. Og det sånn som kan skje. Og når det får roa seg ned, så tror jeg det skal videre ned igjen. Så det ikke noe sånn at så når jeg gjør noe, så gjør jeg ikke det fordi jeg bare gjetter. Det fullstendig kalkulert. Og når jeg scalper, hvorfor ikke jeg gjør det nå? For det ikke nok volum her. Jeg får ikke gjort noe her nå. Hvis jeg skal trade sånn som jeg vanligvis gjør, så da må det svinge. Det må gå alle veier. Jeg gjør det veldig bra når det går skikkelig gærent. Men når det bare helt stille sånn som nå, se her. Vi på samme stedet her nå som var klokka 4. Vi akkurat på samme stedet. Det har ikke skjedd en dritt. Da får ikke jeg gjort så mye. Da må man bare sitte og vente. Nå håper jeg har lært noe. Hva tenker du, Robert?
Nei, jeg ser ikke noe bevegelse hverken opp eller ned, så jeg prøver å se litt teknisk på Teslaen, men jeg får liksom ikke en ordentlig der heller.
Nei, jeg tror Teslaen kan fortsette å gå, jeg.
Ja, men problemet jo at den har ramlet såpass mye at du skal si, og nå den på flate ut, og du får liksom ikke noe ordentlig teknisk bilde.
Ja, det var 40%.
Ja, altså han har jo innfridd de tidligere kursmålene han hadde, så helt greit sånt. Men skal du si, de formatene jo ikke gyldig lenger, så.
Picked that up and did the story that everything about him became suspect. And then everything about him became suspect.
Det ganske utrolig at han har gått opp 8%.
His ethnic background, his religion, his, what he had done. P.O. box in Florida that was supposedly in office. The guy was, but it's kind of, and that quote, we were talking just before we came on, it's really sort of sad. This guy clearly has some issues that need to be dealt with, and unfortunately he went down this road and now is spending 87 months in prison.
This is a big chunk of time, and he talked about that. Really, he was pretty open with the New York Times and said he would have sought a pardon from Donald Trump, but if it weren't for the shame he felt on his family, and you wonder if Donald Trump would have given him a pardon.
He might have. I mean,
faen, T-Mobile nesten 12% snart.
Nothing true has come out
Det
of
mye, ass.
mouth, so maybe he tried and was told you're not getting one. Which
Ja.
then he could
Jeg gikk ut på dagchart der nå, og da finner jeg en fin diagonal på nedsiden her, noe som en ligger og stanger mot da. Som er noe på testen.
Tenker du på Nasdaq?
Nei, Tesla. Ligger jo på det.
For stealing campaign funds. It is Friday, as I mentioned, and I have this
Og det kan jo være problemer med å gå gjennom.
The news cycle seemed like so much happened every day, and then you end up in this pool at the end of the week, this puddle, wondering what actually changed. And so frequently the answer, Wendy, is nothing.
Right.
So let's look back
Bra
for
med
updates
motstand
today.
bak
I
gjennom her,
wanted
altså.
to ask you to put some perspective on this. Because we're all feeling the same jostle every day by the news.
Jævla kjedelig der nå.
But it's pretty hard to make an argument that anything changed. Wall Street's
Hvordan går det i dag, da?
really changed.
Det har ikke skjedd noen ting. Vi jo på akkurat samme sted som vi var på åpning. Vi åpnet jo faktisk ganske greit nederst da. Litt sånn som i går, og så pratet Trump, og så smalt den opp med 1,5%, og så gikk Tesla opp nesten 9%. Nei, 9,5%. Så har ikke skjedd noen ting.
Monday and editing its mirror image on Monday. It's become
Det var en ganske interessant Wix, ass.
Are we in, are we out? What's
Massive
that
candles.
sort of life we're all living here? And yes, tomorrow night we'll all be able to have a drink and commiserate about it. But
Vi ligger og stanger på samme nivåene hele tiden.
on the Chinese thing, it's Trump even said today.
Jeg tok den, du vet når du stakk i går.
Ja, ja.
We're going to have a talk.
Jeg tok ikke den lange, da.
Hvordan gikk det da?
Nei, det gikk jo jævlig bra.
He sort of said
Det var
yes,
jo...
no, yes. Several times and finally
Det var ikke med nednatt, altså.
the ministry came out and said, stop creating
Nei,
there was no
nei.
talk.
Jeg gikk egentlig og la meg, den hitta jo... Jeg hadde jo plassert et safe tepe.
Åja, der nede vi snakket
Og
sammen.
så... Ja, vent da.
There will be deals that may be what the market is responding to. I think right now they want to cling to any positive hope that the tariff regime will be reduced. The trouble is,
Det var det området vi så på i går.
what is actually a sign
Så plasset jeg jo da safe tepe, og i løpet av, altså den ene camen der fløy jo bare helt randomly, ikke sant? Det var som det var news. Og tok meg ut med en gang da, så jeg fikk ikke holdt, altså trailet stopplås og fått mer ut, men da fikk jeg i hvert fall legge meg da.
Ikke sant. Hallo.
Men det var jo nice trade.
Jeg drar nå. Ha det.
So, you know, what is
Ja.
the deal we just don't know?
He's on his way to Rome right now, President Trump, that is.
Jeg kommer tilbake om kortere. Nå må jeg hente noe greier.
Ok.
Jeg bare har på alt, så kan dere se og prate og alt mulig rart.
Greit, det er greit.
I'm getting along very well with Japan. We're very close to a deal. Meeting with Putin right now as we speak, and we have a lot of things going on, and I think in the end we're going to end up with a lot of good deals, including tariff deals and trade deals.
Okay, on his way to the chopper, they're coming out of the White House. First Lady by his side, which is actually an optic that we're not treated to very often with this president. But is that
Ja, Robert, har du tatt noen dag, eller?
we get a sort of a patchwork?
Jeg har ikke gjort noe i dag, nei. Nei, ikke noe.
That would
Hva venter du på nå?
logical conclusion.
Har jeg det som Botox har igjen, og så har jeg en
There may be
hel
positive talk.
short i
We have
tillegg.
seen that China is considering
Ja, det er sånn du tok manuelt selv?
reciprocal tariffs on some goods.
Ja, sånn du tok
because
manuelt
their
selv?
economy is slowed. Remember,
Ja,
China's
Ja, ok.
economy has the
Hvor har du
state
skjorta
government
fra?
bought them some
Det skal
time.
til å si jeg sitter igjen med den høyeste posisjonen, men det er lenge til den går
Others
inn.
are very eager to do something about the tariffs. And again, it could just be
Ja,
that they
hvor var det du
show
skjorta fra, sa du?
and therefore Trump believes there's a deal, or
Skal vi se, kan vi...
the transparency is not there for us to really know what's going on.
Det er fra 1860, den.
This time, the president himself is going to mark that. Usually, it's something that we talk about
Mm.
the first 100 days, and then we tell everyone that it doesn't matter. It's
And the
this
president's
abstract.
supposed to go, oh,
1860?
not, it's
Correct.
nothing.
You judge me and my first, but he's going to actually have a rally to mark.
Nederst av skjorten med Botox er 1846, og så kommer neste på 1866 og 18...
What he actually gets to take credit
Skal
for
vi
and
se,
what he will take credit
1894,
for,
altså,
obviously
ja,
two different
ganske
things,
langt
but
ned
he
unna.
will take credit, I'm
Ah,
sure,
ok.
for
Ok, jeg trodde du tok noe nettopp i dag, ja.
closing the border,
Ja.
which is doing well with
Det blir
voters.
noe.
That is the one thing, despite all of the
Det ser noe helt annet ut.
problems with due process and people being sent to this
Kanskje
notorious
18 dager, vi har ikke vært på
prison.
18 dager, det er derfor jeg
Voters
blingsa litt.
are still
Ja, ja, ja.
relatively happy, at least
Nei, det er
50,
3 dager.
and maybe a little more than
2 dager. Ja, ok, det holder i fortsatt, ja.
undocumented migrants. But on the economy, he is firmly underwater. I think the choice of Michigan was good because there, where there is, still auto manufacturing and things like that, they are a little less afraid of tariffs than a lot of American consumers are. And so I think he thinks he's going to get a backdrop of auto workers cheering him, and he can say American manufacturing is back here in the
I'm saving your
cradle.
industry.
I'm saving your industry. We'll see how he does that, but I think it will absolutely.
Days. Everybody gets over the hangover maybe on Wednesday, Thursday. Is the second 100 days a similar cadence? Do we still do this flood the zone every day?
He may want to. I think the staff may be exhausted by this. I mean, he really bought into the whole media myth about the 100 days, which of course goes back to Roosevelt in 1932, right? So he was, as rarely for a president, didn't shy away from it. He really embraced it. And it could be that he now begins to slow down as these deals have to be negotiated and there's tricky, behind the scenes work and the tariffs begin to set in. But Trump will never shy away from a camera or a microphone. And so
you tend to think that a lower cadence might soothe the markets, even if the news flow itself isn't altogether different.
Right.
Wendy Benjaminson, great to have you. Help us distill the week, as always. Bloomberg senior editor with us here in the nation's capital. I'm Joe Matthew. Of course, in Washington, where this program comes from every day, we'll have a lot more straight ahead on the fastest show in politics. IMF Week. We'll be joining Lisa Abramowitz for an important panel at the bottom of the hour, right here on Bloomberg.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, but repeating our top story, former New York Congressman George Santos, a one-time rising Republican star who falsely claimed to be a New York investment banker before running for Congress, has been ordered to serve 87 months in prison for stealing campaign funds. Here's Bloomberg's Wendy Benjaminson, interviewed moments ago right here on Balance of Power.
I mean, it is one of the shortest-lived tenures from celebrity to convict that I can really think of in some time. I mean, yeah, he was And still, I want to say kudos to the local Long Island newspaper who first broke the story that not everything he was campaigning about was true.
Bloomberg's Wendy Benjaminson, interviewed moments ago here on Balance of Power. The former lawmaker was in Congress for less than a year. He's been told to surrender to federal custody by July 25th. Looking at a down day for the Dow Jones Industrial Average, lower by 111 points right now. That is a decline of 0.3%. We've got the S&P up 11, up 0.2%. NASDAQ up 93, higher by 0.5%. 10-year 4.25% with the 2-year 3.77%. Spot gold now down $66 the ounce, down 2%, $32.82. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.4%. WTI 63 even a barrel. Earnings news: T-Mobile down 11.4% after disappointing new subscriber numbers. Verizon shares down 3%, and AT&T shares right now. AT&T among the companies reporting earnings earlier in the week. Right now we got AT&T shares. They are trading a little change. So again, recapping here, U.S. stocks, they are trading mixed. S&P up 14, up 0.3%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet. I like your style, Charlie. We'll be back in just about 10 minutes, a little bit more to check on how the markets are doing. We do this every day, back and forth, from the nation's capital to Wall Street. Washington to Wall Street, inextricably connected right now as we cover politics here in a series of headlines every day. They tend to drop right around noontime. It's funny how that works, and they move the markets one way or the other. So Charlie and I keep this volley going, which is actually required now to cover what's happening in American politics and finance. You have to have the Amtrak corridor covered on both ends. So thank you for being with us here on Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio channel 121, and on YouTube. In about 5 minutes, a little more than that, we're going to bring you to the IMF for an important panel on emerging markets, monetary policy. Bloomberg's Lisa Abramowitz will be holding forth with a lot of questions as we walk into the weekend here about what exactly has happened. We explored this a bit with Wendy in our first conversation here this hour. What really changed this week? We came into this week with the doom scroll and a stock market deep in the red over great concerns about the tariff policies coming out of the White House. Then Scott Bessent said something to a closed-door meeting with J.P. Morgan investors, and we're off to the races. De-escalate. We're going to be very nice to everybody, Donald Trump says. Talks are even underway. That idea has been challenged a bit, though. Was asked about this, the president in the Oval Office this week. Listen.
You said you spoke with President Xi. Have you spoken to him since the tariffs? When did you last
I don't want to comment on that, but I've spoken to him many times. Yeah, I'll let you know at the appropriate time. Let's see if we can make a deal.
All right, that's new, by the way. I thought this was the same one from the Oval when he suggested that they were already talking every day. So he's still keeping a positive spin on this, where we're getting a completely different message out of Beijing. And that's what we want to talk to Tyler Kendall about, who's with us right now at the desk in Washington. You know the president's out of town when Tyler's not on the North Lawn. Nice to see you in the studio here. So did anything actually change that we can call news this week when it comes to China and tariffs at large?
Well, there does appear to be this apparent disconnect between Beijing and Washington, at least when it comes to whether or not these talks really are underway. And that's what we've been trying to kind of parse through here to see, is there progress when it comes to this? Yeah. And are they actually talking? Now, Joe, earlier today, Time Magazine released an interview. It actually had happened on Tuesday, but they released it today with President Trump. And he said in the affirmative that he has spoken to Xi Jinping. However, we have not heard any sort of confirmation from China's side that this has happened. And then you heard him there. Reporters followed up on that and said, well, when did you speak with him? Have you spoken to him since your tariff plans have been rolled out? And he said he didn't want to talk about it. He said maybe he'll reveal it at a later date, another time. So we're trying to piece together when these talks have happened, because we know, of course, the leaders have spoken before. The most recent example that we do know of was right before the inauguration. So whether or not they have spoken since then, we'll have to wait and see, because both sides have a very interesting view on this. One, the White House says that President Trump wants to speak with Xi directly and that they want him to pick up the phone and call him. Something actually in that interview, Trump said that he wouldn't be calling Xi Jinping first.
Yes, it's a game of chicken now.
But then the other side of this is that we had our own Bloomberg News reporting last week that there were some very important preconditions for negotiations to start, one of which is that Beijing wants to see someone else other than President Trump be appointed to lead the talks. So as we sort of try to piece through whether or not those talks are happening, we did get, as you mentioned, some positive reporting that, tensions could be de-escalating. A new one this morning, actually, from Bloomberg News reporting that China is potentially looking into exempting some U.S. goods from tariffs. These would be in sectors that are where China is a little bit more import reliant. We're talking about medical equipment, for example, like imaging machines, ultrasound machines, but also some industrial chemicals that go into plastics and cooling agents. Also in our reporting is potentially that plane leases could be exempted here as China tries to shore up its own bid to protect its own economy, but also potentially could be some sort of easing. Now, sources familiar do tell Bloomberg, Joe, that nothing's been decided yet. It is still very, very much in flux, but it does give us something that we could potentially see movement on.
Wow. Interesting. He's on his way to Rome for the Pope's funeral. He'll actually be sharing space with a lot of the leaders we're talking about here, at least European leaders who will be there. Everyone except maybe Putin and Xi are attending this, right? And you wonder if that generates any news here. We're talking about potential deals with South Korea now, Japan. When does the EU get involved?
Well, that's actually a very good question, particularly after the European Union trade chief left Washington 2 weeks ago now with very little clarity on what actually needs to get done for a deal when it comes to the European Union. We had last week the Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni here. That was considered to be a positive step in the right direction, but that's a very important theme we're going to be watching as our reporting indicates that China is starting to really start to reach out to the European Union. There's, of course, not major movement yet, but we know for electric vehicles, for example, they're starting talks about. So that's potentially one area that we could see a development with. Now, President Trump was asked when he was leaving towards Marine One whether or not he was going to take meetings while in Rome. He did say yes, also said potentially with Zelensky. He said that's yet to be decided, but didn't rule it out completely. So we'll have to see if we get any headlines because this administration is trying to show progress. And we heard Scott Bessent, actually, I want you to take a listen here. He was in the Oval Office yesterday, and he said that South Korea in particular was moving much faster than he expected and said that we could get some technical deals on a framework sometime next week.
We had a very successful bilateral meeting with the Republic of South Korea today. We may be moving faster than I thought, and we will be talking technical terms as early as next week as we reach an agreement on understanding as soon as next week. So South Koreans came early, they came with their A game, and we will see if they follow through on that.
So still details on what a framework of an agreement means. I was actually talking about this with Kaylee Lines out by our desk before. I thought she had a good example. It's like a letter of intent, perhaps,
Sure, right. It's not
an
a
agreement
deal.
to have a deal, right. But we still do know some things potentially that could be in a deal. We know, the U.S. wants to see these countries boost their imports, particularly when it comes to U.S. LNG. They want to curb those non-tariff barriers that we hear a lot about. Take Japan, for example. President Trump saying a lot of progress has been made on Japan. He's feeling very positive about Japan. We know he wants to see them curb their standards when it comes to U.S. auto imports that he alleges is hurting U.S. automakers' market access to Japan. So things like that. So perhaps maybe we would get some sort of firmer commitments, but at the moment they're trying to show progress towards a broader deal to signal that these talks are indeed happening, particularly with those countries that are geographically close to China.
You're knee deep in this, though. Like when you back off, I mean, that was an amazing, granular, comprehensive update on all of the rhetoric we just heard in the last 5 days. When you pull up to 30,000 feet, not that much actually has changed. Maybe we get a couple of framework deals the next couple of weeks. Markets seem to be pricing that in, but you wonder when the real stuff starts. I mentioned the Pope's funeral. You cover the White House. What's the plan here? Because it looks like he's not going to be on the ground for very long.
No, it's going to be a very quick trip. Joe, he's going to land, attend with, of course, the First Lady, Melania Trump. She was with him today when they were heading out to Marine One, and then he's turning right back around and coming back to the White House. It's going to be a very quick trip. There is a lot of speculation that potentially there could be a meeting with Zelensky. That's really the one that we are more watching closely besides for the trade front. Of course, as you well know, Norway's prime minister was at the White House was that yesterday now, I think.
Can you imagine?
So much news has happened between then and now, but Of course, we had seen our own Bloomberg reporting that the U.S. is getting ready to demand that Russia make some concessions here, including recognizing Ukraine's right to build up its military, its defense industry, considering we know Russia really wants to see Ukraine disarm, see a halt of Western military flows into the country. So that's potentially one theme that we could be seeing as he moves abroad. But of course, he'll be in Italy, and there will be many European leaders who are going to be trying to vie for some time in front of him.
And if we want to see this, 4 o'clock in the morning, it looks like, right? You're getting up early to watch this process. Third-tier seats, the words that I'm hearing for the Trumps. He's going to deal with this? Remember, he made fun of Joe Biden at Queen Elizabeth's funeral because of the way the protocol works here. Catholic royals are seated in the front row, followed by non-Catholic royals, including Prince William. World leaders, heads of states, other foreign dignitaries then sit behind them. So Donald Trump is going to find himself with Melania in the third row. I wonder how that's going to go.
I mean, if that is what the protocol is. President Trump was asked if he had any words while he was going towards Marine One, and he had some very nice things to say. Originally, we saw a very short statement from him. He did lower the flags to half-mast at the White House and all federal buildings in honor of the late Pope. So we'll have to see what the optics look like there.
I'm just putting you in an uncomfortable situation now. Here's what I want to know with a minute left with Tyler Kendall. You heard the news about George Santos, the former congressman, 87 months. You spent months of your lives running through the halls of Congress, chasing him with a gaggle of reporters trying to get him in front of a camera and on a microphone. And you saw him running into his office. He took great lengths to hide from you guys. As you look back on this whole escapade, what is the lasting memory of running around the world trying to find George Santos in the throes of his controversy?
And he was on Capitol Hill for less than a year, yet we have
Imagine that.
So much tape of him. There is one lasting memory, I will say. It was a viral moment when he was running out the front steps of the Capitol straight into a car, slammed the door in us reporters' faces because he did not want to answer the questions. At the time, he was just under some allegations. He had not been found guilty. He did plead guilty in August to 2 counts of wire fraud and identity theft just weeks before his trial. I mean, keep in mind, he was considered to be a rising Republican star.
Absolutely. At one time.
At one point.
A fleeting moment. So your enduring memory is a door slam when it comes to George Santos.
It's not necessarily unique to him. We
run
after a lot of lawmakers on Capitol Hill.
Seems pretty appropriate for him, too, though. Tyler, thank you. Reporting for Bloomberg here in Washington, D.C. We'll catch up with Tyler a little bit later on at the White House. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We'll bring you to the IMF when our panel with Lisa Abramowitz gets underway. Stay with us right here on Bloomberg.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow Jones Industrial Average in the red. S&P, NASDAQ, they are both advancing right now, with the S&P 500 index up 20, higher by about 0.4%, 5504. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is down 89, holding just above 40,000. 40,003 on the Dow, down 0.2%. NASDAQ up 140. That is a gain of 0.8%. 10-year at 4.25%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.77%. Gold down $64 the ounce to $32.84, a drop right now of 1.9%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.2%, $62.93 a barrel on WTI. Former New York Congressman George Santos, a one-time rising Republican star who falsely claimed to be a New York investment banker before running for Congress, has been ordered to serve 87 months in prison for stealing campaign funds. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. And back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. We're surrounded this week by a series of fascinating and important conversations as part of the IMF spring meetings underway, IMF and World Bank. It draws people from all over the world. And a pretty remarkable week, actually, every year here in Washington to hear from different constituencies and various angles on the economy. And we have one underway right now that we want to put an ear on. My colleague, Lisa Abramowitz here at Bloomberg, is moderating a panel at the IMF about the evolving art of monetary policy in emerging markets. Let's take a peek on this together right now on Bloomberg.
The technological change that has affected industrial countries, led to job losses in the middle class, which is prompting movements across Europe and across America for something different. My sense is, I'm with many economists in saying this experiment is likely to not produce the answers we want. We're not going to bring back jobs to the United States in the way we want, and they won't be the right kind of jobs. In the meantime, this was technological shock 1.0. Technological shock 2.0 is coming down the, is coming down the tunnel. It's AI. And we're even less prepared for that. So the question is, if this solution doesn't work, what are the kinds of policy changes that are going to happen as that affects not just manufacturing jobs, but service jobs, especially middle-class service jobs in a big way. Now, of course, the reverberations to that kind of policy change in the West is going to affect emerging markets all around. You can give the usual mantra, maintain a reasonable monetary policy, accommodate shocks where you can, etc. But these are actually order-moving or global-moving changes. And I think we need to anticipate that we'll have to react to these also.
Meanwhile, if you want to add to the soup of uncertainty, this past week there was a real challenge to the idea of central bank independence, in particular, to whether this president could fire Fed Chair Jay Powell. There seems to be a walking back of that. But Governor Ramalona, I'm wondering from your perspective why it is so important to have central bank independence and the difficulty that comes into play when that is called into question.
Well, let me say first that we're fortunate in the Philippines to have had central bank independence for the last 30 years. That means that the national government doesn't ask us for money, and that's very important. That means we can control inflation, and then we don't have to worry about hyperinflation, which is what tends to happen when the central bank loses independence. So we're very fortunate in that regard, but independence is crucial, I think, for the central bank to do its job properly.
Governor Caniago, I'm wondering from your perspective, the importance of that and the importance of flexibility, of being able to respond in a way that doesn't only have to do with interest rates, but also has to do with a currency that's free floating, that also has to do with some other attributes that South Africa has adopted that is more free markets rather than centrally controlled?
You know, we had a particular experience with the currency. there was a time that the central bank believed that it knew more than the market about what the level of the currency should be. $26 billion later, we came out losers. And we had to change our framework. And we decided to adopt a policy framework that is the inflation targeting framework. And then, of course, if you have an inflation targeting framework in an environment where you have a central bank that is constitutionally independent, it becomes an easier thing to navigate. And Raghu talked about the nature of shocks that you would go through. And we've been able to navigate the shocks coming through. And I think that the issue, people sometimes talk about the issue of central bank independence almost in isolation. But the thing about central bank independence is that it talks to institutions in society. And so society creates particular institutions to deal with particular mandates or deal with particular problems, and then sets the parameters against which such institutions would operate. And so central banks had been created in society with particular mandates, and in our case, we have got a price stability mandate, and that is what we pursue. But independence is also earned. You can't just legislate it. The conduct of a central bank should be such that it stays true to its mandate, true to the remit society gives it, so that it does not invite unnecessary attacks. And the academic literature is actually fairly clear that central banks that are independent had actually served society better and have depicted better monetary discipline than those that have not been. And the trend globally had been a move towards more central banks being independent than central banks being less independent.
Dr. Gopinath, I'm wondering from your perspective, and I'm going to put you on the spot, if you see some central bankers concerned that if the world's first and foremost central banker, Fed Chair Jay Powell, could come under threat, that opens the door to their independence being threatened more significantly.
I mean, I'll just double down on what Lesetja said, which is it's not just academic research, even research at the IMF shows very strongly that central bank independence has been very beneficial for macro stability and financial stability in economies. And indeed, more and more countries have moved towards that for the reason that it delivers these big benefits. One of the issues I do want to raise, and I know that Lesetja deals with it in South Africa, is if you look ahead and you think you're going to be in this world, which is unpredictable and shock-prone with a lot of different things happening, I think emerging markets central bankers are going to also have to pay attention to what's happening with capital flows coming in and out of their economies. And some things have changed there. So this is not a new issue. Central banks have always had to deal with it. But another development is if you look at the share of external financing that emerging markets depend on, that comes from non-bank financial institutions, including pension funds, investment funds, and hedge funds, that has grown to about 40%. That's the number right now. And what that means is that those kinds of capital flows are very sensitive to the global financial cycle. And they generate a lot of volatility and can create problems with monetary policy transmission in your economy, including through the impact on the exchange rate. Right? So I'd love to hear Lesetja's view, because I know he deals with these issues in terms of how do emerging market central bankers deal with these new kinds of volatility that they have to face with. The other second point that I will make is I mean, kudos to emerging markets. They've actually demonstrated a lot of resilience after some pretty tough knocks, including the pandemic, including the energy crisis that we saw. And if we have to take a lesson away from it, the reason that they had that resilience was they built up good, solid monetary policy frameworks. The inflation targeting regime, maintaining that credibility and the commitment to it in an uncertain environment will firstly require also proper communication, which I think can become a challenge in this environment. I'm curious to know how Raghu thinks about this. How do you communicate as a central banker in an emerging market? Because on one hand, you're still in the process, several are still in the process of building credibility, and talking too much can create a lot of confusion and not really help. But on the other hand, when you're in this environment when when there's so much uncertainty, how do you convey that you are sticking to your mandate and you are sticking to the goals of monetary policy? So focusing on sound communication, on committing to inflation targeting, on anchoring long-term inflation expectations, that's going to be very critical. And I'd love to hear some responses to some of the questions I asked.
Well, just on the independence, I think no set of laws can protect a central bank when society turns against it. I think this is Lesseche's point. Your independence comes from the constituencies who believe you perform a vital function. And it need not be the head of state, but it can be bond market players, it can be banks, it can be the broader public, which likes a regime of low inflation, and you've convinced them that you're central to that aspect. So I think to Geeta's last point, part of your communication is to indicate that this is an important function. And you're trying to go beyond the set of analysts who follow you very carefully to the broader public and say, look, we are providing a function which is important. There is a reason we just don't reduce interest rates, because it can affect you in so many ways through the currency, through longer-term inflation, etc. That communication has to be handled very carefully, because if you communicate too much, it's not just you confuse. Politicians get angry. Why are you interacting with their constituency? You're unelected. How come you can do this? If you communicate too little, you haven't built up the support, which you absolutely need against the forces who want to go in the other direction.
But to build on what Geeta is talking about, there is this feeling that maybe there needs to be more of a scenario analysis approach rather than just saying, you know, this is our target, this is what we're heading toward. I mean, I guess that, Governor Kyago, from your perspective, do you see that kind of approach, that there needs to be more scenario analysis, there needs to be more of an intellectual explanation for what goes behind the calculus?
I think that Raghu built an important point here about the communication. For me, there are two things here. One is to communicate what the role of the central bank is. What is the mandate of the central bank? And the other is communicating what happens if you cannot meet the expectations of society. How do you explain yourself to society about why you have not been able to meet their expectations? And that are two important pillars of communication. But I think that central bankers also need to understand that talking to themselves is not going to win the credibility in society. And we spend a lot of time talking to ourselves and talking to the people who understand what we are talking about, the professional classes. And the best defense for us is actually our ability to communicate with society. And that means that you have got to be able to layer the communication without confusing the message. You are still communicating the same message, but you have got to be targeting the people differently. So Raghu says that the politicians feel that why are you talking to our constituency? Is, you know, getting out there and communicating with the public. For the politicians, when you look at it, it's tantamount.
Little fly on the wall view of an important conversation at the IMF happening right now in Washington, the evolving art of monetary policy in emerging markets. If you recognized Bloomberg's Lisa Abramowitz, that was our moderator today. Just one of many conversations happening this IMF week in Washington. Hour 2 of Balance of Power is on the way next on Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Welcome to the Friday edition with President Trump on his way to Rome for the Pope's funeral and his special envoy in Moscow for talks with Vladimir Putin. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington. Thanks for being with us on the early edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Come a long way this week, Kaylee. The sentiment certainly seems to have changed in the markets, but despite everything we feel like has happened, not that much with regard to tariffs or the economy has actually changed.
Well, that's absolutely true, including still a lack of clarity as to whether or not the U.S. and China are actually talking about a trade deal.
Right.
As a new Time magazine interview that, of course, the interview happened days ago, but the full piece was released today, has President Trump suggesting that there are conversations happening with China, that Xi Jinping has called him, but a total lack of specifics, and of course, still China saying that no such talks have begun.
Yeah, he actually got into this briefly on his way out of the White House, on his way to Rome with the First Lady in tow, by the way, and did speak to this. We'll have an update from the White House, Tyler Kendall, with the latest on Donald Trump's rhetoric. He's barely going to be in Rome for enough time to get through this service. A 4 a.m. funeral tomorrow, and he'll be back on the jet as soon as it's done, it looks like.
Yep, heading to New Jersey for the weekend, I believe. It's going to be a very quick trip, which may not leave that much time for meetings that other world leaders were hoping might be able to happen around the course of events. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky had said he was hoping to get some time with President Trump, but other European leaders as well, who, of course, are interested not just in speaking with him about Ukraine, but trade and tariffs.
Yeah, all this happening against the backdrop of spring meetings of the IMF and the World Bank this week in Washington. We're going to get to some of that with economist Christopher Smart. Of course, big questions right now. We began the week with uncertainty, and it seems like we're ending it with the same idea.
Yeah, but we're ending it with, it seems at least for now, another green day. This would be the fourth up day in a row for the S&P 500. We haven't seen that since the early days of Trump's presidency, and Charlie Pellet is tracking it for us from New York. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much, Kaylee and Joe. Indeed, not just an update, but best level of the session right now on the S&P 500 index. Right to the numbers, we're up 25. That is a gain of 0.5%. Dow Jones Industrial Average, though, does remain lower, down 66 now, a decline there of just about 0.2%. But NASDAQ up 161 for the NASDAQ Composite Index. That is a gain of about 0.9%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index up 2.6%, ahead of a whole lot of big tech names that will report earnings next week. 10-year at 4.26%, with a 2-year 3.77%. Gold down $65 the ounce, $32.83. A drop there of 2% on the precious metal. West Texas Intermediate crude right around $63 a barrel, now up 0.3%. And Bitcoin is rallying 2.1%, 95,413 on Bitcoin. After earnings, Alphabet, the parent of Google, is advancing by 2%. Intel reported earnings last night. It is down now by about 7.3%. T-Mobile US reported this morning. That stock now down by about 11.4%. And former New York Congressman George Santos has been sentenced to 7 years and 3 months in prison for stealing campaign funds and other crimes. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. Balance of Power continues right now in Washington. Back we go once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. 87 months in prison, the sentence for George Santos. Remember there was a time, Joe, in Washington where George Santos was like the most scandalous thing we could possibly be talking about, captured all the attention in the headlines. It feels like we have a story like that now at least once a day, if not
that seems a bit quaint at this point. Reporters running through hallways trying to get him on the record, doors being slammed. He was speaking pretty existentially from the heart, I guess, to the New York Times, talking about how he came into this world alone and he will deal with this alone. 87 months. That's a pretty remarkable sentence for the former congressman from New York.
Yeah, and of course, we talk a lot less about George Santos these days, not just because he's no longer a member of the House of Representatives, but because other issues have caught the attention of Washington in the world. Predominantly, of course, focused on issues like trade, as well as geopolitical conflict. And the president, who likes to see himself as deal maker in chief, trying to make deals on all of these different fronts with trading partners, but also with adversaries and allies when it comes to ending the war in Ukraine, for example. And he touched on both when speaking to reporters before his departure for Rome earlier today.
I'm getting along very well with Japan. We're very close to a deal. Meeting with Putin right now as we speak. And we have a lot of things going on. And I think in the end, we're going to end up with a lot of good deals, including tariff deals and trade deals.
This is where we start with Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall, who is at the White House right now as the President and First Lady make their way to Rome. She's on the North Lawn with the latest. Tyler?
Yeah, hey, Joe. Well, one of the
themes that we are tracking here. Of course, the trade talks. You heard President Trump there say that there has been good progress with Japan, and he also has been talking about how he has been speaking with China's President Xi Jinping. Kayleigh mentioned at the top there the Time magazine interview, which was released today but actually conducted on Tuesday, where he said that he was called by the Chinese president. Now, however, he didn't give us many details, didn't give us a timeline or what was discussed, and reporters tried to pin him down on it when he was heading out towards Marine One, asking if this call had taken place since his tariff announcement. And take a listen to what he had to say here when he was asked.
You said you spoke with President Xi. Have you spoken to him since the tariffs? When did you last speak with him?
I don't want to comment on that, but I've spoken to him many times. Yeah, I'll let you know at the appropriate time. Let's see if we can make a deal.
Well, when it comes to a deal, President Trump has reiterated that he thinks that 145% levy on Chinese goods is very high, amounts to a trade embargo, which has prompted some optimism that that rate could come down. In that Time magazine interview, he did say that he knew what the rate was that Beijing would be comfortable with, and has previously floated that in the next 2 to 3 weeks, we could actually see a revised rate. It does come on the heels of some Bloomberg News reporting earlier today that China is potentially getting ready to exempt some U.S. goods from tariffs. This includes particular sectors where Beijing is more import reliant, such as medical equipment or industrial chemicals that are used to make things like plastics or cooling agents. Our reporting also indicates that potentially plane leases could be exempt from tariffs too. So sort of a wide range here as Beijing tries to shore up its own support for its economy amid what has become a tit-for-tat trade war. But Joe and Kayleigh, sources familiar do caution Bloomberg News that everything is still very much in flux as we try to piece together where trade talks are really headed.
Well, and that goes not just for China, but trade negotiations with our dozens of trading partners as we're still looking for any deal to emerge. Tyler, do we have a sense as to whether or not, even just within the time frame the president has allotted himself for this trip to Rome, that any conversations with European leaders, for example, on trade will be happening?
Well, he was asked directly that, Kayleigh, whether or not he would be taking meetings. He did say he was, but of course, this is a very short timeline here. It really remains to be seen if there will be any sort of pull asides when it comes to this. There are, of course, those countries that we know that have been getting priority when it does come to these talks, with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent in the Oval Office yesterday saying that South Korea, the timeline for a potential trade deal with them is actually faster than he intended. He said that we could see an agreement of understanding, as he called it, with the technical details worked out as soon as next week. That sort of follows in line with some rhetoric that we've heard for other trading partners that have been prioritized, including Japan and also, importantly, India. After Vice President J.D. Vance visited the country over the weekend, we had a readout from the USTR saying that they had finalized a roadmap towards an agreement. That's sort of what we have been hearing from this administration, that we're going to start to see these frameworks rolled out as this White House really tries to show that they are making progress on these deals.
All right, with the 100-day mark looming next week, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall live at the White House for us here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Thank you so much. And it does sound, Joe, that for all of the optimism that markets seem to have found, or at the very least the sigh of relief they seem to be breathing this week, that so far we haven't gotten much more material than maybe a softening of rhetoric on the margins, and also agreements to eventually agree to something, but not actually those final inked deals.
Far from. This kind of goes back to Tuesday. We're still trading off of the de-escalate remark in a way from Scott Bessent, which was behind closed doors. And I know that the president has suggested maybe a drive to be more kind in negotiations with China. But it is interesting to see a bid under the market here with very little fact to base it on. Maybe there's some bottom feeding going on. We'll know more about this after it happens.
Yeah, well, and we'll hopefully know more about it after speaking to Christopher Smart about it. He's with us here in our Washington, D.C. studio, managing partner at Arbroath Group and former special assistant to the president in international economics during the Obama administration, here with us on Balance of Power. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. I wonder, as you consider the kind of tone shift we have seen this week, or sentiment shift at the very least, if you think there's enough materially, fundamentally, that has changed here to back that up.
Well, I think the bouncing in the market that we've seen is a reflection of just how much investors, I think, are grasping at any sign of slightly more certainty where we're headed, whether it's on tariffs, whether it's on negotiations. You know, if the fact, as you were pointing out, Joe, that an announcement of an intention to make an agreement about a memorandum of understanding moves the market, that's how bad things are. I was actually in this meeting when Secretary Bessent talked about de-escalation, talked about the need for one side to climb down. I think he didn't assumed that it was going to be the United States climbing down, but I think investors mostly expect that if we're going to have some agreement this quickly, these are trade agreements that are very complicated and take months and years to really negotiate and hammer out. But if we're going to come down, if we're going to strike a deal very quickly, it means it's going to be something of less substance.
Wow, well, that's really interesting because the president said, with the idea of a trade deal, as Bessent himself suggested, could take 2 or 3 years. The president said we could have new rates, new tariff rates for China in 2 to 3 weeks. Is that the U.S. climbing down, and does that make you feel more hopeful?
Well, I don't want to contradict the president, but it does seem hard to believe that that's what we're going to be doing.
Okay.
The confusion in the market right now is nobody expects that 145% tariffs can be permanent, and I think we're hearing that, and that was reassuring to people because it's just not sustainable. It is an embargo, effectively, as Secretary Bessent said, but the real question is, will we have more certainty on the other side of things? And there is a world in which you look through the fall, and there's a budget deal, and the debt limit is behind us, and we have half a dozen of these framework agreements in place, and so you know what kind of range we're dealing with. And that's a much better world. But the question is that the new steady state, or do new things get put on the table?
Well, and as you suggest, this idea that no one thinks we're going to stay at 145% forever, I wonder how much can change, though, even if that no longer remains the rate in terms of our fundamental relationship with China, knowing already there was an effort to diversify supply chains away from China because of the scars of the pandemic. You have news today, Apple is going to look for all of the iPhones it sells in the U.S. to be made in India by the end of next year. Changes are already underway. Can we ever really revert back to any kind of at least what was the norm?
No, I think the old norms have been broken, and I think we are moving into a new kind of arrangement. What that really looks like in the end is hard to predict, but I think it is, a decoupling of sorts. We used to tell companies that you need a China plus one strategy, so you should build a factory in China and then one outside of China. I think companies are now looking at a U.S. plus one strategy where they have to, the India deal, the India announcement is to bring product into the U.S. from India rather than from China.
Well, this is all happening with financial ministers and leaders from around the world coming to Washington for the spring meetings of IMF, World Bank. This is a peculiar moment for all of this to be unfolding.
Ja, det Tesla-fest og Nvidia-fest.
There are a lot of conversations happening behind closed doors. And I wonder what you can share with us. What are you hearing that didn't get onto the front page or onto the Bloomberg terminal? When it comes to concern, when it comes to uncertainty, what is the general feeling with world leaders this week?
Well, I think the measure is that the session that I was in on the Middle East is the most optimistic. That we might have an Iran deal, and that could go a long way to...
Imagine saying that 3 months
Tesla går ikke, og Nvidia går.
But it gives you a sense of the uncertainty about
De 2 største selskapene på Nasdaq.
China or U.S. policy, or indeed a lot of our foreign friends are really looking at what's happening in the court system, what's happening in the regulatory system. Lots of questions about the Fed until the president backed off on that. And a real sense of, is the United States the same business model that we've all come to love and invest in over the last several decades?
Ja, så videre, og det har jeg den også.
The things that made the U.S. so consistently innovative, dynamic, and able to grow so quickly people are questioning.
Tesla 10%.
I'm glad you raised the Fed,
too,
because as we consider what changed
Tesla 10% og Nvidia på det her.
Ja, de går hånd i hånd, akkurat samme som tidligere. Men når de to går opp, så har det ikke noe å si om alt går ned.
Nei, det har det ikke.
De to vekter jo mer enn alt her.
And I wonder with the economic picture you are seeing, if you think there might actually be some merit in that argument, that monetary policy simply isn't...
Men hvis vi ikke faller på dårlige nyheter nå, og Nvidia stikker av videre med Tesla, for Tesla kan bare gå på grunn av Trump, nei, på grunn av han skal slutte hos Trump. Jeg vet liksom ikke helt hvor mye det vil gå med.
Det blir jo ikke noe annerledes av det. Altså, det blir jo ikke noe annerledes at det er for Tesla sin del.
Nei, på inntektene, nei, men folk kjøper Tesla for de tror at han skal redde Tesla, da.
Ja, ikke sant.
Du får fortsatt problemer med bestillingen i Kina og så videre.
Ja da.
Tesla går nå grunn gode nyheter. Hva det gode nyhetene, Getson? Hva som det gode nyhetene på Tesla? Tenker på byd, eller?
Would probably be positive for a day and a half, but overall negative.
Hva som gode nyheter på Tesla da?
Starts to
Hva har
undermine
ikke jeg fått
the
med meg?
Fed's credibility because we've had the Fed. It's been remarkable through all of our political discord. I don't think anybody credibly attacks the Fed.
Mindre rullering, selvkjørende biler.
Motivated one way or the other over the last several years. The unfortunate thing right now is whoever
Mindre regulering for selvkjørende biler.
next year is going to come with a sort of a shadow
Det,
of suspicion of what kind
du tror at det grunnen til å gå opp 10% i dag? Og 10% i går?
Which we talked about before.
Mye opp var det i går, da?
Certainly an idea that has been floated at this table by the now
Syv.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, actually, of all people. To this notion
Yes,
of credibility,
H.
though,
Har ikke gjort noen ting i dag. Ikke noe.
It's another thing to consider just the credibility of the United States. We have a new story out on the terminal today looking at the dollar. Could be the worst first 100
Også veldig salgtall også. Hva er salgtall?
Administration. We all have been paying attention to what's been happening in the bond market. We have
Hva for en veldig salgtall?
fight yet, Christopher, which we have to look forward to in the next few months. Do you see a serious risk of an undermining of the
Hva for en veldig
credibility of the
salgtall?
United States or the view of creditworthiness of full faith and credit?
Well, as you know, creditworthiness is incremental, and
Sure.
it goes.
Har ikke fått med at det er levert verdens dårligste
I
tall?
don't think things are. I don't think things are about to fall apart. I think the dollar.
Det er ikke derfor den går opp. Den går opp på grunn av Elon Musk og slutter Doge. Derfor går den opp. Det er ikke noe med tallene å gjøre.
And it is one of those things on the margin where I think investors
Halv
start
ti.
looking at the U.S. business model. They go back, portfolio managers are going back to meet with their investment committees over the next few months, and they're going to say, what's our exposure to the U.S.? 60%, 70%? Let's just take that down 5 or 10 for now. It's going to be a brave portfolio manager who goes to his credit committee and says, let's just double down on the U.S. because we think they've got.
Det er ikke bare det også, men det er en liten
I
grunn.
wonder your thoughts in our remaining couple of minutes here on a series.
Når et av de største selskapene i USA går opp 10%,
Let's say they do emerge as
så
deals.
er
This
det
seems to
ganske
be a
stor
best case
bevegelse.
scenario for Wall Street right now, but it's a pretty darn
Viser ikke dette for litt
investing
mennesker på Tesla
decision.
når den
How
stiger
the
så
White
markant
House
for han
could
skal bruke
negotiate
mer
them
tid
all
på Tesla?
simultaneously and how they would all potentially
Tesla har vært en sånn spesiell hele tiden, egentlig, for den er liksom ikke som en vanlig aksje.
I think it's a big worry right now. I guess the glib answer to your question is maybe AI will help them negotiate all of these deals at once.
Maybe.
But I think
Du kan prise Tesla til den er verdens dyreste bilaksje, men det er mer en tech-aksje.
you have to apply to all of your negotiating partners. You can cut separate deals, and then investors can understand what the rules will be. But it is certainly a different framework, and it's not.
Da er det Vida som flyr nå. Det er ikke noen nyheter på Vida heller, som jeg kan si.
Flowing goods and financial flows.
That's a rewriting of supply chain.
That's a rewriting of supply chains, and it's a shifting of the system and the rules we've been
T-Mobile er
used to
ned fortsatt med 11%, og Intel er fortsatt ned med 7%. Det er liksom bare de to som går her, som drar opp absolutt
I
alt.
hope we can do this again sometime.
Thanks
Bring
very
us
much.
behind the scenes in some pretty interesting conversations, including the one we just had here on Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington. We're just getting started. We have to assemble our panel next. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us on another busy day in Washington with their eyes
Men
on
det kan
Rome.
ikke se ut som det går opp på grunn av at Tesla har gått ned mye. Ja, han har gått med 40%.
Yes, indeed. That is what's on the schedule. Of course,
Når
before
tror du
and
dritten
for us,
snur?
it will be later.
Jeg er jævlig usikker, for vi snudde i stad før Trump-prata, da var vi bra ned der også. Da var Nasdaq ned med 200 poeng nesten. Nå er Nasdaq opp med 173 poeng
We'll have more ahead here.
etter at Trump pratet i stad. Air Force One. Snakker Trump igjen? Ja. Ta det tap og start på nytt. Nope, det har jeg ikke tenkt å gjøre. Hvorfor skal jeg ikke ta tap og så går det 0 og start på nytt? Jeg vet at det ikke er skummelt for meg å ta tap nå, at jeg går i 0. Jeg vet det, men jeg gir ikke bare ta tap bare for at 2 aksjer går på en dag på dårlige nyheter. Det er ikke sånn jeg trader. Jeg vet at vi går i 0, men det har ikke noe med saken å gjøre. Det må være en grunn til at jeg skal ikke gjøre mer nå. Selv om jeg går i 0. Akkurat samme som går, Robert. Samme greia. Ikke på dagene kan man konnotere litt større når vi har sånn i stedet for problemene er høyere. Kan du fortelle meg hvorfor vi skal høyere? Når du faller hardt. Jeg kommer ikke til å gå hardt inn. Jeg skal trede hardt på denne crazy-kontoen, jeg skal ikke trede hardt på denne her. Jeg skal trede veldig rolig og veldig forsiktig. Og vi går 0 på den første shorten som ble satt, så Trump på vei ned, og ja, Geir.
Joakim?
Ja.
Det er ned til 1800 nå.
Hæ?
Det er langt ned til 1800 nå, da, selv om tallene er ræva.
Ja, jeg vet det.
Tusen takk.
That word coming as he spoke with reporters aboard Air Force One. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing, key because the Dow back in the green now, up 16 points, little change, but trading at 40,109 on the Dow Jones Industrial Average. S&P keeping it all in context, up 37 now, up by about 0.7%, and NASDAQ up 215 points for the NASDAQ Composite Index. That is a gain of 1.
Men jeg skal ikke helt ned til 1800, altså, så det jeg tror. Jeg skal ikke bare sitte helt ned til 1800. Jeg må ha litt bevegelse her, så jeg kan gjøre noen ting. Men jeg skal ikke... Jeg trenger ikke være med helt ned til 1800, altså.
0.77%. Spot gold down $61 the hour, 0.8%. And West Texas.
Sånn som det er nå, så har jeg ikke gjort noen ting.
0.3%. 62.98 for a barrel of
Det bare tikker. Det skjer ikke noe.
Skal du ikke være med ned til 1800?
Jo, men jeg trenger ikke være med dit for å gå pluss. Det er det jeg sier til deg. Jeg kan trade her oppe, men jeg må ha mer volum. Jeg kan ikke bare... Det må svinge litt. Jeg kan ikke bare... Sånn som nå da, så er det basically en video også Tesla som går. Den går sånn tikk, 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 tikk. Og da kjøper ikke jeg. Jeg kan kjøpe når jeg ser at det går alle veier. Da kan jeg kjøpe og longe og shorta om hverandre. Og de nyhetene som har kommet nå er dårlige nyheter. Og Nvidia og Tesla, de alene er jo faen meg over mye av børsen da. Så folk skjønner hva som skjer her. Nvidia vekter 8% av børsen, og Tesla vekter 2,65% av børsen. Så de to aksjene her, som er opp 10 og 4%, det er 10% av hele Nasdaq. Når alt annet har blitt nedgradert og dårlig guiding, da tar jeg det veldig rolig. Til og med Tesla leverte ræva tall for 3 dager siden, eller hva faen var det? Jeg må ha mer Jeg må ha mer volatilitet for å si oss. Hører ikke hva jeg
sier. That he's done, though none have been announced, but he suggests this whole thing could be wrapped up in 3 to 4 weeks.
A lot of countries.
It is a lot.
He also said that China's President Xi Jinping has called him.
Yes.
And that his administration is in active talks with the Chinese to strike a deal. And we've talked about this. He was asked about this a couple times this week. Lutnick and other senior administration officials, referring to the Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, confirmed the talks, which Beijing disputes.
Yes.
So we're still not actually sure if they're on the phone, Kayla.
Yeah, we heard the president once again this morning saying he's talked to Xi multiple times.
Nå sier Trump han har pratet med kineserne, og så sier kineserne på nytt, det stemmer ikke. Og så spør de Donald Trump, pratet du med han før eller etter tariffene? Det vil han ikke svare på.
Lawmakers still at home and our chance to talk about some important issues.
Jeg tror det Kina som gjør det. Jeg tror ikke det, for hvis det ikke... Jeg tror Trump som ljuger, for da hadde han sagt jeg pratet med Kina etter tariffen. Han sier ikke når han prater med Kina. Han sier bare at han har pratet med Kina.
Donald Trump said on the Oval Office that they, quote unquote, were meeting and he wasn't going to suggest or reveal, he said, who they were or was. Does it matter
Nå vi opp
what
5%.
level these talks are happening?
Well, it sure does. You know, I mean, it's not a great day for the United States when we have to have our president corrected by the Chinese Foreign Ministry, saying, you know, don't exaggerate, tell the truth, be clear. And that's essentially what we're getting. I mean, you just mentioned the 200 deals. We don't know how that could be with less than that many countries in the world, but apparently he's talking about something else. So, you know, this is typical Donald Trump. He's excited about his first 100 days, overstating numbers, and the fact is people are really dependent for their lives on the truth of many of these things. And so these overstatements become sort of silly in a way, but also problematic in a serious way.
Well, and Rick, when we consider that China is openly contesting the suggestions by President Trump that negotiations are happening, putting it out there for the world to see, does that do anything to undermine the president's credibility?
De sier at Donald Trump driver nå med leker med livene til flere med å fortelle usannheter, det de sier nå på Bloomberg.
Yeah, look, I mean, we've learned for a long time that you have to take everything that Donald Trump tells you with a grain of salt, right?
Så sier de at du må ta alt det Donald Trump sier med en klype salt, sier de nå.
Issue that ever comes out of his mouth. So it's pretty dark days.
Det må skjønne.
Have to rely on China, known for its propaganda and use of distraction as a
Nå på en lang eller Botox?
I don't trust either one of them.
Du går en lang?
Jeg vurderer det hvert øyeblikk nå, en sånn liten en, hvis du får litt mer volum her nå.
Jeg hoppet en liten ja.
You know, I mean, we went from 90 days to 125 countries have tariffs on them to 200 deals are going to be announced. I mean, I just want to know who's negotiating with the penguins on Heard Island, because that's what I'm watching for real success.
That's true. They've
Men sånn Markus nå synes jeg dritkjedelig, for det bare tikker en vei, du får ikke noe, du må treffe på vei oppover, ellers så får en rett i drømmen. Det går liksom ikke, det svinger liksom ikke. Fy faen, har Tesla opp 10,5%, det høye snart i dag, eller?
Ja.
The negotiated peace he is pursuing would of course give Vladimir Putin some 20% of Ukrainian territory. As Time magazine points out, the president said, quote, Crimea will stay with Russia, unquote. What do you make of these comments to a publication in the throes of peace talks?
Yeah, I mean, it's a sad moment for the United States and for democracy around the world that we have now a president in office. I give him credit, by the way, for trying to negotiate a deal. But not just that he's talking about it, but that he is blaming a sovereign country having been invaded. And you look at those horrific pictures from the last 72 hours of the absolute violence that Russia has, you know, over the air and on the ground in Kyiv, in the heart of Europe. And to have an American president, the leading democracy in the world, say Crimea is gone and to blame the victim is just utterly appalling. But it's in keeping with so much in this conversation that is stunning. I mean, they ask him at one point about a quote from John Adams. Does he believe we are a government of laws and not of men? And he says, no, I wouldn't agree to that 100%. And he goes on to talk about why that is. You know, this is the president we're dealing with, and he's hiding behind the fact that he ran on these things. But he is also, if you look at the polls, losing support on a lot of what he's pursuing here.
Well, and when we consider the geopolitical part of this interview, Rick, when he was talking about a deal with Ukraine, the journalist questioned him on his repeated insistence on the campaign trail that he could end the war in a day. And he suggested in his answer that he was just exaggerating, that no one should have expected him to end the war in a day to get back to kind of what we were discussing about his rhetoric here. But is that also an admission that this particular negotiation with Steve Witkoff dispatched again to the Kremlin today to meet with Putin is much harder than he thought?
Skulle han kommet opp, egentlig? Det går bare opp på pista
I mean, I think Donald Trump, whether you think it's a...
Jeg vet ikke om dere ser det, man faller på bra volum, og så går det opp på sånn fittevolum.
Simplifies every complicated world problem into the basic elements that he wants to talk about. And so, from his perspective, why in the world would anyone want to continue killing?
Så sikkert ned også teste 50-dageren, så skal man sikkert videre opp.
So in his mind, you know, offer a deal that stops the killing.
Hørte du Donald Trump sa nå, da?
Repeated 1,000 times on the campaign trail, and
Hva
everyone
sa han? Han sa akkurat nå, så sa han at det ble stilt spørsmål til var det ikke noe som skulle få stoppet krigen på et døgn. Og så svarer han nå, jeg overdrev litt, trodde dere virkelig at jeg kunne stoppe en krig på et døgn?
Det er
bra kommentar. Tenk å si det,
He's made many statements along the campaign trail.
Det var det han vant valget på.
Ja, hvis ikke han får det til, så sier han bare, jeg kødder bare.
Ja. Og hvis det går til helvete med økonomien, så skyr han på Powell. Fortsatt troen på short. Jakob, i verden er ikke annerledes. Det er bare 2 aksjer som går opp her. Det er noe som drar indeksen da. Men jeg kommer til å hedge litt hvis det fortsetter.
Somehow he's going to start losing credibility if they ignore him. And I think that is a concern for the prestige of the United States, our power abroad, and how foreign leaders will.
Da skal jeg sette en e-kontrakt, ikke 0,25.
President told Time magazine Saudi Arabia will go into the Abraham Accords. That will happen. He went on to say something really interesting. Last time I was fighting for survival, he said. This time I'm fighting for the world. This is a man with a different motivation than in the first term, isn't it? A different purpose.
Yeah, you know, I think actually his purpose is the same. I mean, this is somebody who believes in executive power. He is somebody who believes that he should have more of it constitutionally. And if not, he's going to do everything he can to take it. What I think has changed in this Donald Trump 2.0 is the people around him and the fact that they had 4 years to make these plans. You know, we're going to use an act from 1798. And we are going to take these steps. You know, just what happened with this judge in Wisconsin today is exemplary of where the administration is. And so that has changed. And I think the other thing that has changed is very much a story about the first branch of government that, for me, is very sad, which is the Republican Party and the first branch of government, more importantly, have said, we are not going to challenge this attempt to amass executive power. And so those things coupled together have given Donald Trump this runway to do what he's done in the first 100 days. I think it's going to get harder as we go on. And if I could say, I think one thing he gets credit for, which Democrats should learn from, is announcing he's going to talk to Jeffrey Goldberg from The Atlantic yesterday. You know, this is somebody who famously will talk to anybody at any time. He's got to come right over to Bloomberg and talk to you guys. And that is one thing Democrats should learn from. Talk to everybody, because he says, you know, I'll just try to change their minds. They're going to write about me. I'll go into the lion's den. And Democrats have to learn from that. It's one mark of what a good politician he is. But I don't think he's proven to be as good of a policymaker or a governor.
Rick, we have less than a minute left here, but when asked about the expansion of executive power, the president repeatedly suggested in this interview he's just doing what he was elected to do. Is he necessarily wrong on that?
Yeah, I think his point that he's just making good on these campaign promises is not wrong. He talked about most of the things that he's doing, and at the time we kept saying, "Wow, what a crazy idea that is."
And yet here we are, Rick Davis and Jeannie Sheehan Zaino, our political panel, joining us throughout all of it as we approach the 100-day mark. And of course, on this Friday, thank you for joining us here on Balance of Power. And we'll dig more into the war in Ukraine and the efforts to end it next, right here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Toxo har jævla god. Fy faen er sterk. Kommer Tessa litt ned her. Får vi se da, hva som skjer. Så sikkert denne tester 19-400 før ordentlig flyr opp igjen. Det er jo sånn om det fungerer nå. Setter du en liten kjøpsordet her nede, eller? Noen tester 19.4? Det er det du tenker å gjøre nå?
Ja, tanken slår meg.
Jeg regner med det.
Ja, ok, ja, det blir litt lavere da. Nærmere 80. Litt over 80. 85. 90, ja, sånt der. Litt lavere nå. Oi!
Droppa, skal ned og teste.
Hva gjorde Trump nå?
Han sa noe om Biden sikkert. Men så er det Kina som sier han ljuger igjen, han ljuger igjen.
Oi.
Hva faen, du droppet mye da?
Ja, det er derfor man ikke bruker limits, ass.
Men jeg kan se hva som faller da. Nvidia ramlet med 1%, og så Tesla ramlet med 2% der. Ola, 1000 poeng til. Det er sikkert noen som lurer på hvilken strategi jeg har. Jeg kan fortelle hvilken strategi jeg har. Jeg kommer til å kjøre veldig ofte noe som heter Martin Gale-style. De som skjønner det vet hva jeg gjør for noe nå. Det funker veldig bra. Ola, hva sa du? Martin Gale-style. Det vil si det at når jeg ser at det faller ordentlig, så kommer jeg til å shorte mer, og så kommer jeg til å kjøre momentum, og så kommer jeg til å snipe litt ved siden av. Det er det jeg kommer til å gjøre. Men jeg kan ikke gjøre det før vi har retningen ned, for da tar jeg for høy risk. Det er det jeg kommer til å gjøre. US President Trump... Ludvig, kan vi ha den der nyhetsknallen din, eller? Ludvig har faen meg alle nyheter hele tiden. Ari også hadde sånne Twitter-nyheter som kommer. Det ramler jo som faen, da.
Ja, jeg ser det.
På mye volum også. Så får jeg sikkert spørsmål snart. Tror du det skal opp igjen?
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Luigi Mangione has pleaded not guilty in Manhattan to federal murder charges that carry a possible death sentence in the shooting of a United Health Group executive. The 26-year-old Mangione is charged with stalking and shooting Brian Thompson outside a Manhattan hotel on December 4th. The Dow turning negative moments ago, now down by 82 points.
Jeg fikk sånn psycho
The S&P 500 index higher by 20, up 0.4%. The Nasdaq Composite Index holding on to a gain of 140, up 0.8%. Bottom line, off session highs, but still a gain of 0.4% on the S&P. The 10-year 4.26% with the 2-year 3.76%. Gold is down $57 the ounce, down 1.7%. Spot gold right now, $32.92 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.4%, 63.01 for a barrel of WTI. Stocks higher for a fourth day, led by tech megacaps amid solid earnings and a more conciliatory tone in tariff negotiations. After earnings, T-Mobile US down now by 11.4%, a disappointment on the number of new subscribers. AT&T down by 3.1%, and Verizon reported earnings earlier in the week down now by 2.7%. Recapping, S&P up 27, up 0.5. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lowndes.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Watching Wall Street for us every day on Balance of Power, live from World Headquarters in New York. Charlie Pellet. We'll get back to Charlie again in a bit to see how stocks are faring, with headlines coming from Air Force One. President Trump is on his way to Rome right now for the papal funeral tomorrow. Just crossing the terminal with tariffs in mind. We've talked a lot this hour about tariffs and China. Kaylee, the president says he won't drop China tariffs unless they give us something, is the quote. Opening up China would be a big win, he says. Markets are adjusting to tariffs. About the standoff with China and
det kan faktisk skje.
When it comes to tariffs, the impact on the economy.
Faktisk. Hvis Tesla slår sammen SpaceX og slår
Certainly,
sammen
Romain Bostic knows that well, co-host of Bloomberg The Close, who happens to be here in Washington today and is joining us now in studio. Romain, when the president says markets are adjusting to tariffs, is it an adjustment this week? Is that how you characterize it?
I'm not sure they're adjusting to tariffs, but they are adjusting to the messaging. And I mean, you talk about how this week has kind of been bookended, right? I mean, you had some relatively reassuring comments out of Scott Bessent, down here in the IMF meetings. That seemed to actually soothe the market. The idea that maybe there is going to be a little bit more of a slow walk on some of this stuff and more accommodation for Wall Street and their concerns. Corporate America and their concerns. But then, of course, as you get towards the end of the week, you start to get additional comments like this. What is the relationship right now?
Trump, skulle du si noe etterpå, eller skulle du...
You get these comments from China basically saying, hey, we're not going to do anything until you show us more respect.
Eneste jeg kan si som sånn positivt da, oppi det greiene her, at vi faller på mye volum, og så går vi opp på lite volum.
It's going to be consequential.
This is a moment.
And, you know, and I hear Congress is back next week, too.
That's true.
And that's going to be big.
You're going to get out of here just in time.
Because that's supposed to be the good part for the market, as you and Kaylee know.
Well, yeah, exactly.
The budget, the
think
tax
about that, though. What you just said,
the
influence that Washington is having on Wall Street, it's not isolated to the tariff conversation. We're going to get actually into deeper waters.
Her kan du kjøpe hvis du skal være litt tøff.
What's the market? Do we then retrace our lows and freak out all over again?
So I spoke with the analysts yesterday. So right now they're kind of looking towards late May, saying that, look, if we get to Memorial Day and we start to either see a deal in Congress or at least enough progress towards a deal, that could be a big upside catalyst for the market. Conversely, if we don't see evidence of that, he's saying that that could be the pillar, because you have a market right now long term that is betting that all of the short-term pain that we've seen over the last few months, that can maybe be remedied if we do get more pro-growth, pro-business, tax-friendly policies out of the White House and Congress over the next few months.
The question I continually have about that, though, is if largely most of this policy is going to be an extension of existing policy, where is that stimulus supposed to kick in, Romy?
I'm not sure, and I'm not sure there is economic
Uflaks,
stimulus,
Solon,
but pay
du
attention to
må
earnings. A lot of these companies have found ways to
tape
navigate
penger og treder.
not necessarily on top
Kommer til å tape masse penger og tjene penger. Det kommer til å gå under andre greiene der.
as a whole is basically going to be flat. But you are seeing strength
Dette det kan
on the
grave
bottom
av
line.
så inn i
Cost
Uflaks.
cutting, productivity improvements, things like that. That might be the saving grace for corporate America, which then becomes a saving grace potentially for the
Derfor lønner det seg å vite hva som skjer.
the broader economy.
It's been watching gold sync up a little bit with Bitcoin recently. When we talk to you, we tend to hit on these after the bell. I want you to share
det er
with
Daily
our
High, eller?
viewers and listeners. This is going to seem rote for you, but share
Tror du det er
with
Daily
our
High
viewers and
via Play
listeners
nå?
how you scope the
Jeg
market.
vet ikke.
What are the 6 things that you look
Igjen
at to
kommer det
find
an på hva
out
han
the
der
state the
Trumperen
market is
sier.
in right now?
Well, obviously everything going on in FX, so
Men,
pay attention to the dollar, particularly
sånn
the
teknisk så er det snart et kjøp her,
correlation
da.
the Canadian, the Mexican, as well as the European currencies.
Ja, enten her nå, eller rett under.
But these are basically the traders who are out there determining where they think the next rate hikes will be, where they think the next the puck is going on the economy. They've been out ahead of this a lot. They've been right both to the upside and the downside over the last few months in a lot of these situations. So those are the probably two primary areas.
Tesla ganske
The other
heftig
thing, and I
plutselig.
really stress this a lot, is pay attention to what these
Ikke heftig da. Dette
say
med 2%
over
da.
the next couple of weeks in corporate America. 180 companies reporting next week, and it's the biggies. You know, the
Nvidia ramler med 1%,
GMs,
halvannen prosent,
what
Apple
happened
gikk
last
rett
quarter is
ned,
irrelevant, but what they say
Netflix
about
gikk
the
rett
quarters
ned.
going forward, or if they say anything at all, you might find
I dag hadde vi falt som et helvete hvis ikke
Well, yeah, we're always watching those earnings
Hvis
calls,
ikke Tesla
especially
hadde
for
gått
tech
særlig i dag.
companies that the president says remain
T-Mobile er nå
flexible
ned
with. He's talking to
nesten
Tim
12%
Cook whenever he's asked about
igjen, og
exemptions.
Intel er
It's a
ned
suggestion
nesten
that he's going
8%,
to take that under
7,47%.
consideration. Could we see
Det er
actual
så
light
ille,
shed
da.
on that, not from the White House, but on the corporate side?
Possibly. And look, there has been some pretty good reporting from Bloomberg, from the Financial Times, and the Wall Street Journal about some of the CEOs that have apparently gotten Trump's ear. There was a lot of talk about the retail CEOs going to Trump earlier this week and making it clear that they were going to be hurt. And you're hearing other industries do that as well.
Fascinating. Romaine Bostick
This is
in the
nice,
flesh.
guys. This is nice. I think it's the first time I've been here.
Is that true?
Really?
All right.
Yeah. I
That
mean, do I
says
get
a
to
lot.
keep this?
Det ramler faen meg ganske mye.
Yeah, that's just a prop,
Yeah.
by the
Like
way.
a
You
swag
could, every
bag.
guest gets to take the microphone with them. Maybe we'll see you on the late edition of Balance of Power. The great Romaine Bostick in the nation's capital. We've seen it all this week on IMF Week. You never know who's going to show up around here, including Mara Rudman. We want to get into not only the debate over tariffs, the geopolitical debate here in Washington right now as well when it comes to peace in Ukraine. Steve Witkoff sat down. It was apparently a 3-hour meeting this time with Vladimir Putin. I think they had 6 hours the first time around. Almost nobody else was in the room. So it's very difficult to have a sense of where we are in this process. We did hear, though, from President Trump in the Oval yesterday about communications with Russia. Listen.
Putting a lot of pressure. You don't know what pressure I'm putting on Russia. They're dealing. You have no idea what pressure I'm putting on Russia. We're putting a lot of pressure.
Hold kjeft, Trump.
We're putting a lot of pressure on Russia, and Russia knows that, and some people that are close to it know, or he wouldn't be talking.
That's where we start our conversation with the aforementioned Mara Rudman. Professor at the University of Virginia's Miller Center, former U.S. diplomat. Mara, I want to start with the meeting today and Steve Witkoff making a return appearance in Moscow, sitting down with Vladimir Putin behind closed doors, and no one else representing the United States aside from an aide from what we could see in the video. Here you go. If you're with us on Bloomberg TV or on YouTube, you see him walking into the room, shaking hands with Vladimir Putin, and they sit down at this massive white table without many people around that table. They're getting to know themselves, each other on a personal level here, Mara. What does it mean for the path for peace?
Well, it concerns me greatly that they're having one-on-one or close to one-on-one meetings. Steve Witkoff needs, whether or not he believes that himself, to have the knowledge and experience of those who have had to deal with Vladimir Putin over the decades across Republican and Democratic administrations, and he appears to be operating without that. And the statements he's made publicly are deeply concerning that he made prior to this meeting about how he viewed Vladimir Putin. And you can be sure that Putin very clearly has Witkoff's number, literally, Probably, in terms of what we know about the lack of security and operational security of this administration, but also just in terms of his profile and what it's going to take to essentially get the better of him. So it concerns me deeply.
Well, Bloomberg reported yesterday, Mara, that
King Kong, ja, jeg husker det. Akkurat samme som nå. De to aksjene vekter 10% av Nasdaq, så hvis noen vil manipulere dette markedet her, så er det bare å kjøpe en video av Tesla sammen, så får opp markedet. Men det hjelper fortsatt ikke at verden ble nedgradert til forgårs. Det er ingen som har fått med seg, tydeligvis. I hvert fall ikke på chatten her.
Can really exist, and I wonder if you think about that in the same way, or do you think the U.S. is asking Russia to swallow something that it might not be willing to otherwise if it wasn't the Trump administration negotiating?
Tigerball som en øya, det der, altså.
No, I agree very much with what Kurt Volker said, and I would just point to Kurt as the kind of expert that Steve Witkoff and the administration would benefit from hearing from, listening to, in terms of the depth and breadth of his experience with these actors. And so that is one of the many things that concerns me. I think it is obviously critical for Ukraine to keep its military ability, but the idea that that's a major concession that the United States is proposing to Russia is just another indication, I think, of the imbalance with which the United States is dealing with Russia and Ukraine in trying to resolve this.
Mara, how do you read this back and forth over China right now? President Trump suggesting daily communication between the two sides. He says President Xi has called him. Beijing says none of that is true. What should we take from that?
I think we can take that neither actor who's making these proclamations would be the place I'd go to for truth-telling at any point. So it's tough to know or understand what discussions have actually occurred.
So you don't find that the administration and the White House is more credit-worthy, more truthful than the regime in Beijing?
Sadly, I do not.
Oi.
I guess that really answers the question about how you read into this.
Hun sier at
Do you think that there was a between President Trump and Xi?
Hun sier at hun stoler ikke mer på White House enn Beijing.
And I also don't know if there have been conversations between them or not. Clearly, China is very comfortable putting out that there have been no trade negotiations.
Hun er former deputy special envoy.
Is sometimes very loose, I can say charitably, with his characterizations of conversations or the content thereof. President Trump also said, I believe yesterday, that he has agreements with 200 different trade agreements, and he's 100% certain on that. And that's a somewhat baffling statement to make, given that I believe there are 90 sets of negotiations ongoing or contemplated at this point. So reliability.
Trump sier at han har 200 handelsavtaler. Han er 100% sikker på at han får det til. Så sier hun, det er litt spesielt, for det er bare 97 handelsavtaler, men Trump har 200. Det blir jo ikke verre.
He said the Iran situation is coming out very well, that he'd rather have a deal with Iran than the alternative. And he says they can't have weapons.
Jeg finner ikke på dette her engang.
There can be an actual deal inked with Iran, and how close could it look to the original
deal? Donald Trump bare, jeg har 200 handelsavtaler, jeg er 100% sikker på at jeg lander hver jævla en av dem. Så kommer hun som har jobbet med handelsavtaler, det er bare 97, jeg vet ikke hva han driver med.
CNAFTA and then the subsequent agreement with Canada and Mexico.
Det er litt funny,
and the JCPOA agreement between Iran and Europeans and the United States. I will say here, I think there's several avenues that point to potential promising outcomes in terms of these negotiations. And by promising outcomes, I mean...
Det er en grunn til at det ikke går lang. Jeg sier igjen, det er en grunn til det.
And forestalling military action against Iran. I think that's what the Saudis want. That's what other players in the region with whom President Trump works closely are looking toward. And I think the question will be, again, the skill of the negotiators on both sides. And here again, I'm concerned about the leading role that Steve Witkoff has.
It's only got a minute left, Mara.
Nvidia har droppet nesten med 2% nå.
Will gather in Rome in the next 24
Nå?
hours. For
Ja,
Pope's
opp
funeral.
3,3%
President
nå.
Trump will be there. He and the
Fra
First Lady
5,5.
will essentially be leaving as soon as it's
10.
done.
Hvis du skal kjøpe, så er det nå du skal kjøpe, da.
Is that a missed opportunity?
I think there are several, there are so many opportunities that have been missed by President Trump. I will say that I think it's important in terms of him going to the funeral
godt sette en lån for
to honor
spenningen,
the
synes dere
memory
vil det.
of Pope Francis and to focus on that. So I'm a little concerned about the amount that he has been talking about opportunities for various side meetings. Because it's a solemn moment and it's an important moment to honor the memory of a man who really has had a tremendous impact and has a tremendous legacy for the world to respect.
Great indeed. Mara Rudman, thanks for joining us. Professor at the University of Virginia's Miller Center, also former U.S. diplomat herself, here with us on Balance of Power. And we'll be back for more in the late edition this evening at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. So we'll see you then, right here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Nas falt nesten 200 poeng. Ja, hvor lang tid tok det for det fallet der, da? Hvor lang tid brukte du på å falle 200 poeng nå?
Halvtime.
Hvor lang tid har vi brukt på å gå opp det i dag, da?
Det er så mange stikk at jeg gidder ikke å ta dem.
Nei, vi har brukt fra klokka her da, åpning. Vi har brukt Vi har brukt 8 timer for å gå opp dit, og så har vi brukt en halvtime på å miste hele fallet. Bare for å sette ting i perspektiv. Men akkurat nå, sånn teknisk, så er det mange som kommer til å kjøpe nå, akkurat nå. Ja, det er 2 timer igjen. 3 timer faktisk.
Det holder til å gå i null, det.
Kunne jo satt ned en liten lom med for moro skyld, men det er faen meg gidder.
Jeg tenkte det samme.
Det er Tesla som spratt opp igjen.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, everybody, happy Friday.
Yeah.
Kind of a weird one, right?
Is it?
Well, we're happy it's Friday. It's been another long week. But that rally that we've seen in stocks this week kind of hitting a little bit of a wall.
Okay, now. So we are seeing the S&P 500. It was up as high as 0.8% earlier. It was as low as 0.5 percentage point earlier. Right now, up about 0.2%. Emily Graffeo is going to tell us what's going on. Also, Charlie Pellet's going to give us a few more details in a minute.
We just rolled over too, so I'll leg down. So we'll get into those details in just a moment. Keep in mind, we did have the worst ever consumer sentiment readings. Long-term
worst ever consumer
and the president's tariffs have a big reason why we're seeing
consumer confidence reading, worst ever.
We do want to talk about that. A U.S. recession. It's kind of a 50-50. We'll explain how we got there.
Yeah, plus Huntington Bancshares CFO is back with us, speaking all about today's, uncertainty.
I wonder if he's going to use the word recession. He's pretty optimistic, at least.
He's optimistic. We will ask.
Yeah.
Unclear, of course, what he thinks at this point.
All right, and also, great read on the Bloomberg. It's among the most read. It's about the Saudi prince, Al Walid, plotting his next big act with billions riding on none other than Elon Musk. So that story coming up in just a moment. First up, though, let's get to the trading and to Charlie Pellet.
Here's what's going on. Indeed, a volatile session right now with the Dow Jones Industrial Average moving lower since our last update, down 181 right now, back below 40,000, 39,914, a drop right now of just about 0.4%. The S&P 500 index holding on to a gain now of 9 points, up by about 0.2%. The Nasdaq Composite Index up 111, up by about 0.6%. We are on track for a winning week for the S&P 500 index. However, it is a volatile session. Stocks have trimmed most of their advances. Traders parse conflicting signals on progress in President Trump's trade war. 10-year 4.25%, the 2-year 3.75%. Gold down 1.7%, $32.92 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude just about flat on the day, up 3 cents a barrel now at $62.82. Earnings news: Google reported first quarter revenue and profit that exceeded analyst expectations. The stock is advancing now by 1.4%. However, Intel lower after earnings. Right now, Intel is down by 7.4%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much, Charlie Pellet. Well, woohoo, if you're a bear and haven't been scrambling to cover your shorts, the S&P 500 on track for the longest winning streak since January. Not so great, though, for the U.S. dollar, which is poised for its worst showing in the first 100 days of a U.S. president since Richard Nixon. So everything's awesome, right, Tim?
Is it? That's
Not
the
so
question.
much.
With more on today's trade, with us is Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter.
Trump sier another tariff pause is unlikely.
Cross-asset, Emily. That's why we got you here. How would you explain the run-up in stocks that we've seen? Because as Carol reminds us over and over again, nothing has actually changed when it comes to the trade war.
That's right. Nothing has changed in terms of, we still have a lot of lingering questions about, like, what are the actual negotiations going on between the U.S. and at least for this week.
Bare kall meg Alex, du. Nei, jeg kom ikke inn. Nå fløy ut meg.
Something like 4%, even though
that's a pop, right?
Right, it is a pop. So we've paired gains a little bit in this trading session, but still net on the week, pretty positive. There were a couple developments earlier in the week.
Tesla som flakser opp, men har nå opp snart 10%.
And that was going to upend central bank policy. And
Nei, ikke det, Tim.
I don't have any intention.
Well, let's remind everybody why people were nervous about that. Friday was a week ago today. That was not a day the markets were open. It was Good Friday. But still, we heard from Kevin Hassett, who made comments about the president sort of exploring ways that he could do this.
Right.
There was a lot of fear over the weekend and into Monday.
Yeah, I mean, Trump has been saying for a while that he wants Powell to lower interest rates quickly. I think it's hard for traders to kind of understand, you know, what is actually a legitimate policy change that we're going to see.
What's tradable, right?
Right. what is tradable here, at least for this week after Trump made those comments that he has no intention to fire Powell. We did see a leg higher in the stock market. But I was talking to a trader earlier this morning who said, like, for long-term investors, it's kind of hard to take a position here, but at least for the traders, there is some momentum. So he was riding the momentum higher.
It was an interesting week. I feel like you and I talk about this. Like, here we have some big earnings. Intel, Alphabet, a few others. We're going to have another big week next week. But it's almost like, yeah, we do it, and then we move on and we go back to the trade story.
So that
tariff story.
Yeah. I was talking to Scott Bauer from Prosper Trading Academy, and that's what he said as well. That, like, well, we have all these earnings, but they're taking a back seat to the macro. Another, like, interesting thing that at least came on my desk this morning, Torsten Slok flagging trade between China and the U.S. collapsing. So he was looking at shipping data.
Yeah.
And this is something we've started to see people bring up on Twitter. But I mean, Torsten's from Apollo. He just noted that the container ship count, so ships departing from China to the U.S. has dropped. So what kind of signal do we glean here?
We talked about this yesterday, right?
Yeah, and I keep bringing up, I go back to Ryan Peterson, who's the CEO of Flexport, and he writes a lot of tweets about this. He posts on X. I encourage everybody to follow him. He's been on our air before. And this is also maybe what we heard a little bit about in the wake of the meeting earlier this week when the big box retailers were at the White House. The warnings that they reportedly gave the president about, hey, we could see some empty shelves here, a la what happened 5 years ago during the COVID crisis. If that happens, that sends a signal to consumers that, hey, something is really disruptive here. And I don't know what type of appetite the U.S. consumer has for that.
That's right. There could also be a little bit, though, of potentially, China saying, well, everyone hold the ships in the port, so that then traders and, economists get a signal that trade is slowing down.
Wait, are you
and then
saying
the
that
US
could be a negotiating factor here?
Potentially.
Okay, I like
I'm not in the room with these as part of these discussions, but there could be a little bit of that going on. I mean, all in all, there's just still a lot of uncertainty.
One last question. How broad-based has been the rally in terms of a lot of groups enjoying some moves up this week, and how much, I know we talked a little bit, I think, with Eric Weiner about how much might be short covering as people were kind of negative, still are, I think.
Yeah. If you look at Goldman Sachs' most shorted stocks, it's actually lower today, but like ARK, a lot of the like very speculative parts of the market, Bitcoin higher, ARK Innovation ETF is higher. Sometimes that's a signal of short covering.
All right, good stuff. Thank you so much. Getting us going at this 2 p.m. hour. Emily Grafeo, thank you so much. Cross-asset reporter at Bloomberg News, joining us here in studio.
Hey, now to the ominous tone when it comes to the macro, as U.S. consumer sentiment slides to one of the lowest readings on record. And as economists anticipate President Trump's trade war makes a U.S. recession almost a coin flip. We head to Washington, D.C., and to Bloomberg's Michael McKee. He's a Bloomberg TV and radio international economics and policy correspondent. He's live in our D.C. bureau right now. Mike, you're wrapping up the meetings at the IMF. I want to get from you just the general consensus, the general tone, the vibes, for lack of a better term. But before that, I want to bring up the UMich data that we got earlier today and really what it told us. What was the signal there?
Well, the signal is the same as it was with the preliminary numbers. These were a little bit better, but they basically say Americans don't think the economy is in good shape, and they're worried about where it's going from here. The question always is with these sentiment surveys is, do they translate that into
Consumer sentiments er det laveste de har hatt noen gang på skriftlig dokumentert.
Numbers certainly not good. A little bit better, by a basis point than they were in the preliminary, but they're still very high. And if Americans are worried about prices going up and they are worried about the economy, they might pull back on their spending, and then you've got a demand problem that slows the economy at a time when tariffs might be something of a shock on the supply side and push up inflation. And that's the nightmare scenario. So you can you can sort of game out bad news from this report if you want to go far enough.
All right, so when do you just kind of speculate that it's going to turn into bad actions? I mean, is there a reading, Mike, that you say, okay, we're there, people are definitely holding back and it doesn't look good?
Well, you'll have to look at the consumer spending numbers, both the retail sales numbers and, of course, the spending numbers that come at the end of the month. But there was a study done a couple of years ago by Danny Blanchflower. You know him well. He's the economics professor up at Dartmouth College. That shows there is a strong correlation between big drops in consumer confidence and recessions. And I have been at the other end of his emails where he's been saying lately, "I told you," and this is what's going to happen. So we shall see if that does indeed.
Okay, promised me to talk about the vibes down in Washington. You've been there the entire week. I'm sure the weather has been great. It's spring-like. Nice in Washington right now. What about the vibes? What's the takeaway from spring IMF meetings? And really everyone that you've run into,
I think everybody just wants to get out of this town. The talk, as you say, no matter what comes up, it all ends up back on tariffs and what the U.S. role in the global economy is going to be going forward. And the problem for everybody, besides just the basics of tariffs are bad for economics, is that the uncertainty caused by the president's waffling around on tariffs and what they're going to be is really paralyzed everybody. Countries are trying to figure out how they can defend themselves and protect their economies from tariffs, but they don't know what the tariffs are actually going to be, what they'll be applied upon, when they'll be applied. So it's very hard for anyone to get a clear idea of where we go from here. And of course, we're all in this echo chamber where that's all what gets talked about. So I think people may be glad when this event is over.
Well, that's interesting too. Like, I do wonder when the echo chamber, like, we just kind of are in this vacuum. We're like, bad, bad, bad. Having said that, Bloomberg did their own survey of economists, and they basically are saying a couple of things. They say the U.S. economy is set to expand 1.4% this year, 1.5% next year. Not great, compared with 2% and 1.9% in the last month's poll. The median respondent now sees a 45% chance of a downturn in the next 12 months. That's up from 30% in March. You're the expert here. I know it's all just numbers. I know it's just a survey.
Kjipt at jeg mistet den longen, ass.
Weren't talking U.S. recession, and now it's part of the narrative.
Kjipt at jeg mistet den longen.
I feel like we're playing Family Feud here.
Ja, det var ganske tydelig da.
The survey reflects basically the feeling on
jeg så
Wall Street
Beck.
and among almost all economists that a recession is not necessarily likely, but the odds of it have gone up significantly, and a lot of it is going to depend on what consumers do. We also see the beginnings of a real slowdown in business investment. We saw that in some of the categories of durable goods. We had a big durable goods number yesterday based on Boeing.
Det ser ut som masse slowdown i US businesses.
Orders, computer orders, things like that.
Computer orders.
So businesses are pulling back, and Fed officials tell
consumer sentiment slides, inflation expectations jump.
Then the odds go up significantly that a recession could occur. It wouldn't take much to tip us into one.
How big of a grain of salt should we take surveys, or not surveys such as this, but what economists think will happen? And I think back to, what, 2-3 years ago at this point, Mike, when pretty much everyone was saying we'd be in recession, and that didn't end up happening.
Well, I think the difference this time is economists know that this is sort of an impossible situation to be in. And I've talked to a lot of them this week who all say that I'm lucky because I get to be an economist who doesn't have to make a forecast. They get paid for making forecasts, and they don't have a whole lot of good data to make that forecast upon. So it's very difficult for them to know whether this 45% is a good, strong number or not. I think as we go along and get more hard data, they'll refine their views. But for right now, I think they're just being cautious because the odds are, the story is lining up that we could go into recession, but it doesn't necessarily mean that's going to happen.
Right. And at least they're putting out some numbers, right? They're not saying, well, we could go this way or we could go this way. I mean, it's like kind of an interesting environment, as you know, with corporate earnings where we're getting some CEOs or some C-suites. We keep bringing up United Airlines, but I think there's a few others where saying, well, it could go this way or it could go this way, depending on the tariffs and depending on the U.S. economy. Mike, the Fed speak, you caught up with Fed Governor Waller. I'm just curious how you were thinking about what we were hearing. We're getting ready to go right into a quiet period when it comes to the Fed as well.
Yeah, this is going to be an uneventful one and an uneventful Fed meeting because they don't know. They're not going to make any change at the May meeting. The question then becomes how fast do we get enough data for them to make a decision? Waller said that he wouldn't expect anything until we get June data, which comes out in July, which would put the next move perhaps not, it wouldn't be in June, it would be maybe the July 30th meeting or even September 17th. And I think that Waller is leaning towards the fall before you have enough data to show what's going on, because companies are going to move slowly on all of this. If their input prices don't go shooting up, but just start to rise, maybe they'll eat a little bit of it to keep share of business. And if the economy slows, they may be a little more reluctant to let people go because it was so hard to find them before. So we'll have to see how the data play out. They know they'll be behind the curve, but there isn't much else they can do about it at this point.
We got anecdotes from the Beige Book this week. We know the data that the Federal Reserve looks at as they go into their quiet period. How do they look, though, at company earnings? Because we're going to hear from some big ones next week. Are they watching what companies like large mega cap tech public companies are telling investors?
Sure. And of course, they're always talking to the CEOs of companies, especially the bank presidents in their districts. They don't particularly care, I think, about what the earnings per share is, but the guidance is what's giving the Fed some kind of clue as to what's going on. And when you have well, Delta and American pulled their guidance, and you mentioned United setting up a two-scenario guidance. That suggests that the businesses are going to sit on the sidelines for a while. And if that's the case, then the economy slows because it doesn't get the stimulus from investment.
Are we seeing any shift? Next week is a big week when it comes to the job market, right? We get the monthly read from the government on Friday. That's what we'll be talking about 1 week from now. And then we get obviously some lead-ups to that.
Little JOLTS action coming earlier in the week.
A little bit of other stuff. So how important is it when I feel like it's almost getting to the point, yes, we know the Fed obviously is on inflation watch, but people are kind of maybe debating, are they going to have to start watching the labor market more for signs of weakness, signs of growth slowing down? So I'm just curious how important the numbers are next week. I know they're always important, but are they a little bit more important next week?
I think they'll be a little more interesting, but not necessarily more important. Chris Waller said yesterday to me that he thinks that unemployment is going to be a more important indicator of where the economy is going than inflation, because his belief is inflation's a one-time move, but if you start seeing people getting laid off, that tends to pick up speed. The thing about this week coming up, the April numbers, is we don't have a clear picture of how the job cuts that the president has forced on the federal government are playing out yet. We don't really know how many people have been fired. I'm not sure all the people who've been fired know they've been fired. And we don't have a great idea yet of what the spillover into the contracting world is. Now, so there should be some impact. It should be noticeable, but is it going to be big enough to make a difference? Probably not. And then longer term, immigration has come to a stop. And so the labor market should start to fall, which changes the denominator on the unemployment rate and could keep the unemployment rate from moving up as quickly. So this week, or this coming week, it'll be interesting to see what clues we get out of this, but it won't be determinative in any way because they're not going to move in May.
Mike, just 20 seconds. Torsten Slok out with a note today about U.S. trade between China and trade between China and the U.S. collapsing. Could see empty shells, COVID-like. How big of a deal would that be if that happens? Just 20 seconds.
Oh, if that happens, that'll be a big deal, because that's the kind of thing that Americans notice right away, not only prices, but the availability of goods. So that's something to be concerned about. We'll see if the numbers continue on those container ships coming in.
Yep, funny, not funny, the hunt for toilet paper, and so much more. We all remember it all too well. Michael McKee.
You hoard in the basement. I know that about you. So we're all going over to the Master household if we run out of TP.
Michael McKee. He is, of course, TV and radio, international economics and policy correspondent. Coming up, the CFO of Huntington Bancshares.
Nå er Tesla tilbake til 10%. Green Supercar. Følg med meg har minus 5000 deposit, men jeg skal vurdere å ta bort noen kontrakter. Følg med meg har minus 5000. Jeg skjønte ikke spørsmålet.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow Jones Industrial Average lower, the S&P, NASDAQ. They are both advancing right now, but a volatile session has seen stocks trimming much of their advance as investors parse conflicting signals on progress in the trade spat between the U.S. and China. So here's where we stand. The S&P now higher by 29 points. That is a gain of about 0.5%. Dow Jones Industrial Average in the red, lower by 44, down by about 0.1%. And NASDAQ up 171, a gain there of 1%. The 10-year yield 4.26% with a 2-year currently yielding 3.76%. Gold down $55 the ounce. $93 down 1.7%. West Texas Intermediate crude 63.09 a barrel, up 0.5%. And Bitcoin at 94,900, up by 1.6%. Apple is seeking to import most of the iPhones it sells in the U.S. from India by the end of next year, accelerating a shift beyond China to mitigate risks relating to tariffs and geopolitical tensions. Right now, we have got Apple shares climbing by about 0.2%. Keeping an eye on DoorDash, it is making a proposal to buy Deliveroo in the UK for $3.6 billion. Recapping, S&P 500 index up 31, up 0.6%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, Huntington Bancshares reported earnings last week. Some analysts noting how the regional bank based in Ohio seemed to be more optimistic about growth than its peers. For the first quarter, the bank beat on earnings, net interest margin, and more. It also approved a $1 billion share buyback. The stock rallied 3% on that release, but the stock overall year to date is down about 11%. In our weekly check in on CFOs, Chief Financial Officers, back with us is Zach Wasserman. He's Senior Executive VP, CFO of Huntington Bancshares. It is the holding company of the Consumer and Business Regional Bank, Huntington National Bank. It's got locations in a handful of states. We'd like to remind you, Ohio, Minnesota, North and South Carolina, and a few more. And Zach joining us from Columbus, Ohio. Also with us is Nina Trentman, Senior Editor at Bloomberg News, the author of the CFO Briefing newsletter, which you can get at bloomberg.com/CFO briefing. It comes out a new one every Sunday, and Zach is among those featured in the newsletter out on Sunday. Zach, Nina, welcome. Good to have you both. Zach, we want to get right to it. Great to have you here. I think we talked with you in about mid-March last go round, and that was before so-called Liberation Day. What's changed? as a result of what we've got from the White House and the volatility and uncertainty that has followed.
Yeah, well, it's terrific to be back with you, and certainly it's been an eventful first start of the second quarter here. But for us, it's continued business as usual for the most part. We had, as you noted, a really strong first quarter. It was, frankly, in my finance career, within the top 5 of any quarter I've ever been a part of. Revenues growing 10%, earnings per share up 20%, with really strong customer acquisition trends and great credit quality. So a lot of momentum actually carrying into the second quarter. With that being said, one of the ways we characterized the sentiment right now on our earnings call was cautious optimism. Certainly more uncertainty today than was the case earlier in the year. With that being said, we're still seeing growth. An indication of that is loan pipelines, our forward projection of likely loan closings, actually higher in the first 2 weeks of the second quarter here from the end of the first quarter. So still seeing that come through, notwithstanding a bit more uncertainty for sure.
Given that you have a regional focus, what would you say is the biggest potential impact from tariff policy on your business? We talk about some of the bigger banks, and certainly the issues around M&A and sort of a pause when it comes to IPOs that have been pulled. That affects their capital markets business, but that's not necessarily where you guys are playing. What are the biggest risks based on what's happening in Washington to your business?
It's a great question. It's a great question, Tim. And I think, for the most part, it is the uncertainty itself. We're seeing somewhat delays in the decision-making process that affects loan activity. In our regional bank, for example, I was just talking with our key executive there, mentioned that the loan closing process is taking about 6 days longer, about 10% longer maybe than would historically have been the case. We're seeing some of our segments that really service companies who are key to durable goods, particularly those that where they have a foreign supply chain, that we're seeing some impacts in. We do have an M&A advisory business that supports middle market, largely private companies, and we're seeing somewhat slower deal closing process there. So, we're seeing to some degree those impacts, and that if that uncertainty continues, we would expect to see that those impacts continue and probably magnify. So, absolutely, we'd like to see a resolution of some of these uncertainty. With that being said, as I noted in my first answer, we are seeing generally growth. Loans for us into the first quarter grew 2% from the end of last year, and our forecast for Q2, the quarter we're in right now, is for another 1% to 2% growth. So overall, still seeing growth, but at the margin, some of those impacts.
Zach, to follow up on that, one of the themes in the upcoming edition of the briefing will be controlling the controllables, which is a theme that is coming up in many earnings calls that we're seeing these days coming in. Wondering from your perspective, if you're looking at your business, what are the items that you can actually control?
Yeah, it's a great question, Nina, and I think one of the things that's critical for us, and to some degree situations like this really reveal which companies are managed the most rigorously, and we always think about multiple scenarios and scenario planning with contingent actions. And so to some degree, this scenario that's playing out right now is part and parcel to the way we manage the company all the time, always thinking about what could potentially come to pass and how we'll pull the levers of the business to maintain strong relative performance in any of them. With that being said, I always First, the key pillars of financial strength for the bank: capital, liquidity, and credit. And those are the things that under all circumstances we want to have strength in. And in an environment like this, we know how we will operate to maintain those areas of strength. Now, the second is the growth orientation of the firm. What are the goals that we're putting out to the organization? Where do we want folks focused? And what's the pace of our investments into key growth initiatives? And then the last thing is, how can we be consistent with our customer base? Fundamentally, one of the most important things for a bank is to be there for our customers through all cycles. And so for us, that consistency of customer interaction, consistency of underwriting, and really making sure that for the customers, we're always there to support them.
Right. Just wondering, actually, you pointed out the importance of credit and in the current situation. If we go back a few weeks' time, basically ever since the April 2 tariffs were announced, we've seen a strong sell-off in U.S.
Det 2 aksjer som går I dag.
investors questioning sort of the
Ja,
stability
jeg har
of the
fulgt
US
med litt,
financial
men det
system.
er jo
We're also seeing
det er bare helt tullete.
around institutions
Ja,
here
Tesla
in
er
the
opp
US,
10% da.
questions around the rule of law, due process. So I'm wondering from a
De leverte de dårligste tallene ever I forrige uke, liksom. Så det faen
business now and also for the longer term.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. Look, I think
Jeg
to
vet
some
ikke hva jeg skal si,
degree we see ourselves as a bastion of strength.
Vet ikke helt hva som
There
ligger
is
til
those
grunn.
kind of uncertainties. You can count
Nei,
on
jeg
us.
synes
det er
Just a minute ago, our decision-making
fryktelig lite
criteria
volum.
are gonna be
Tredje dagen på rad.
consistent.
Ja, det ikke noe
We're
volum.
there to provide advice and counsel to our customers amidst this time.
Det
To some
ingenting.
degree, this actually is a
Man skulle,
time that bankers
man skulle liksom nesten tro det var ferie.
no one wants uncertainty and
Ja, men de sier på Bloomberg nå I hvert fall at institusjoner, de kjøper ikke noe. Det alt for usikkert.
We help them think through,
So-
how are they going to address potential
Og-
De
challenges
selger jo
in
ikke
supply
heller.
chain.
Hæ?
How are
De
they
selger jo
gonna
ikke heller.
continue to-
Nei, men jeg tror de bare ligger helt rolig, bare
Nominal
venter.
interest rates, which have clearly risen,
Det ikke noe volum noen steder her, men
and begin to reaccelerate. How are they going to address that?
det svinger ikke heller, så får liksom ikke gjort seg med.
Focus on customers, focus on their best interests, and really help
Fikk jo
them
bare et
to
sånt lite
be
dropp
ready
her nå I stad.
amongst this
Ja.
potential uncertainty.
Hey, one thing I want to ask you.
Det var
just to
Trump som
follow up,
pratet.
Zach, on Nina's
Hæ?
comment.
Det var Trump som pratet.
Especially when it comes to the rule of law.
Og så falt det.
We're living in an environment where it's being
Han sier at
tested.
det blir ikke hva står det her da?
President in the White House. We have a story this morning that is among our most read on the Bloomberg about
Blir ikke noe deal med Kina.
Nei, Trump says another tariff pause is unlikely. Så det blir ikke noe mer tariffpause.
Whether that was legal or illegal, the point is we're living in a very different. At this point, it feels like United States of America. So how do you think about it as a CFO? We're looking to our leaders, trying to
Ja, det noe, det sånn der, det veldig spesielt at vi faller ikke på nedgraderinger heller.
and operating within one.
Så de på Bloomberg, de økonomene, skjønner jo ingenting.
How things will go and how the operating environment could potentially change. We walked into this year with an expectation that the regulatory environment would continue to evolve and be very constructive for growth, and so we're certainly looking to see that. But
Vi var jo på vei ned I dag også, før han åpnet kjeften sin.
And really just continue to focus on the
Ja, han var på rett før åpning, var det ikke det?
Jo.
Forgive me.
If I had to, hva sa du? Jeg bare leste den memen som var her.
It's not business as usual in terms of how things are run, and I am curious, and we're really leaning on.
Men spørsmålet her hvor mye kan Tesla gå på en dag, liksom?
Is it upsetting?
Vi har sett Tesla gå opp mot 15-16 på en dag, da.
To see things not kind of business as
Var
usual.
ikke det I fjor,
Becoming the target.
I fjor på den tiden her, faktisk.
Ja, det var når Biden...
Så kom det plutselig Tesla med de dårligste tallene siden 2012. Og da falt jo Tesla først liksom den ene dagen med 10%, for noen syntes det så var mye, og så de neste 3 etterfølgende dagene så gikk en 25.
Sikkert fordi han ikke tror det skal bli verre. Se, det rører ikke på seg, det står helt stille, liksom. Skjer ikke noe. Jeg vurderer å ta ut noen av shortene, men jeg vet ikke om jeg har lyst til det, for alt bare dritt.
Manufacturing and auto parts and auto-related clients and how those are intending to manage supply chain challenges. What can you tell us about that? What
Det sånn tikk-tikk I dag
you've heard from them?
Ja, akkurat sånn som I går.
I think certainly, sort of, as I noted earlier, the folks that are really
ikke noe, skjer jo ikke noe.
toward foreign supply chains, there are some
Men
concerns.
Intel faen meg, det ser så mye de ned.
It's affecting
De største på Nasdaq, liksom.
With that being said, I also
Intel ned 7%, og T-Mobile ned 12%. Altså, det så mye, det. Men siden Nvidia og Tesla, de to som går mest, de vekter jo 10% av hele Nasdaqen. Så det hjelper jo ikke hvor mye de andre faller. Og de går den dagen de viktigste tech-selskapene faller.
Jeg har sett sånne type ting før da. hele høst eller før jul så var det jo en av de 7 store som alltid gikk, mens de andre falt. Skulle på det.
Jeg vet det. Det er bare, jeg trodde ikke det skulle skje nå. Nei, jeg trodde Trump skulle få orden på ting, det var det jeg trodde.
Thus far, we have not seen that. That's why we like to talk to folks like you, Zach. Thank you so much. Really appreciate
litt ferdig med nå.
Ja, de hadde det verste consumer sentiment kom I dag. Verste som noen har skrevet på blokk I historien, sa han akkurat på Bloomberg. Ja.
Men
Får ikke gjort en rytt her.
Nei. Du kan jo plinge meg hvis du tar en pause.
Ja, det blir etterpå da.
Ja.
Greit, ha det.
Ha det.
Er du så shorta nå, eller?
Nei, det var som tok ut et par lån.
Du catcha long på bunnen, eller?
Nei.
Nei. Jeg prøvde på en liten continuation long her nå.
Har du en inn?
Hæ?
Har du en inn ennå?
Hei, hva?
Har du en inn ennå?
Har jeg en ennå?
Om du har den inne fortsatt?
Ja, jeg inne, ja. Jeg hoppet nettopp inn. På min sida. Typ.
Det mer morsomt å se på sånn dvergporno, dette her. Fy faen, så kjedelig. Det var jo ikke sånn hele forrige uke. Bare de siste 3 dagene har vært sånn superkjedelig. Det var litt fart og spenning I forrige uke. Smalt litt alle veier.
Men påskeuka, den var det aldri nå.
Nei, men hvorfor det så lite volum nå? Det ferie I utlandet et eller annet, eller? Siden det ikke rører på seg?
Det virker som det mer ferie nå enn det var I påskeuka.
Tesla hitter snart 10% ennå. Nytt på nytt, hva faen det for noe? Det var kranglet om alle her.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got the Dow Jones Industrial Average back in the green. The S&P Nasdaq holding on to gains, on track for a winning week. S&P 500 index up now by 37 points to 55.22, up by about 0.7%. Dow Industrials up 12, little change right now.
Var det noen news på Tesla-dag, eller? Tesla som gikk for Tesla økte med 6% på dagen, drevet med Trump og nasjonen planlegger å lete etter regulering. Lette på regulering, og så vil Tesla sterk fokus på. Ja, planer er blitt godkjent, eller snakker man om det, liksom?
The 10-year 4.26% with a 2-year currently yielding 3.76%.
Ja, Google har ikke gått opp noen neste ting helt.
Dollars the ounce down 1.7%, and West Texas Intermediate crude 63.09 a barrel, up by about 0.5%. Skechers USA shares now down 4.5%.
Er det at de planlegger lettelse, liksom, eller har det kommet det fysisk?
And withdrawing its previous annual outlook due to macroeconomic uncertainty stemming from global trade policies. Getting word that Dan Loeb's Third Point is building a stake in Kenvue. That, according to the FT right now, Kenvue shares are up by 2.4%. And Ben Baldanza, who helped pioneer discount air travel as head of Spirit Airlines and became a target of passenger irritation over no-frills flights, has died. Ben Baldanza was 62. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie.
Trumperne har hjulpet Elon litt.
All right, Charlie, thanks so much. Well,
Lobbyvirksomhet, industriinteresse.
Fixture, no doubt about it, of the global investment world. His financial moves watched closely. One of the very successful and uber-rich members among Middle East royalty, and yet, as Bloomberg's Devin Pendleton,
Det fikk jeg faen ikke med meg, ass. Fikk med den, Robert?
One-of-a-kind figure among the rich and the powerful in the Middle East Gulf region. Devin has been at the Kingdom Center. It's a landmark of the Riyadh skyline several times. She is Bloomberg News wealth reporter. Her Bloomberg exclusive on Prince Al-Walid is today's Bloomberg Big Take. It's also among the most read on the Bloomberg.
Det er ikke et forslag, det blir gjort endringer, faktisk. Vedtak.
Really great story about someone that I feel like at one
Flere rapporter tyder på at endringer ble presset frem av industriinteresser og lobbyvirksomhet.
And then, you know, he kind of got quiet, and then there, of course, was a big thing that happened over in Saudi Arabia. Take us back to kind of who he is, and then kind of the moment it feels like things changed.
Sure. Well, thank you.
I'll buy a break even.
Tim. So Prince Al-Walid he's a Saudi billionaire, and he's a member of the royal family. The royal family is huge. There's thousands of members. So he is related to the king, but not like in the kingly line of succession as we think of it. But a prominent member and very, very entrepreneurial from a young age. He attended college in the U.S. and started investing here and there in Saudi Arabia. But the reason we all talk about him and know him is that he made a bet on Citibank back in the 80s when it was really struggling. That bet did tremendously well. For a long time, he was Citi's biggest shareholder. He went on to form relationships with Rupert Murdoch, with Bill Gates. He bought a stake in the Four Seasons. He bought a stake in News Corp. He had a stake in Disney. He funded Euro Disney. I mean, all over, and also a very prominent hotel investor with some amazing properties. And just like a larger-than-life character. He was a fixture, like you said, always showing up on financial television.
Yeah.
Det var ikke så dumt at han mest skal bli kompis med Trump, I hvert fall.
Traveled with a motorcade, had an entourage with him, incredibly lavish lifestyle.
And then, pretty much overnight, November 2017, everything changed.
Everything changed. So in November 2017, this was about a year and a half after King Salman became king of Saudi Arabia, and his son, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, was really just basically running the show in Saudi Arabia. Incredibly young and ambitious guy, and he locked up hundreds of the elite of Saudi Arabia, not just businessmen but also governors, government ministers, prominent people, philanthropists, business people. Detained them at the Ritz, and that included Prince Al-Walid, which was a big deal because Prince Al-Walid at that point, like kind of prior to this moment, was really like for the U.S. I mean, maybe the most famous Saudi. Like he was what a lot of investors thought of, or Wall Street thought of, if you mentioned Saudi Arabia, because Saudi too was so private and closed off for so long. Like it was difficult to crack. They weren't investing. Like it is nothing like it is today. Al-Walid was detained there for 83 days.
I og med at det vedtaket ble faktisk gjort om nå, lovendringen, så kan faktisk Tesla gå ganske mye mer på det da. I og med at Tesla falt så jævla mye. Men jeg vet ikke hvor mye det utgjør av businessen deres. Det aner jeg ikke. Jeg trodde det var rykter, men det faktisk det ble gjort et vedtak, liksom.
But just said, you know, business is normal. And it was like, oh, okay, all right, business as usual. But he has a very, very big, prominent investment company called Kingdom Holding, which has stakes all over the world. And he pretty much went quiet, like after he got out of the Ritz. He gave that one interview, and then.
Lager ikke ny sterk noen ganger. Det kan fortsatt ramle nå, men når jeg sitter og ser på den Tesla-nyheten faktisk ganske. Jeg trodde det var rykter I stad, men det faktisk. Trump har endret loven, liksom. Han har tatt bort.
What he was invested in? So what do we know?
So we know, I mean,
At de som på en måte kjører med sånne nivå 2-systemer, altså de som kjører, de får mindre krav til rapportering og regulatoriske press. Så Donald Trump har fjernet Han har fjernet Hva heter det for noe? Han har gjort det lettere da, for at det skulle bli godkjent med å kjøre biler uten sjåfører da. Selvkjørende biler. Han har faktisk forandret loven for at Elon Musk skal få lov til å selge det på bilene sine. Fy faen, snakk om å si at Biden korrupt.
Some of those projects include projects by none other than Elon Musk. And I was pretty taken by one of the things that he told you. He said
det ganske sjukt, liksom. Han har forandret loven for å tilpasse Tesla. De endringene I USA I dag, rapportering ulike selvstendige vil bli kunngjort. Sean P. De endringene en del av ny nasjonal strategi. Utviklet av National Highway Traffic Safety. Under Trump-administrasjonen, der Elon Musk jobber.
That had a big impact. It was roughly $44 billion.
Det jævlig bra premie nå.
Al-Waleed had tremendous conviction that it was worth more than that. So, you know, one of the first things he said to me was like, hey, you know, this is.
Men det holder ikke at NASA skal opp, for å si det. Men det her ganske betydelig. Dette her ganske stor nyhet da, for Tesla faktisk.
Speaks for itself.
I mean, how close are they? Do we know?
Han har faktisk endret loven. Det faen meg aldri
there's investment connections and a relationship, but I mean, how close are they?
I mean, he told me they speak every week. They didn't know each other until 2022. Al-Waleed was a longtime investor in Twitter before it was even a public company, and he didn't really know Musk until Musk stepped in to buy it. But Al-Waleed totally immediately threw his hat in the ring, said, I'm in, you know, I'm going to roll my stake over, let's do this. So that meant a lot to Musk, and he said they speak regularly.
Why do this story now?
Because it was so marked, like after so many years of him being quiet, all of a sudden he is taken to the airwaves in a way that we haven't seen in so long. And it really was reminiscent of the Al-Waleed we used to know. You know, just this big, colorful guy with some very important differences.
What's his relationship with the president?
So he's a supporter. He has a long history with him, actually, in this time in the 80s and 90s, you know, go Wall Street, when Trump was mired in debt in the early 90s. Al-Waleed kind of bailed him out. He bought his yacht, which he still owns. A few years later, Trump's still in debt, and Al-Waleed and another Singaporean billionaire bought his stake in the plaza. So he says, he loves to say that I know how to negotiate with Trump. I know what he's doing. You know, I've dealt with him before with the tariffs, for example. You know, when Trump was running for president in 2016, or the run-up to that, he had his Muslim ban. Prince Al-Waleed was not a fan of that. They actually sparred on Twitter. But very quick, they papered things over. You know, he's very happy with his treatment of the Arab world.
Fascinating read. Highly recommend everybody check it out on the Bloomberg. Devin, thank you. Really appreciate it. Devin Pendleton, she's Bloomberg News Wealth reporter. This story is among the most read. It is the Bloomberg Big Take. Find it at Bloomberg.com or on the Bloomberg. Coming up, an update on
ganske sjukt. faktisk. At han tør å gjøre det på en så nærstående kollega, det helt spinnvilt. De gjorde om hele regelverket for at Elon Musk skal få godkjent bilene sine. Det helt sjukt.
Han driter en lang en i alt.
Det faen meg helt sjukt. Han har gjort om hele... For det var dritstrengt i fjor at det var så mange som ikke fikk godkjent selvkjørende biler. Masse konkurrenter. På grunn av det var så mye crash og dritt, ikke sant? Og så har han faen meg forandret hele regelverket under National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, NHTSA, under Donald Trump. Og så har de også gitt Elon Musk sånne psyko-kontrakter på disse svære lastebilene. Jeg trodde det var mer sånn tilfeldige. For Musk sier jo at den avtalen var gjort før han begynte i Doge. Ja, faen, vær sjukt. Men det som rart da, vi kan jo si hva vi vil. Nå ramler det litt her. Men det som rart da... Hæ?
Nei, jeg bare faen meg break-even igjen.
Og du fikk den i fjeset?
Ja, jeg gjorde det.
Ja, men...
Jeg visste at den kunne falle her, men...
Ja, men det går så fint så. Men det som sjukt her, det jo at det så opplagt at han gjør det for Trump, gjør det for Musk. Hvordan det lov? Liksom, hvordan det lov? Jeg ble satt ut av det. Da skal det I hvert fall ned. Den eneste grunnen til vi går opp der på grunn av Tesla. Den Tesla kom opp på grunn av Donald Trump runker Elon Musk, mens alt av nyheter negativt. Det I hvert fall enda mer stolt tro på at dette skal det. Den nye endringen I USA, regelverk, rapportering av ulykker med selvkjørende biler, ble kunngjort av transportminister Sean P. Duffy. Denne endringen en del av nasjonal strategi for autonome kjøretøy under Trump-administrasjonen. Det gjør at selskap som Tesla, som tilbyr nivå 2-systemer, får mindre regulatoriske press og færre krav til rapportering. Og bare slapp av, Musk. Dette går bra. Det gjør ingenting om du kjører ned folk med bilen. Dette går fint. Ikke rapporter det, det går helt fint. Flere rapporter tyder på at endringene ble presset frem av industriinteresser og lobbyvirksomhet. Noen spekulerer at det politisk press fra Elon Musk. Å nei, sier du det? Hvem hadde trodd det? Det ikke lov, men han har kommet til noen andre saker. Han kan gjøre hva han vil. Han kan gjøre hva faen han vil. Han sa jo til alle for 2 uker siden, når markedet krasjet, så sa han jo, nå det smart å kjøpe aksjer. Og så kom han med en melding hvor han stoppet tariffen I 90 dager, så markedet gikk opp 10%. Han kan gjøre hva faen han vil. Det beviser det nå, når han kom med en melding av på Tesla, og ingen...
AppFolio, so shares are edging lower by as much as 17%. That's the most since 2020 or at least 2020. So if the application software company
Sitter du fortsatt inn, Alex? Eller ble du stoppet ut?
They reported EPS and sales below estimates, but for the year ahead, they still see revenue at around
Apollo Inc. kommer med tall nå, ned 17%. Nok dritt.
What do these guys do? They're an application software company, so...
That whole application software place, I feel like it's just like a dump of companies, a lot of them.
Så Apollo Inc. ned 17%, T-Mobile ned 12%, Intel ned 7%, Tesla 10%. Og en video 4,6%. Det liksom en video av Tesla som holder det her opp. Alphabet opp 1,6%. 6, den er egentlig nesten på day low. Den har bare falt fra åpning i dag. Den var opp 6% i dag tidlig, har bare falt. Faen, det er jo sjukt. Jeg tror ikke dere skjønner hvor sinnssykt det her er, denne Tesla-meldingen. Det er ganske sjukt. Det er det nærmeste du kommer dokumentert innsider, liksom.
It's called Timsplaining, by the way. So thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hadde han gjort det der I Norge, så hadde det vært håndjern på den.
Så du blir puttet i buret.
Nesten.
Tror du går ned I dag neste time der, Johannes? Jeg aner ikke. Hvis du ser her da, ny selskap leverte ræva-tall ned 17%, Carters ræva-tall nettopp 12%, T-Mobile ned 12%, Intel ned 7%. Alt er dritt liksom. Alt er dritt. Det hjelper ikke det når Tesla går opp på grunn av Trump forandret hele loven I USA. Vel, hvorfor kom ikke den ut I stedet, liksom? Hvorfor fikk vi ikke den før nå? Det må være på alle nyhetene. Det har ikke vært på CNBC, ikke på Bloomberg, ingen steder.
That's one way of putting it. And also they have a CEO transition and really tariff uncertainty. So they said that the current tariff situation has introduced substantial uncertainty. I feel like that's also the trending word these days. And they just really can't predict their outcome.
Jeg finner ingen steder. Det har ikke vært på noen nyheter, Prepino. Det har sikkert vært på sånn Twitter. Det er ikke noen steder jeg har sett det.
Awfully long time. Yes, and I feel like there's so much competition today.
Yeah, and there's competition, and that stuff is likely imported. I mean, no question.
I'm sure.
So, given what's going on with trade,
founded in
no question.
Anybody want to guess?
When it was founded? 1935.
1950.
What?
No, older.
Okay.
What? Founded in 1865 by William Carter.
Okay. Bill Carter.
Okay, sorry.
I try to look at their outfits, and they're cute. When I buy for my nieces and nephews, honestly, my number one criteria is what delivers online fastest.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I totally get that. Got another name for us?
Last is Saya. I tried to look up how to pronounce it, but I think I'm correct. So shares are down 32%. That's the most since 2002. This is a trucking company. They reported revenue and earnings that missed estimates and EPS as well. And again, they cite, quote, uncertain macroeconomic environment. It's wild. This is the largest plunge out of the three stocks I'm talking about. And then they also said that because of the environment, they didn't really see typical sequential growth in shipments through the quarter. So it really muddies everything. And also we have harsh winters in southern areas. That's affecting it. And we have Barclays saying that results were much worse than expected. We have BMO downgrading the stock and writing that the challenges appear specific to the company. So that's what's interesting to me, because why is it specific?
You know what's interesting to me is you picked three stocks that were lower. And this is a day when we're seeing the indexes up. The S&P up 0.6%, the Dow is flat, the Nasdaq's up, but the majority of stocks in the S&P 500 are lower today. So what the indexes are telling us isn't necessarily representative of what's happening. Mega cap tech is helping power the markets higher.
It's really, it boils down to that, the concentration. I mean, it has fallen a little bit, but still, it's historic and unprecedented, the level of concentration we're seeing.
Is that one of your decliners today?
You know, none of those are my decliners, but I'm thinking about changing them because these are some pretty good ones.
That's a great one too. I mean, I love transports, love trucking.
Yeah,
like
Lee
it just
Klaskow
tells
at
you.
Bloomberg Intelligence. He joined us yesterday to talk about the challenges that are facing trucking.
Yeah.
We asked him, is the trucking industry or logistics sort of trucking industry, is it like exiting a recession? He said no.
Yes, I think UPS we also talked about yesterday. Honestly, it's really such an uncertain time. It's scary, but exciting for journalists. In a way.
To cover, no doubt. Great group of stocks. Thank you so much. Isabel Lee, Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter. If you like what you heard, check out our Stock Movers podcast. It's 5-minute episodes, winners, losers. This time around, it was a lot of decliners. But you can find Stock Movers wherever you get your podcast. You can find it on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere else.
Hey, we got a great program coming up next. Second hour of Bloomberg Business Week continues. We're going to be talking a little bit about what's happening with the environment. Also, what some experts are saying to do if you're pretty close to retirement.
Yeah, important stuff. We're also going to check in on Intel, what's going on following earnings. If you're watching on TV, the close coming your way in just a moment. Tim and I continue on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Matt Piper in New York, where the 26-year-old accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson has pleaded not guilty. CBS's Katrina Kaufman is at the courthouse, where prosecutors are seeking the death penalty against Luigi Mangione.
What federal prosecutors say is playing into this decision to seek the death penalty are, for one, the intentionality and the circumstances surrounding this murder. It took place in Midtown Manhattan. They say this was meant to rally protests against the healthcare industry and draw attention to his ideological message.
His arraignment attracted several dozen people to the federal courthouse in Manhattan, including former Army intelligence analyst Chelsea Manning, who's accusing prosecutors of rushing the case.
We don't do that. We don't do that here. We don't do that in America. We don't do that with our justice system. We don't speed run justice.
On Long Island, chance of stop your deception as former New York Congressman George Santos is sentenced to 7 years, 3 months in prison. It's after he pleaded guilty to federal wire fraud and identity theft charges. U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of New York, John Durham.
Finally, Santos has been held accountable for his years of fraud, deceit, and theft.
From regular folk to world leaders next. Public mourning is now over for Pope Francis as his funeral is held in about 12 hours with heads of state, including President Trump. CBS News papal contributor Francis X. Rocca is in Rome with the numbers over the last few days.
The Vatican told us that over the 3 days, 250,000 people walked through. That's a big number, although it's only a fraction of the turnout that John Paul got at the last papal funeral 20 years ago. More than 1.5 million people walked through at that time.
President Trump tells Time magazine that Chinese President Xi Jinping has called him amid tariff tensions with China. He doubled down today on his way to Rome, but China says it just isn't true. To Colorado, where the last of 3 friends who threw rocks through a car windshield, killing the driver, has now been convicted. CBS's Christopher Cruz.
2 of the friends took plea deals. They said 20-year-old Joseph Koenig threw the rock that struck and killed 20-year-old Alexa Bartel 2 years ago. He was convicted today of first-degree murder. Prosecutors said Koenig threw
Tenk om han hadde 500 dukket opp I stakkars kar. Ja, det synd på han, Ola. Er han I null?
His
Ikke
attorney
verre
said
enn
he
det.
should have been convicted of manslaughter because he didn't knowingly try to kill Bartel.
U.S. stocks are whipsawing, signaling an end to a 3-day rally that was driven by investor hopes of a de-escalation in the trade war. At this hour, the Dow is up 9 points. The NASDAQ is up 198. S&P up as well by 35 points. This is CBS News. Call to action on this Arbor Day.
Arbor Day Foundation CEO Dan Lamb says he hears it all the time.
People want to do something positive for the environment, but they scratch their heads sometimes wondering what they can do.
He says they can plant trees, which help us so much.
Clean our air, clean our water. They shade our homes, shade our neighborhoods, helping to capture and slow stormwater runoff and flooding.
Lamb says most holidays celebrate the past. Arbor Day is about the future.
It's about planting trees today that will benefit generations and generations to come.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
3 airmen who died during a World War II bombing raid have finally been accounted for. That's according to the Defense POW MIA accounting agency. U.S. Army Air Forces Lieutenant Charles McCook, Air Forces Lieutenant Henry Carlin, and Army Air Forces Sergeant Sidney Burke were carrying out a low-altitude bombing raid in Burma on August 3, 1943. About 70,000 service members remain unaccounted for.
Tenk på ting, det passer perfekt at Trump kom med den meldingen nå på Elon Musk, da, i og med at Tesla har falt med, har halvert seg, og de leverte de verste tallene på onsdag. De bomma med 20% revenue, altså det er så ille at det er helt jævlig. Det passer perfekt at han hjalp Musk nå, da. Ellers hadde han bare tanket enda mer enn der i Tesla. Det er så manipulering, altså.
All right, everybody, we are just under 55 minutes away from the closing bell on this Friday, April 25th. Man, we're almost
Lurer på hvor mye han kan gå på
We're
der.
gonna do a few more
You know,
days
it's almost
next week.
100 days of
It's
the
almost a-
president's
Next Wednesday.
second term.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Feels like it's been 6 months.
We're speaking with
It's been
Dave
a lot
Weston a
going
little
on.
later about that.
That's not a view. It's just it's been pretty hectic and pretty dense.
Is
Just
it
gonna
Is
say.
it Friday?
Is it Friday?
Okay, it is.
It's Friday.
It is.
All right, folks, we're going to count you down to the close over the next hour. Head over to our TV colleagues in just about 55 minutes or so. This hour, though, we want to talk a little bit more about Intel because we are seeing the stock trade down about 7-8% here in today's session. Of course, the company coming out with earnings after the close yesterday. Our Ian King all over it. Just kind of want to know where we are, what we need to know, and what we need to keep an eye on when it comes to Intel under its new CEO.
Okay, here's where I'm going.
Where are you going?
Pumping Iron.
I always get scared a little bit when he
Pumping
does this.
Iron, the 1977 classic documentary, can we call it?
Arnold.
Starring Arnold. She did it. It's
Not so
back.
well.
It's back.
Yeah, I love.
We're going to explain.
I love this story. We're not going to give it away,
Pumping Iron.
which just means you're going to stick around.
Hey, somebody who I know is going to be sticking around for that is Charlie Pellet. He's got his eye on everything happening in today's trade and top business stories. Hey, Charlie.
Average advancing now up by 33 points, up by about 0.1%. S&P 500 index higher by 38. That is a gain of just about 0.7%. While NASDAQ is up 1.2% for the NASDAQ Composite Index, up now by 202 points. The NASDAQ 100 Index up by just about 1%. Stocks rising with the S&P 500 on track for its longest advance since January, driven by a rally in tech megacaps such as Tesla and Alphabet. And yes, we'll have more on Alphabet for you coming up in just a moment with our In King. The 10-year, 4.26%. The 2-year, 3.76%. Spot gold, $32.88 the ounce, down $61, down 1.8%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 0.6%, $63.20 for a barrel of WTI. Bitcoin right now trading higher by 1.9%, 95,211. After earnings, Alphabet up 1.7%. After earnings, Intel down 7%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Carol, take a look at the S&P 500. Here's what you see.
Because you asked so nicely, I shall.
At the top is NVIDIA. We've got Tesla, Meta, Amazon, Microsoft, Broadcom. Yeah, they're mega cap tech companies. They are all powering the index higher, okay?
Yeah.
One name on the downside that's pretty prominent that's doing the exact opposite is Intel. Shares are down about 7% as we speak.
Yeah, you look at the stocks, 23 names at a 30 or higher, but you're right. Intel is the top among the 7 that are not doing well, and by a wide margin, as you said, down about 7%.
On a points basis, it's the second worst performer in the S&P 500 behind T-Mobile, which, yes, is one of my decliners. Let's get to Ian King. He's Bloomberg News U.S. semiconductor and networking reporter. He joins us from San Francisco. Ian, I want to go right to what you wrote. You say, quote, what's most clear is Intel's short-term woes are even worse than feared. You got numbers yesterday. How bad is it?
Sier at det er mye verre enn ventet, tallene fra Intel og så videre. Skal vi høre 2 sekunder. Det bare hang seg her.
Market's worst fears, which is, guess what? Q1 was okay, but that can't continue. And you know, Dave Zinsner, the CFO, used the R word, the recession word, and said, look, you know, second half of the year, things could get considerably worse. The market may shrink. So that's really at the heart of what's going on here. Of course, there are company-specific things, but the environment is not helping Intel either.
You know what's fascinating, Ian, and that Intel, I mean, it's still up on the week, and I'm just pulling up my numbers. It was up about 14% in the 3 days leading up to earnings. Was there enthusiasm because of some of the moves it's been taking, and it feels like it's making the right changes, or on expectations and hope that things were going to be better than actually what was reported? And I know you're not necessarily a stock analyst, but I'm just curious what the mood was heading into earnings.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're right to point that out. This had been a relatively good year for Intel's share price after a few years where, Tim used the mega cap word. They are very, very far from being a mega cap anymore now. And really what we're talking about here is that people were kind of betting, one, that maybe we're through the worst, two, they've got a new CEO coming, a more realistic tone, perhaps, we've set the bottom for a company that's still really important, or perhaps that company is going to cease to exist, that it'll be broken up for the sum of its parts, and there is a way for investors to profit.
Is that's worst case scenario here, Ian, or is that's not what Lip-Bu-Tan was brought in to do, right?
We don't know. I mean, and this is one of the issues that we had with what was said yesterday, that we know the diagnosis, we know why the patient is sick, right? That's been diagnosed by everybody. He gave us more of that diagnosis, gave us more of a to-do list. But what we're short of is the prescription, right? What is going to fix this company, and that is what analysts went at yesterday. He was asked flat out, are you going to break it up? Are we going to split it up? When are we going to get these customers for this? And he gave instead of giving us concrete answers, which is arguably an unfair expectation at this point, he gave us more sense of like, yeah, no, this needs to be fixed, and we need to do this, and we need to do that.
Ian, why is this so hard to figure out for Intel?
This is one of the most complex industries that you could possibly be in. It's a mixture of science fiction level science and brutal economics, right? Making chips takes a long time, putting plants in place takes a long time, and here we are. I mean, this management team right now are dealing with products that were defined 2 years ago, right? That's a hard road to be in, a very difficult business to be in.
Can you just contextualize for us how big of a deal it would be if, you said, and these are your words, I want to make sure I'm quoting you right, if Intel would cease to exist? I mean, we're talking about an iconic company, Ian, that laid the foundation in Silicon Valley.
I mean, you could argue they created Silicon Valley along with HP. I mean, they certainly put the silicon in Silicon Valley. A lot of their management methods, a lot of their technology, a lot of everything that they are is the reason why tech is where it is. And without them, it's not the same. And also, from a strategic point of view, a national security perspective, this is a company that is a repository of skills that arguably this country needs and the world needs, and if that was to go away, which is still something that people are thinking about, then there will be a huge change for this industry and this country.
So because of that, and this is something we talked about, Kunjan Sobhani from our Bloomberg Intelligence team who follows semiconductors too, that for national security reasons, which we know this has come up before in conversations with you and even out of the White House, the importance of having Intel and a healthy and productive chip sector here in the United States, that can the government really not afford to let Intel not survive?
Yeah, I mean, we obviously saw the CHIPS Act. Most of the money in that was going towards Intel. And clearly we've seen other considerations coming out of the new administration. This is obviously a priority for them and probably should be. So at the moment, it's kind of business as usual. Intel is going to continue to try to be a manufacturing company and a chip design company as far as we can tell. But that doesn't mean there's a lot of speculation, and there are a lot of interested parties in the future of this company, as there should be.
Ian, you remind us all the time, mostly when we're talking in the context of NVIDIA, that this is an industry, reminder, you've covered it for years, it's cyclical. There are ups and there are downs. That's not what's happening with Intel by any means.
No, I mean, that's a very good point. If we're talking cycles, let's remember what Texas Instruments said early in the week, which was, we're in the good part of the cycle right now. All of that inventory that everybody had is gone. People are stocking up again. People are building. Industrial demand is coming back. Lots of computer demand is coming back. So this should be a good time if you're a chip maker. We saw SK Hynix say the same thing. Should be a good time, but it isn't for Intel. Some of the fundamentals, it still doesn't have those big outside customers. Guess what? AI PCs aren't flying off the shelves perhaps as fast as they could, and it doesn't have data center chips that are competitive at the moment.
Hey, Ian, in a separate memo you write in your story that was put to employees at Intel, the CEO, Lip-Bu Tan, said he wanted to change the company's culture, and that includes requiring staff to work in person 4 days a week starting September 1st. Is the culture just bringing people back, or is it something much more substantial?
I think it's something much more substantial. That note was excoriating. It was really vicious in terms of its analysis of the culture. Basically said, you're not working hard enough, you're not in the office, we've got too many management layers, we don't make decisions as quickly as we should, we've got people being paid just for how many people they manage rather than for the actual work they do. We have meetings where there are too many people, I mean, you name it, it was a fairly brutal takedown of the way things are going. And I think that was taken as a positive, but at the same time, you get people to work harder, but they have to be working harder in the right direction, making the right products, bringing in the right customers, having the right manufacturing. So in one sense, yes, this is what people wanted to hear, a shake-up, a sense of urgency. But on the other hand, we want to know the strategic direction that the company is going in as well.
Who's going to lose their job?
If you were reading that memo and you're a middle manager who spends all day in meetings and organizing other people in administrative tasks, then you should be very concerned.
Wow. The conference call with analysts, Lip-Bu Tan's first, right, as CEO now as Intel. What was the mood? What was the tone?
It wasn't, I wouldn't say he had a very favorable audience. Of course, they want new things, but they wanted answers, right? At one point, an analyst turned to him and said, look, you told us that this is going to take a long time, that this is going to be a hard road. When is this going to happen, right? You told us that, you know, we have all of these strategic inflections, all of these changes that need to be made. Are you going to split the company up? And those are the kind of things people want answers to.
Har noe skjedd? Noen nyheter eller sa noe eller?
Nei, ingenting. De prater om Intel, at Intel har så dårlige tall og det er katastrofe, og at hvis Intel går dukken, så går det ut over hele Forsvaret til USA, jeg vet ikke hvorfor. National Security. Og så sier de videre at det påvirker basically alle de andre chipmakerne også. At de ikke er konkurransedyktige. Så det var egentlig ganske katastrofe faktisk. Så den er ned 7%. Men det rykker ikke på seg på de andre chipmakerne.
Ian, of course, is U.S. Semiconductor Networking reporter out there in our San Francisco bureau. Ian, thanks again. Have a good weekend. Intel, folks, down about 7% as we speak. This is Bloomberg.
Men vi tar imot på de samme nivåene hele tiden. Det er bare å kjøpe på de per. Du fikk med Trump, ikke sant? Det med Tesla.
Meg?
Meg? Jeg skjønte ikke hvorfor Tesla gikk så jævlig da. Sto ingen sted, ingen nyheter, ingenting. Bare skjønte ikke en dritt, for de leverte jo katastrofetall for 3 dager siden. Og nå har Elon Musk forandret loven i USA og gjort det sånn at de ikke skal være så strenge på selvkjørende biler. Og det gjør at Elon Musk får nå lov til å produsere uten de konsekvensene hadde for sjåfør med tanke på ansvar på å produsere disse bilene. Så Elon Musk fikk en gavepakke fra Trump. Ja. Rett etter at han leverte det verste kvartalstallet på et år. Det er sant. Forandret loven.
Ja, jeg tror på det, det er det verste.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got 39 minutes to go until that closing bell clangs on Wall Street, wrapping up a turbulent week. We have got the S&P on track for its longest advance since January, driven by a rally in tech megacaps such as Tesla and Alphabet. And right now, looking at an advance of more than 4% on the week for the S&P 500 index. So here's where we stand. The S&P now higher by 37 points, up 0.7%. Dow Industrials up 38, a gain of 0.1%, and the Nasdaq Composite Index is up 1.2%, higher by 198 points. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index up 2.8%, ahead of big tech earnings next week. The 10-year 4.26%, the 2-year 3.76%. Spot gold down 1.6%, $32.94 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.7%, $63.26 a barrel. As for the market backdrop with tariffs, Sarah Hunt is Chief Market Strategist at Alpine Woods Capital Investors.
Right now, there is nothing certain. What we're going on is a lightening of the tone as opposed to any factual changes that have happened in these tariff regimes. So I think that there is a lot to be said for near-term needs for liquidity and doing something like taking some money off the table. But if you're invested on the long term, I think that this is something that we just have to get through. And once we get through it, you'll start to see reasons for people to be more optimistic.
Sarah Hunt of Alpine Woods Capital Investors. T-Mobile shares down now by 11.7%. T-Mobile US falling after the company reported fewer new wireless phone subscribers than analysts expected in the first quarter. This week, you'll recall, we also heard from AT&T. That stock down 2.7%, and Verizon down now by 2.3%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Watching your portfolio tank is a nightmare for anyone, but it's a horror story for retirees or anyone approaching retirement.
I refuse
for that
to
matter.
look at my 401k right now. That's not very
the trick.
mature.
That's
I know.
the trick.
Is it really?
Oh, yeah, that is
it
the
like
trick.
sticking your head in the sand?
Let's see what Suzanne Woolley has to say, because she's got some answers. Thanks to the wealth advisors that she's spoken to. She's personal finance reporter for Bloomberg News. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. The volatility.
Nei, stänger av allt med.
Folks. I mean, I don't know. Do you, as part of what you do you look at Reddit and see what people are saying on Reddit? Because I know
Sometimes.
there's some good personal finance stuff. Like some stuff that shows up in my feed is nuts. Like people withdrawing, you know, like going to all cash and stuff like that in their retirement portfolios.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, this is not investment advice, but you spoke to some experts. What are they telling people to do?
Basically, they're saying that, I mean, no one's going to say, yay, it's a downturn. You know, no one loves volatility, at least not unless you're a hedge fund volatility trader or something like that. But, you know, you can sort of take some positive steps in a downturn that'll help your portfolio in the long run. You can make smart tax moves. You can organize your finances differently. You can strategize about Social Security claiming. There are a number of steps you can take that at least will set you up in the future to be in a better position.
And this is people who are retired.
This is for people who are retired or nearing retirement. You know, now is kind of a difficult time. Like the 5 years before you're going to retire and the first 5 years in retirement are very tough, because if there's a prolonged downturn and you're trying to spend the same amount of money every year and you keep having to sell securities to fund your expenses, you could do that for too long and you're going to possibly run out of money.
Right. You eat into that, you know, that principle.
Yes. So you don't want to be in that position. And there are tax moves you can make that are actually very smart and that you only do in a situation like that.
Like?
Well, there's something called the Roth conversion. You know, Roths in general, I think, are great. They're funded with after-tax money, and then you put the money in and the earnings grows forever and you're not taxed on it when it comes out. Normally, you know, depending on your income, you can only put about $7,000 into it. But if you have money in a traditional IRA, you can take that money, and there's no limits on how much you can take.
Right.
You can take some of that money, and through a Roth conversion, you put it into an after-tax Roth, and you'll pay income tax on that conversion.
Right.
But in a down market, your IRA assets are down, you know, have fallen significantly, so you're going to pay significantly less income tax when you do that conversion.
And the idea is then that money will grow on a tax-free basis. You go to pull it out. You've already paid the taxes on it, so you don't have to worry about it.
Right. And hopefully, you know, the market won't fall too much further. So hopefully all the rebound in that position that you moved over, because you can move over securities as well as cash, that position will rebound in your after-tax account. So it'll all be, you know, tax-free for you in the future. And Roth conversions are also just good because you don't have to take required minimum distributions. The IRS doesn't make you pull money from it like you have to with a traditional IRA.
Right.
And, you know, it is also a hedge against future tax rates. And I don't really know anyone who thinks taxes are going to go down too much for the average investor. So, yeah.
Roths are really hot right now. Even like
I know,
Roth 401ks
Yes.
are a thing now, which weren't a thing when I started working.
Yeah.
So you can contribute after-tax dollars to a traditional retirement plan, and then that grows tax-free.
I love them because, you know, in a 401k, you can contribute up to the limit, which is, what is it now? It's like $23,500, whatever. You can't contribute that much to a Roth outside of a 401k based on your income usually.
Interesting. Hey, one other thing I just want to get to before we wrap up. Strategize around Social Security. Like
Yes.
what?
Well, basically, I mean, the simple one is try not to take it for as long as you can because it's the only inflation-adjusted sort of
It's a big
annuity
difference,
you're
right?
going to find. It's a big difference. Every year after 62, you get a higher benefit, but 62 is the earliest you can get it, and lots of people want to claim it then. If you wait till 67, you won't take that 30% haircut that you take at age 62. And if you wait beyond 67, you get 8% up to age 70. So waiting is, if you can do it, it can help you a lot. And then spouses have to be careful about strategizing so that they plan to.
Those government actuaries hard at work.
Exactly. So we've taken the anxiety down a little bit
Ah,
for you. Suzanne.
deep breath.
Thank you so much, Suzanne Woolley. She's personal finance reporter here at Bloomberg News. Check out this column. Super helpful advice. So we've taken the anxiety down. Now we're going to raise it.
Yeah, I was going to say, if looking at your retirement accounts doesn't give you anxiety, maybe this will. We're talking about climate anxiety, which Mark Gongloff reminds us is indeed real. Mark is a Bloomberg opinion editor who covers the climate. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Mark, we're talking about climate anxiety because of this recent move, as you write, by the Commerce Department, recently ending a partnership between NOAA and Princeton. Why is climate anxiety at the core of this?
Well, because, first they said they saved almost $4 million from canceling this program. So I guess that's one.
4 million, not 4 billion?
Not 4 billion, 4 million.
4 million.
I'll do the Dr. Evil thing with my pinky. $4 million.
It sounds like, to a normal person, $4 million sounds like a lot. To the government, that's like, I don't even know how to contextualize
Like
that.
0.00, I don't know
It's
what
in
it
their,
is.
it's in their cushions, couch cushions. They can dig around and find that. But, But the main reason they said that they were canceling this, and this is a theme that they've come to again and again, is that it promoted climate anxiety among children, because I guess some of the stuff that this cooperative was doing between Princeton and NOAA, which is the U.S. government's kind of like weather service. Some of that was going into classrooms somehow and causing climate anxiety to children. So they wanted to stop that from happening.
Ska du snipe här, Alex?
You know, you write about this in one of your recent
Huh?
pieces.
Ska du
How do
köpa
you
här?
define climate anxiety? It's not that, you know, it's not that this organization is causing climate anxiety. This is a thing that exists.
Kommer det köpt någon snart på
independent of this
1950?
organization.
Right. So, I have never in my life seen an NOAA flyer come home with one of my children. What I have seen is that 250 million children around the world in 85 different
Jävla handhavare när vi ska köpa.
disrupted by some sort of massive disaster.
Det till...
Flood, fire,
We talk about like especially like emergency.
Var det 300 blank för dig, 400 blank för mig, typ.
United States of
You're right.
America.
That's right. To be fair.
you know,
Ja, basically där vi gick upp i stan.
They're seeing it in their real life, and so they have climate anxiety not from the NOAA but from just sort of the world around them.
Well, this became real to me recently because we're signing our son up for summer camp, just day camp, and we got a notice from the organization. It's an outdoor camp, and they said we operate outside regardless of rain or shine. One time we don't operate is when the air quality index is higher than a certain number. Then your kid cannot come to camp because it is not safe for him or her to be outside. And I'm thinking to myself, wait a second, like that's like every summer there's a day like that.
That was yesterday here
Correct.
in New York.
Exactly.
Because of the wildfires in New Jersey. Doesn't happen all the time, but it's happening more and more to kids all around the world.
I love that you say about like kind of teaching about climate and what's going on, because I do feel like we're increasingly in an environment where it's like, no, don't worry about that, don't worry about that, don't worry. We don't have to teach about and learn about that. We need to know what's going on.
Right. And this is a hard thing for me as a climate columnist, because when people hear about this stuff, their eyes glaze over and they're either like, I don't believe that.
Really?
Yeah, they're either like, I don't believe that, but most of them are like, I can't do anything about this, so I'm scared of it, so I don't want to think about this anymore. I want to see what's going on, you know, below deck or whatever. So one thing that you can do with children, though, is tell them the science. The science is bad enough, but you don't have to freak them out. I mean, I have to remember this as somebody who writes about this stuff. You don't have to be a doomer.
You're in it day in and day out.
Yeah, you don't have to be a doomer about it. Tell them the real science, but then also give them tools to empower them. There are things that we can do, you know, all the way from recycling, which, you know, maybe I think that's minimal. Using our political voice, that is the biggest thing that we can do. But there, somewhere on that spectrum, there are things kids can do. They can go plant a tree. You can take them outside, as long as the air quality is okay. Take them outside and say, look at all this nature, and here's what we can do to protect it. And it gives them a sense of agency that calms that anxiety down.
I also think it's our next generation, and I don't know. I feel like we're running out of generations to solve the problems that we are in at this point.
It's Earth Week, Earth Day. It was this week. My kid came home with a little glow, like a little, you know, paper plate that he drew the Earth on. And he said, "I love Earth." I thought that was pretty cool.
That's good.
I love Earth too, but you know, I'm a little nervous about its future. You have another column about the next Pope.
Yeah.
Tell us about this and the importance.
Do you know who it's going to be, Mark?
Yeah,
You've been in the conclave?
I've been in the conclave.
He's taking a break from the conclave to come here.
I can't talk about it, though.
The smoke that
I'm undercover.
See, as we now know.
Exactly.
No, but I think this is so interesting. We've had a Pope, right? That certainly thought in a different way, and I think thought about climate and the environment like no other. So talk to us about the importance of this.
Yeah, so he put out this thing, I won't even try to say it in the Italian, but Laudato Si back in 2015, which was this really, really important letter to all the Catholics in the world saying, we need to take care of the earth, it's suffering, this is part of our inheritance from God, and we need to take care of it. And it was really influential. It helped make the Paris Climate Accord in 2015 later that year happen. A lot of people that went to that were at that conference said that, and then after that he kept following that up with different other letters to Catholics, and he sort of kicked off a movement among Catholics to sort of like go out and do climate activism.
There's a lot out there in terms of Catholics. No, I mean really think about the audience he has is tremendous.
More than 1 billion people.
1.4 billion people. Now here's the thing though, he was fairly, I mean he quoted a lot of prior popes, Pope John Paul II. A lot of people talked about the environment. Nobody did it as succinctly and as often and as passionately as he did. The next pope, you know, kind of like U.S. politics swings back and forth, there could be a swing back in another direction with the next pope. The next pope could be more conservative, could say, I just want to focus on usual pope stuff and not this other stuff. But his, Francis's vision was that all this stuff is connected. We live in this world. It's our world, that God's world. And so this is part of the duty as Catholics, as Christians, as and this resonates with other people of all religions, of all faiths, that this is part of our duty to take care of these people, because the people that suffer the most are children, people that are poor, people that don't have the power to encase themselves in a climate controlled bubble. And so that was his primary concern, was the effect it was having on billions of people around the world.
Climate change knows no borders, no religion,
exactly,
right? It just impacts us all. We have been dying to touch base with you with everything going on, and I'm glad we could find some time, and you could too. Mark Ongloff, he is our Bloomberg Opinion editor, covering climate and so much more. All right, coming up, we're counting you down to the close on this Friday.
Frister å kjøpe den hans. Nå gikk Apple rødt igjen. Dow Jones har gått til rødt igjen nå.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are looking at the Dow lower, the S&P, NASDAQ, both advancing on track for a big week for the U.S. equity market. But right now, let's head over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Shaw. That's right. U.S. stocks are trading mixed right now, with the Dow currently down 47 points. S&Ps are higher by 26, and NASDAQ gains by 0.9%. The U.S. 10-year yield is at 4.27%. Gold is in the red, oil is in the green, and Bitcoin, that's higher by 1.7%. Among the main 11 SP sectors, leaders were consumer discretionary and tech. Materials were under pressure, and leaders to the upside in the Dow, NVIDIA and Merck, while Verizon fell 2% and led to the downside. After earnings, Intel fell 7%, and in other news, Third Point built a stake in Kenvue. Wrapping things up, T-Mobile fell as much as 12% after earnings, the most since 2020. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. Have a great weekend, and to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type Squawk, SQUA, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving.
Det er her man skal kjøpe hvis man skal satse på en rekyl. Ja, så det. Se der.
This is Drive to the Close.
Funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, just got about 18 and a half minutes to go until we wrap up the trade. On this Friday, also for the week overall, we've got kind of a mixed market, but up on the S&P just slightly. You heard Charlie and Bill Maloney breaking down the numbers, just up about 22 on the S&P 500. NASDAQ 100, a gain of about 0.7%, up 134 points. Back to the S&P, up about 0.4%. And you've got the Dow just down about 0.1% here. But we have seen, as Tim mentioned earlier, most names, a majority of the names in the S&P 500 are lower, so more of a risk-off trade on this Friday. But we are up pretty significantly for the week overall.
Thank you, Megacap Tech.
Yeah. Woohoo.
Yeah. We'll see what happens next week. We got Apple reporting.
Yes,
we will. Platforms. We got Amazon.
Yes, we will.
Hey, let's speak to Adrienne Yamaki, bring her in. She's founder and managing partner of Strategic Wealth Capital. They've got about $230 million in assets under management. She joins us from San Francisco. Adrienne, good to have you back with us. It's been
Du sier at majoriteten av aksjene på S&P ned, unntatt big cap AI-aksjer, altså Tesla da, og Nvidia.
Something like that. So
Det de som holder oppe.
That's okay. But as Carol reminds us all the time, what fundamentally has changed when it comes to the trade war? Not necessarily
On track
much.
for its longest advance.
Verst at jeg var klar for å kjøpe der nede. Faen.
Okay, so we got that one right.
Sorry, Adrienne.
What are you hearing right now from clients?
The trickiest thing right now, of course, as everyone knows, is not just the uncertainty of what's going to stick. So with tariffs, with interest rates, since there have been a lot of reversals, but it's what I have found. A lot of my clients are New York, DC, California, and the values of and the policy.
Det er rart at ingen nevner den der som han Trump har gjort for Elon Musk, at ikke det står på nyhetene. Det er jævla spesielt.
Og det er ingen som tør, for da slipper de ikke inn på pressekonferansene.
Tror du det der, sånn seriøst?
Altså, de kommer jo ikke inn på pressekonferansene hvis de skriver om det.
Nei, for den er opp nesten 10% på at han har forandret loven. Det er rart at ikke, ja, så du tror ikke folk tør å si meningen sin?
Ja, nei, men altså, de tør jo ikke. Folk i rundt den tør jo ikke i hele tatt.
Ja, for det er ikke noen nyheter hvor det står på, som jeg kan se. De har ikke sagt det en gang på Bloomberg.
Wait, so why are they doing it? What did they tell you why they were doing it?
That's such a good question. It was really interesting. So one client said, I'm worried that the current administration will dissolve a lot of protectionist measures we have, like insurance for savings accounts. And she was concerned that because if we're no longer, for example, a reserve currency, and if our currency goes through severe devaluation, she wanted to be sure that she would have enough funds. She has quite a lot of savings, and was wondering, should she hedge against currency? And my answer in her case, because if someone is planning to move abroad, and I have clients who own properties in multiple countries, that might make sense. But the risk of moving it abroad to euros, for example, and back, when it's going to be ultimately spent in dollars, didn't make sense. And for most people, it doesn't.
So what did you advise her? Just do nothing? Because she's obviously anxious about what's going on here. And look, anecdotally, I've spoken to people who are very anxious too. Not necessarily taking steps as drastic as that, but definitely selling U.S. assets and buying assets outside of the U.S.
Yeah, so it's, I think the last time I was on the show was, I think the first or second business day of this year. I was just looking through that when I was reviewing my notes.
Different tone, different sentiment, different narrative a little bit?
Different sentiment, but my advice, so the consistency of asset allocation and diversification, that's always going to be important. And so I had talked about international assets.
Yeah.
And last year I talked to a number of clients who said, I don't like Europe, they have high taxes, low growth, slow population growth. But what we had talked about in January was, yes, but you're investing in multinational blue chip companies that happen to be based abroad. And I know we had talked about like Toyota and Honda companies that build abroad, and we talked about European consumer product companies. Even with the tariffs, if you look at the makeup, a lot of these companies have sales outside of the US. And it's funny because in only, 3 months, 4 months? I mean, we've seen, the IFA is up about almost 9%, I saw today, and S&P is down about 6%. So if you look at the difference, that's 15% in 4 months?
Yeah. It's a lot.
The timing, nobody knows the timing, but if the fundamentals are there and international was trading at discounts, it's going to be the case. That everything will revert to the fundamentals. And it did.
But what are the fundamentals?
Because we expected.
What are the fundamentals though? Because the U.S. has outperformed over the past decade or so, and those people with global equity portfolios have said, okay, this is the year. This is the year. When things kind of revert to the mean. Is the era of U.S. exceptionalism and U.S. outperformance over?
So the two things that we're talking about, one is the stock market, and the other is the U.S. as a country which has top institutions and quite a large presence on the world stage. I mean, from education to research and technological advances. The short answer is, on the business side and the market side, companies are much more nimble than governments. And when some of this uncertainty clears up, and it's always going to exist in some form, I'm not concerned about the companies. The U.S. companies will find ways to remain profitable. I am more concerned, however, about the U.S. as an institution. It's not a fear so much as I think the cornerstones that the administration is trying to change, I think that will be detrimental. Even if we just look at universities, if students are afraid of coming here and researching and staying and starting businesses, it's going to be tough to remain exceptional.
Okay, because Adrian, it sounds like it's really going to be too also hard to separate, because I feel like the markets and the government, while separate, are connected. You know what I mean? So I do wonder how, there's no faith in the U.S. government, what that does to kind of the whole U.S. marketplace. Like, it's just.
There isn't.
Just got 20 seconds or so. Yeah. So go ahead.
It's not we don't invest in the governments. There's a lot of interplay, but the most important thing is to look at the earnings of the companies. So just like when we invest in Europe, we're not investing in a specific country's government. We're investing in the companies that are domiciled there.
Interesting.
Absolutely the same thing for us as well.
All right, that's an interesting perspective. Good perspective to hear. Great to talk with you. Have a great weekend. Adrian Yamaki, founder and managing partner of Strategic Wealth Capital, about $230 million in assets under management, joining us from San Francisco. The close about 10 minutes away. This is Bloomberg.
Wow, gue mau udah makan langit pertama.
Løfte så bra. Applaus da. Jeg holdt på å kjøpe den, jeg var så klar. Holdt knappen på den. Det litt skummelt å kjøpe på close-up. My Raid er helt ok.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, just under 7 minutes to go until we wrap up the trade on this Friday and for the week overall. So we're going to
Ja, så der er Botox.
count you down to the close.
Traff akkurat på 350 som jeg sa.
Ja, det kunne ikke jeg forutse.
We didn't decide. This is
Så det var bra gjort.
sometimes we do it on the fly.
Jo, men jeg gjorde det ikke for det da.
Nei, men altså at du kunne fortsatt predikte det, sier jo noe.
This is the second most read story.
Ja, men jeg tør ikke gjøre det nå på close.
Nei.
There was a 13-year-old on the Pepsi earnings call.
Whoa, what's
Yeah.
happening
Akkurat på 50 faktisk.
Somebody on the earnings call, a 13-year-old, asked the CEO of Pepsi about the impact of GLP-1 oral medications on the company's business during earnings call.
Yeah, so here's the question. It's the teenage daughter of Jefferies analyst Kamal Gujrawala. And she asked, and I think this is, was this Take a Child to Work Day?
I think it was Take a Child to Work Day, yeah.
I love this,
Yeah.
I love this. So she asked, so what do you think about the launch of GLP-1 oral medications coming to market next year? It's a great
Awesome.
question.
Awesome was the Pepsi CEO's initial response. Then he answered much like he has before to similar questions posed by Wall Street analysts. The experimental GLP-1 pills are considered the next frontier of a burgeoning medicine market and threaten to dent demand for Pepsi's salty chips and sugar sodas. So here's what he said. Obviously, we've been transforming the portfolio and will continue to give the consumer offerings that help them in any sort of dietary preference that they have.
Yeah.
LaGuarta was referring to the new fiber and hydration solutions and Pepsi's attempts to capture more incremental value.
It's great. She said she came up with the question herself. Company didn't know it was coming. I love it. So her dad or her mom? Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know. Yeah.
Did-
yeah.
Hey, all I know is it was her dad. I walked in yesterday to the office.
But I think,
I walked into the office
honestly,
yesterday and there were kids everywhere and I realized,
don't you think
oh
that,
yeah,
like her
it's
mom maybe
take
on
your
the
kid to
side
work
was like,
day.
make sure like if you go to work with dad, like,
Yeah.
make sure you pop on an earnings call, ask a question. I kind of love this.
Okay. What else do you want to talk about, Carol Massar? When you used to did you ever bring your daughter to take your kid to work day?
She was one of those nerds who, sorry, Aggie, that
Whoa.
really loved and hated missing school. So when it got to
Wow.
a point, she just didn't want to miss school. Yeah, I know.
Jeg tror hele verden har short Tesla, ass.
I plan
So
to.
that would be a no, but you will
I plan to bring my son here. When he's old enough. He's not quite old enough yet. And then my daughter when she's old
Do you
enough.
know you have those days where you just dig a hole in it?
Yeah, I think that's the day that you're having. Let's see what else is on the most read on the Bloomberg terminal.
I just think this is pretty cool. Okay. You never know which is going to come up on the earnings call.
And I don't want to talk about the number 3 because we're going to talk about that one in our simulcast.
Little tease. It has to do with the cost of college.
It's expensive.
It's expensive, folks. And, when you're looking for a little assist, a lot more people are not qualifying.
Okay, we'll get to it.
All right, you don't want me to talk anymore.
No,
Where else
that's
do you
it.
want me to go?
You know, I want to go
I'm afraid to say anything at this point.
Here's an interesting one. This is about it's the 23 most read in the last hour. It's about Weight Watchers,
Okay.
WW.
I'm going there.
There is a company, Galloway Capital, reporting a stake. So we're seeing the company, which had been under a lot of pressure concerned with the bankruptcy. Galloway Capital has reported a stake close to 3% in WW and said the company is solvent and should in no way pursue a Chapter 11 filing to reduce its debt burden.
Yeah, their point is Chapter 11 not making sense because basically you do that to either restructure your debt, like, right, figure it out. And they said the debt isn't due to mature until 2028 and 2029, respectively. This is from Galloway Chief Investment Officer Bruce Galloway, put it in a letter to WW, and say that a Chapter 11 filing would impair holders and be an extreme breach of the board's fiduciary duty. He's basically saying you've got a runway to be able to make good on this debt, right? You have time. It's not like you've got to pay it tomorrow. And so let's figure this out, right? What's the way forward?
Take your kid to work day. Get ready next year. Maybe Aggie, now that she's, no longer in school, she wants to come.
Now she's go to work, buddy.
Now she has to go to work.
She can take her puppy to work.
She can take herself to work.
Oh, God. Can you feel it's Friday? It certainly is. Hey, do not go anywhere. We're heading over to our TV colleagues. We're going to count you down. The closing bell starts right now.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic here in Washington, D.C. Alex Seal in New York, taking us to the closing bell with a global simulcast. Scarlett Fu being wheeled into Studio 2. Carol Masser and Tim Stenovic in the radio booth. Welcome to all of our audiences.
We want proof.
No, she walked in this time, guys. She walked in. I saw it.
But
she did.
normally gets rolled in, we hear.
The show doesn't
All right,
start
well,
until I
it's
get
been
rolled
a-
in.
And Romaine, how did you get to work? Did people carry you in on limos, perhaps?
No, I don't worry. I took the Sikorsky, Mike Bloomberg Sikorsky out here. He got me here in time. Landed on the roof just in time to see the end of the week and a pretty decent rally. I mean, I know everyone's looking to gift horse.
Da hittar vi take profit-nivået mitt fra i stad.
Men du satt ikke
It's interesting. In a day that we were kind of saying the rally hit the wall, that we're seeing some
Hva sa du?
Du sitter ikke kjøpte den ikke i stad, eller? Eller kjøpte du den? Eller var det den du ikke fikk vært med på?
Nei, jeg fikk ikke vært med inn, og så hoppet jeg inn senere. 8:15 typ, og så ble jeg break-even. Og så gikk jeg ned til 50 nå, der du sa han skulle flippe, og da nå trappa vi da det TP-nivået som jeg så på i stad.
Just calling it like it is.
Well, a lot will depend on what happens when the rest of the Mag 7 reports next week. And by the way, Wednesday marks the 100th day of President Trump's administration. We're about 2.5% away on the S&P 500 from the April 2nd level. So if we continue to build on these gains, he could get back to above water from Liberation Day.
Yeah, and going above 5,500, closing at that level, Romaine, it could mean something.
It could mean something here. Of course, that was the pivot point, the line in the sand that we came into this morning. And we do get a close.
Da stengte Tesla opp 9,8%, da nesten 10% i dag på den meldingen. Det er så at den kan gå mye mer av på den nyheten der.
40 points or 0.7 of a percent on the day. And it's also, of course, higher on the week by just about 4.5%, if my calculations are right. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up about 20 points.
Johannes rundt 100, det var god margin.
On the week, the NASDAQ Composite higher by 1% on the day and 6 to 7% on a weekly basis. And the Russell 2000, we'll just call it unchanged on the day. Actually, it was deep in the red earlier today, but some bidding closer into the close. You can see it there, unchanged on the day, and I think investors might take that.
All right. Yeah, I would say so. S&P 500, as Tim was talking about, it was a lot more negative in terms of the split before. Right now, you got 205 names as we settle in to the upside in the S&P 500, about 296, Scarlett, to the downside.
All right, let's take a look at the IMAP. A mixed day overall, but worth noting that the three biggest sectors tied to big tech, consumer discretionary, infotech, and communication services, all gaining at least 1%. Although it is really Target and Colgate-Palmolive leading consumer discretionary up up. On the downside, materials, financials, and utilities under a little bit of pressure here, with materials the biggest laggard, losing 0.75%.
All right, a lot of green there. So let's get to some of the gainers. And I got to say, my top two gainers are actually the number 1 and 2 in both the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ 100 today. So let's start with Charter Communications. This one finishing pretty much at its best levels of the session, so up about 11.
Du holder over helgen, eller?
Ja, så begynner jeg å telle på natta jeg håper det litt mer volum på mandag, så begynner jeg så tar jeg til, jeg har en liten plan på hva jeg skal gjøre. Jeg bare, jeg tror ikke Tesla går 10% igjen på mandag, liksom.
Nei.
Det tror jeg ikke. Jeg vet ikke mye han kommer til å gå, men jeg tror ikke det.
Ganske store nyheter, det han sa da. Det med de selvkjørende bilene.
Jo, han sa det ikke, han forandret loven.
Ja, det er jo ganske big da.
Ja, det er kjempesvært.
Så...
Det er kjempesvært. Og så pratet han til.
Med tanke på det. Ja, med tanke på det at nyhetene kom ut i dag, så hadde det kanskje ikke vært rart at mandagen hadde fått samme effekt.
Ja, jeg vet ikke, altså. Han har gått opp med nesten 30%, 20% på 3 dager nå. Så leverte de helt katastrofetall på onsdag.
Ja. Hvis det går opp når det er dårlige nyheter, da går den i hvert fall opp hvis det er gode nyheter, er det ikke sånn da?
Jo, men nå er det litt sånn spesielt da. For Tesla har falt jævlig mye i forkant. Tesla er ned med nesten 40% i år. Så det er helt greit at den kommer opp, men det som er så rart er at de har ikke sagt på nyheten i dag at de forandrer loven i dag. Det var jo på chatten der som hadde sånn fikk-tak i newsen. Det stod ikke ett sted.
Ja. Men det må vel bli public etter hvert da, kanskje.
Ja, det er det nå.
Ja, ok. Men har Trump sagt det, liksom? Har han sagt det?
Ja, jeg bare leste det for en på chatten her. Det var ikke noe... Det har ikke stått på noen nyheter, ingenting. Så jeg vet ikke hvorfor det ikke står på nyhetene. For det er ingen som kommenterer det. Han har opp 10%. De fokuserer bare på Intel og T-Mobile som ser der, og de er ned 7 og 12%. Og så kom det dårlig guiding i dag også fra Cater i stad.
Mulig liten short her.
Ja, jeg tror jeg trigger å shorte nå enn markedet oppe, for nå har du bare future med det, nå har ikke aksjene med det.
Ja. Jeg har Forex-konto som jeg kan bruke.
Ja. Jeg skal ikke shorte en dritt. Jeg skal vente til mandag og så se. For det var ordentlig på nederst da. Vi var jo faen meg. Det er 200 poeng. Jeg har bare sånne små posisjoner. Jeg har en kontrakt på 0,25 og en på 0,3 og en på 0,25.
All right, so here's some good news for everybody who's facing maybe the cost of college for their kids.
Articles are from no Defi Transportation. Det her. Ja, får vi flytte på.
I've actually turned down the volume on this.
Her står det.
But you said good news, right? We're assuming it's bad. But
It's bad. It's an incredible story. Bloomberg exclusive. Top colleges. Basically, we crack the data, crunch the data, and are finding that top colleges are too costly, even for parents making about $300,000 a year.
Yeah, Bloomberg analysis of financial aid data from 50 selective colleges shows that in many cases, middle-class families, defined by some metrics, are making between $100,000 to $300,000 a year. They earn too much to qualify for meaningful aid, but too little to actually afford college out of pocket. So they're in this zone that's really getting squeezed when it comes to paying for higher education.
And that's why all these claims by colleges that not a lot of people pay the sticker price, they do hand out a lot of aid, doesn't ring.
The decision comes a day after Musk won the conference call with Tesla and announced that electric vehicle will begin rollout self-driving Teslas in Austin, Texas in June. This will have expectations of national figures of the crash reporting rule being changed has drawn criticism from Musk as too burdensome and unfair. Tesla has reported many of the total crashes on the rule in part because of its biggest seller of partial self-driving vehicles in the US. Traffic safety watchdogs had feared that the Trump administration would eliminate the reporting rule. Så de har gått imot forrige administrasjon nå. President Position Statement Thursday said reporting will be used and remove unnecessary and duplicated requirements, but that the obligation to report crashes will remain. De har forandret hele loven til Nå var det som sa i stad, forandret hele loven til fordel for Musk. Og Tesla vekter jo 7% av den vekter 9% av Nasdaq. Så når den går opp så mye, så faller ikke Nasdaq. Selv på dårlige neder. Cisco er ned i dag, Linde er ned i dag, Pepsi er ned i dag. Ned 2% faktisk. T-Mobile er ned 11%, Costco er ned 1%. Honeywell er ned 1%. Automatic Data Processing er ned 1%. Og Tesla stikker jo av, ikke sant? Det åpner 10%. Den og Nvidia vekter jo 10% av hele Nasdaq, så de to aksjene der, den og den, de to vekter mer på Nasdaq enn Costco, T-Mobile, Cisco, Linde, alle de som er ned. Ja, Tesla 9, nei, nå sa jeg feil. 2,65% vektingen er på 9. plass. Den Nvidia og Tesla vekter 10%, de to 10% vekter dem på Nasdaq. Nvidia vekter 7,3%, så uansett hvor dårlig nyhet som kom i dag, så vil ikke Nasdaq falle når de to som vekter 10% er opp mest, 4,10%. Så kan du stille deg spørsmål om det er tilfeldig da. Så det hjelper jo ikke at alle de her er røde da, hvis du ser her. Det hjelper ikke at alt der er rødt. Når du har to aksjer som har opp så mye. Det er litt av problemet.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. That is Carol Massar. I'm Tim Stenevek. Big week this week. The equity market.
Ja, det er ganske sykt på nå. Velkommen til finans. Og sånn er det. Man må bare være med på det. Og så må man se på mandag da, men det fortsetter videre. Og hvis du gjør det, så er det bare å gå og sette hedge imot og gå long, og så bare napper man ut en og en av de kontraktene som man har short, og så snur man rundt. Det er ikke noe verre enn det. Men man må ha retningen med seg. Så det er ikke noe sånn, det er ikke noe krise, men det er bare jævla kjedelig. Det er helt overbevist om at det skal ned på de ræva nyhetene.
That's the article talks about. You bring up a good point. The Wall Street Journal story that we were talking about.
Ja, verst å si at jeg går i null.
And this is one way that they
Nei, jævla surt. Men ja, vi får se hva vi gjør for noe på jeg kommer til å trede på søndag kveld.
Nobody's ever lied about the provenance of something before.
Because they're telling us, David, it comes from a glacier.
You know what?
I believe it.
DNA testing of ice. That's what we need.
No, an appellation contrôlée. That's exactly in France, right? Yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
One thing I didn't mention is it's also been about 95 days.
Kan det bli verre enn å gå til når plutselig blir kontoen blåst? Nei, jeg har nesten ingen kontrakter. Det er bare jeg har nesten ikke kontrakter. Da må det tredje ved siden av. Det er ikke så ille. Det er bare jeg som ikke vil handle med så store store beløp akkurat nå. Så det er ikke noe mer enn det. Jeg tar ut totalt en halv kontrakt, tenker jeg, på mandag, hvis det her ikke faller ut. Nå er det tredje dagen med opptur på... Eller er det fjerde dagen med opptur nå, Robert, vet du hva? Er det fjerde dagen? Det kommer vi å se.
He set all kinds of records by having 99 executive orders. We went past 90 days, 99 a few days.
Fjerde dag med opptur.
They're still coming out of the White House. So Donald Trump clearly is the most activist, as he's very proud
På
of.
Bad News.
So we asked
But the history stuck. The history stuck.
De dårligste nyhetene kom ut i forgårs, da. Det var da IMF nedgraderte hele USA. Og så har du Trump som driver og prater opp tariffen, så ja. Du husker da Telegram satt feil lenge der ute.
This is part of what Larry had to tell us.
This has probably been the least successful 100 days of a new president since the Second World War. And that's a verdict that's not being rendered by any individual. That's not a verdict that's being rendered in a partisan way.
Jeg husker ikke helt sånn, for det er så mange sånne bevegelser. Jeg husker at vi ramlet helt jævlig en dag.
We saw a couple of weeks ago the effect on stocks, bonds, and the dollar because of tariffs. And there was a suspension, of course, for 90 days for negotiations. This week, we've seen it appears with regard to Chair Powell and remarks about possibly terminating his regime as a chair. Tell us about that. Will the markets keep President Trump from moving on Chair Powell?
Things change, but they stay the same. When the president of a country looks like he is driving events, and he is driving events in an ill-considered populist direction against the wisdom of all economics, then bad things happen. That's the response to the tariffs. That's the response to the Fed bashing. That's the response to the indications of fiscal responsibility. That will come to be the response.
Det er fair da, Geta. Hvis du begynner å ramle på mandag, så bare setter det på nytt. Det er ikke verre enn det.
So Larry doesn't pull your punches as usual. You know, he calls it the American capital flight trade. Because people moved away from American assets, as we've seen all sorts of assets.
We just talked to a money manager who said for her first time in
Adrian Yamaki out in San Francisco
in handling portfolios that people are moving and they want to move all their assets out of the United States and they're concerned.
Yeah, well, you saw it.
Da sier de at pengene flyttes ut fra United States, og de er concerned.
I mean, where's the safe asset? And it's not.
Sier de nå på Bloomberg.
You know, on the Fed chair part of this, I wonder to what extent the markets will or do serve as some sort of guardrail, because the president walked back some of these comments earlier this week.
Nei, men jeg går på liven på, for å stenge her da. Jeg går på liven på søndag, før åpning i Asia, så ser vi hva vi gjør for noe.
Happen to rates, and also
Så ser vi hva vi gjør for noe.
Exactly right.
The next Fed chair in a year.
Yeah, who's he going to pick and whom we're going to believe in? I think
stykker nå.
two questions here.
Det er folk gjort noe, men det er ikke noe olje nå. Det skjer ikke noe.
That he does react to the markets. We've
Så jeg håper for at det skjer litt på søndag, eller på etter børs på
The question in my mind
etter
also
klokken
is
12 på
things
søndag.
like confidence
Da er jeg
in the
på.
U.S. government, in the U.S. dollar, in U.S. treasuries. Can you unsee something you've seen? You know, once you've raised
Blir det noe før close da, sell-off? Nei, det er close, det skjer ikke noe nå. Det er ikke noe volum her, det skjer ikke en dritt. Spørsmålet er om det vil gå videre opp på mandag. Og i dag var vi på vei ned, før den meldingen kom med Trump og at den forandret loven på Tesla. Vi var på vei ned, ikke glem det. Vi var ganske bra nede i dag. Vi var helt der nede, før den meldingen kom. Så er spørsmålet, kommer det noen flere meldinger på det greiene der? Det tror ikke jeg det kommer til å gjøre. Hva faen mer kan han si for noe?
So you just wonder how you get through this.
Yeah, exactly. But we will find out.
I was just going through what Larry Summers says, you know, when he's driving events in an ill-considered...
Teknisk også så er jeg på stort motstander oppe også, så er det liksom...
You know, you just wonder...
Må bare se, rett skjøtt.
Does he think?
What Larry says actually about that is, we've seen this movie before.
Yeah.
With less developed countries. some of the poorer countries. I mean, this is a pretty standard populist move. And what his basic point is, actually, he's a little surprised. He said, typically, you get a burst at the beginning. It goes good for a while, and then it turns south.
Then inflation runs rampant.
Exactly right.
And a lot of folks have said Turkey is an example that comes to mind.
Yeah.
David,
if not Argentina.
A really good point. Hey, before we let you go, there's more on tonight's program. Mars. We think about it as a family-run company.
So take the other.
Men også oversikt over mange som long og short nå I markedet.
Go to constancy. You know,
Har du det, Alex?
It turns out Salman Palmisano.
Har du oversikt på mange som long og short I markedet nå?
They got a center up at the Yale Business School.
Jeg tror man kan sjekke det på Topstep, men
To say, what do you think of the stakeholder capital? First of all, they said, we don't call it that.
Kan se om jeg finner det på Topstep.
They said, it's been around forever, but they said anybody who's running a business well takes into account a variety of different interests. It's the shareholders for sure, but there's a lot of other ones, and one of them is the Mars company.
So does it have to be a private company?
No, it's because we did Enel too, which is a very large Italian power company, publicly traded. Which Mars has always sort of more or less been on the rails with a parent, family-owned company. It's a fascinating company, actually. And we interviewed Victoria Mars. She's fourth generation.
Så vidt jeg kan se nå, så 62% long nå. Økt posisjonen sin på vår long, og 38% short nå. Kan det stemme? Og det bare øker.
51.
Har du 51?
51% long på Topstep.
Ok, IG enda større. Der det 62%. Så jeg kan si basics ligger folk long nå. Da skal han antageligvis begynne å komme ned igjen.
And his staff said, that's insane, you can't do that. He said, I'm sorry, we're not doing it. And the second one, he says, we will not go to any community that does not want us. Because they were spending all their time fighting for permitting, and he said, if they don't want us, we won't go there. And it turned the company around.
All right, great stuff.
Men det greit. Da snakkes vi. Jeg kommer til å gå live igjen på søndag, da, sånn 10-11 før åpning, så tar vi og ser hva vi gjør for noe. Da det sikkert litt mer action her også.
Den greit, vi prater oss.
Ha det.
Ha det.